children of the realm. Come on, our saviors, wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
Hey there, Rising Legends fans! For the 3rd anniversary of Rising Legends, I'm pleased to announce the new Rising Legends competitive ecosystem. With the goodbye of mid-sets, we were able to stretch 3 sets in a year, and that can only mean one thing: more tournaments and more opportunities to win throughout the year. The new innovative TFT set, Remix Rumble, welcomes our new ecosystem. For the first season, we will have only 2 Golden Spatula Cups. Yeah, I know, I said we will have more tournaments. Just wait. We increased a ladder qualification slots, so don't stop grinding ranked ladder tacticians. You have more chances now. An important update, we moved the snapshots one day, so now you have to be ready for selfies on Monday afternoon. Consequently, we slightly changed the slots for the different GSC qualification paths, so expect some variance. Additionally, we have the Rising Legend Finals at the end of the set. This means the best top performers from the GSC and ladder will compete to crown the best tactician in EMEA. For sets 11 and 12, we go back to normality. We will have 3 Golden Spatula Cups per set, and the ways to qualify for GSC and Finals are still the same as set 10. But stay tuned, the slots could slightly change. To read up on all the details for this new competitive season, visit our website at risinglegends.gg and follow our social media account to never miss broadcast updates.
It's great to be back, y'all. The weather here is gloomy, but I sure ain't, because I am joined here by two of my greatest, closest friends, Makes even, and Counterfeit. Sorry,
You can
I
call
forgot
me
to
Mike if you want, but that would be strange.
Yeah, I'm not sure who Make is. Maybe it's your alter ego. We'll figure it out later. I'm Niberia. I just realized I don't think I've introduced myself on a show for like 2 sets. I cannot remember the last time I said my own tag on air.
You just figured everyone knew who you were already.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there. We've got assets for it. Like, we've got lower thirds for all of us. So I just figured, it's whatever. Guys, I had the most wonderful experience this morning. There was this gentleman, I was driving home from the coffee shop, this dude in all high vis.
Okay.
And every time a car walked by, he was like, hi, it was like waving and smiling, the biggest smile I've ever had. And I feel like that's how I'm feeling today, getting to see you guys again, getting to be back here at Rising Legends. And if anyone doesn't know what that is, I'm going to pick eeny, meeny, miny, Makes. Can you explain what's going on today?
I absolutely can. Today is the second day of our second Golden Spatula Cup, which for this set is also our last one. Normally there's 3, but this set is just a tiny bit shorter, so we're already at the final cup. Next up are the EMEA Finals, and then after that, the championships. It's all coming in rapid succession, so buckle up.
Yeah, there's
Definitely one of our shortest seasons. It's so compressed now that we don't have that mid-set, Peter.
Yeah, well, to say, we've still got the spots coming in from ladder for some of our players to get through outside of the GSCs directly, but it is, as we said another day, it's wild how quickly this season is coming together and how quickly it's closing down who we'll be seeing at regionals.
Yeah, Makes, like you already said, we've got day 1 behind us, and we had so much fun stuff. I had a blast yesterday prepping all of my notes and seeing what was played on stream and off. There were a couple of things that we're going to talk about later that were maybe a little bit less than traditional.
Yeah, well, I'm personally very excited by a Kiana 3 that was hit in an off-stream lobby, but in case you're wondering what's going on today, we have this awesome new asset that actually shows you today's set list. We're going to start with a recap, then we have an amazing German player with us. Loescher is going to join, then we'll talk a lot about the meta, we'll talk about who we should actually watch in the games and why. And then we have another interview from, I think, something that you can really, really enjoy, Matt, the Italian scene.
Italy's back, baby! Let's go! Balotelli's up there, Shining Star's up there. We got Urgod for the interview. Oh, gizmos and gadgets all over again. I'm having a grand old time, Makes.
Me too.
Well, we have a whole game behind us, and we keep talking about it in the abstract. But you guys, maybe you missed yesterday. I don't know why you would, but hey, I'm not here to judge. We're going to catch you up on it. I think the most exciting thing for me was that we saw a bunch of Bard rerolls, because it's the only composition that I know how to play on the ladder.
Yeah, I mean,
he does the little doots.
No, I mean, who doesn't like to do all the way through any particular round? I just want to sort of bring us back out to the bigger picture, though, in terms of our top 8, just because we had such a huge variety of people coming in there, and of course, the very top
props.
Oh,
well, what must
is
be?
this where we're going?
What must be? I think probably almost I suspect the first time ever a UK player getting day 1 first place. And 4th place as well, but there were 7 different countries in our top 8, which is absolutely nuts.
A lot of names we've seen before as well. It really does feel like a throwback. We've got Noel up there, Lamen, of course, who we haven't seen much of since his first Golden Spatula Cup win. And Darkest is back, which is very exciting for me. They're one of my favorite streams to watch. So I am so excited for day 2. But before that, we've got a recap video for you from day number 1. So take a look.
Hello, and welcome back to a Golden Spatula Cup. This is our second and last of this set.
Yeah, and we can see, that is very, that is a lot of upgrades.
Yeah, the thing is as well, something else that's worth noting here is most likely going to be a KL reroll, right? It's the fact that the KL is at 2-star level.
But I'm not sure if it's hot enough to eat yet. For now, Darkest is going to lose out. But on the other side, there is one nasty Yon
own reroll, and that is going to be the end of it.
With the 8-bit, just rips through the backline, and it's just instantly over.
More and more gold with that Dev Blade on that augment.
For him, and that should be enough for Kubizin to get yet another win in this stage 5. Overall, in a very strong spot, despite the Heartsteel players as
Playing 3 cost rerolls to hit because
There it is.
you clean the pool yourself, and there it is. Damage, but apparently not enough. The scaling is not going to come through. We have a little bit too much damage coming from us.
get out a notch to 1 HP as well.
Yeah, and the issue with that set,
MZ coming onto him. One last cast comes through. Ziggs is still alive. Ezreal does not hit the TF, but it does not matter.
This disco board continues to become an issue.
One key thing to keep in mind for all of our players, we do know that the last augment will be gold, and the Blitz holding down the line against all these extra emotional connection casts coming through from the Vex. Looks like it's not quite enough, but maybe expected. Lust is, expecting to lose a few more fights here with the HP he has. The Ezreal cast kills her off. It's down to Viego. He's left alone, and Shinar could not even put up a fight in these last 2 rounds.
And with that, we are going to see you guys again tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching, and we are going to see you guys out there, hopefully.
So you've got a little bit of a rundown of what happened day number 1. We'll get a little bit more into the meta later, but we're going to be getting into one of the players that we saw yesterday. We have Loescher here on the line. Loescher, how are you doing today?
Hey, doing great. Glad to be here and very excited to crush day 2.
Yeah, I like hearing the confidence. You feeling that good?
Sure. I think I'm quite prepared for the meta run here right now. I'm feeling very comfortable on all the reroll lines, not touching Heartsteel because it's too contested. And yeah, should be good.
I mean, you said it already. Feeling very comfortable on the reroll list is something I expect from every German player. In case you guys at home do not know about the deer list, what are you doing with your life, honestly? But do you want to maybe give some context to that? Why is it that every time we talk to a German player, they're always so good with the rerolls? What's going on there?
Well, I think a lot of the players just generally enjoy reroll gameplay, and then obviously with Fin Tao, we have access to the deer list and also to the non-public parts of the deer list, which are actually upgraded and updated. So we always know what's the current tech, and then if we know how it works, which sets or which specific spots are very good for specific reroll compositions, you can be comfortable to execute them, and then I think you have a lot of success.
Well, so talk to us a little bit about how you prepped for the tournament and how you prepped coming into day 2, particularly. I know you said before that prep isn't necessarily your strongest of strengths, so I imagine it's something that's still somewhat in flux.
Well, I'm usually not so good at prepping because I'm a bit too lazy and I don't really enjoy doing it. It's feels like work, so not my favorite thing to do. Yeah. But I did a watch party with you for the qualifier and Nomi as well to just observe the German players, and that kind of got me into the meta a bit better. I've seen a lot more perspective on how people approach the game, and then also we had the scrims by Panda, so that really helped me settle down and actually put in the time in a reasonable setting.
Nice.
Loescher, I have to ask, there's a lot of questions I could ask you, some with more legitimacy than others, but I'm so curious. I looked at all of your games yesterday, 6 different compositions, great, whatever. Your first game, you had a set reroll with a Bloodthirster. Did that just kind of happen, or is there some tech that I'm missing?
Well, I played Too Big to Fail, and usually you're looking for either Lux or maybe Deslas, and then maybe cap out with Sona and Ziggs. But I rolled down on 4-2. I hit the headliner set. I had 8 sets then in 4-2. I missed the set until 6-5 or something, the last set. But it came together at the end, and then I just picked what I had. I dropped components for Twisted Fate, so that kind of helped me, go through the mid game, and then I just had a strong late game board. So it was a bit like it happened, but obviously if you play this augment, I think this is a reasonable approach to take.
Awesome.
Glad
Love
have
to
a check
hear
in my
it.
back pocket.
Yeah. You're responsible for anybody that's now re-rolling set, just so you know. It's
Don't
gonna
do
happen.
it. Don't do it unless it comes naturally. Don't do it.
So do it, but don't do it just by default. Gotcha. We'll figure that out. Loescher, for today and tomorrow, of course, the competition is pretty tight with it being the last Golden Spatula Cup of the set. Everybody kind of wants to get in there and get high finishes for those Golden Spatula Cup points. Do you still, you don't need to tell us what it is, but do you still have some like secret tech in your back pocket, or have we seen everything already with that set?
Well, I just play what I hit, and maybe something new will pop up. I don't know yet, but I don't think I've prepared something that's not so public knowledge. I certainly am comfortable on some limes that are not very prominent. So I'll be happy to play them, but I'll just see what the game offers me.
Awesome.
Well, I suppose to a broader question then, as you mentioned, you've done the watch party, you've done the casting before. Believe I have asked you this question before, but still it's worth expounding on. What the experience is like for you being on either side of the desk here, between casting and playing in the tournaments.
Well, I think analyzing is like my strong point. So in a way, even though I say I'm bad at prep, I should be better at prep in theory. And then also casting is like just a lot of analysis. So I'm very comfortable doing that, and I think it's a lot of fun. I like to talk about the game, banter a bit with the casters. So really enjoy doing that. But watching the finals in Berlin last set really made me realize competing is really what I want to do as well. Like just playing for the stakes and then for the thrills. So I'll just try my best competing now and try some casting every now and then for fun, and then just see where I go from there. No pressure.
All right.
For anything in particular.
Well, we always love watching you play, Loescher. We're going to let you go so you can finish up that prep so we get ready for game number 1. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thanks as well. Have a great cast.
Oh,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Good games.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
That's sweet.
See, I always love the interviews. It's been a while since I got to do it. Golden Spatula Cup 1, I didn't get to do an interview, so it always makes me feel a little happy.
I actually have a secret Loescher fan that just revealed themselves to me, because during the interview, this little lady here came up and she's rooting for Loescher as well. So we'll see if that's going to be a jinx or good luck charm.
I always love her face. She's just over it every time I see her. I love her so much.
She's just having a day every day of the week, so.
And we're having a day too. Segue, baby. We've got the standings ready for you. Let's take a look. We already know Loescher's number 13, but I'm staring at this list. We're seeing some familiar names. Saru, haven't seen much of since that Golden Spatula Cup win. Made it into day number 2.
Yeah, and as mentioned before, in the top 8 is a big variety. Across the entire field, there's a good variety as well. Particularly for countries like Turkey and Poland, where we weren't sure about how they were going to be doing across the day. All managing to turn up in force. There's a big clump of the German players, just below 11 to 15th or so. As Meg said, hoping to rise up and finish even better in day 2.
I like how you restrained and not talked about the UK at the top. I saw Stuart in her green room, just like doing this, dancing a little bit, celebrating those standings.
I feel like I've said enough at this point.
Good job, Peter. Oh,
Little flicker there. Uh-oh.
That was Stuart. He's using his witchcraft again.
We didn't talk enough about the UK. Eventually, we're all going to be faded out and replaced with a Union Jack. But we do have some players to talk to. Peter, we're already in the thick of it. Why don't you lead us off? Talk about who we all know you want to talk about.
All right. Soon to be top of the heap. It's Blast at Moon over on the left-hand side from the UK. Number 1 finisher from day 1. And honestly, it kind of broke my heart a little bit to talk to him, because the first thing he said to me was he didn't think he played that well, and there's lots of room to improve. He's just hoping not to get day 2'd again, which has been his most frequent finish from these kind of tournaments. But he believes he's learned a lot from day 1, so hopefully he'll get through to day 3, break his curse, and build up some of that confidence.
Yeah, I mean, first place ain't too bad, so I feel like he's got it going on. Speaking of good placements, Balotelli's back. One of my favorite players. My first interview as a part of Rising Legends. Always have a heart for this man. And he's really known for playing those reroll compositions. He was the Shredder Mafia back in set 3, and then moving on to Gizmos and Gadgets was the Italian Scrap Mafia. But what impressed me so much about watching his games yesterday was, yes, he's angling towards Heartsteel, but he sees the other openings and he'll go for them now. I remember so many times in Gizmos and Gadgets, he would just hard force Trundle. He'd be like, you know what? I don't care what I opened. Trundle's going to come up eventually. Surely if I keep rolling, I'll get the 3-star. And technically correct, but now that he's able to play those other lines, he's really starting to shine, and it's super exciting to watch for me.
I agree. I love seeing the Blender Mafia pop off, but what I also love is Zologazang just being true, old, and tested on the consistency. This guy is in every tournament. He's always in that upper echelon. He's always just trucking through these tournaments, and I'm really excited to see a little bit of creativity come out. We did see a Jin Jazz board, which surely is not something that we see a whole lot of a Jin headliner, and I'm curious on what he's going to bring to the table today, as tables are for sure his specialty.
I really desperately want to see more Jin. He is my favorite unit, and I can't play him to save my life. So maybe our players can, and maybe I get to have the, vicarious dopamine hit of seeing them do well with it. I can only hope.
I hope so as well. He's a ton of fun. I think maybe just the way the meta's set up, I think we might be able to get away with it as well.
Well, let's take a look at that meta, actually. Now that we've been talking about it, we've kind of been dancing around it a little bit, but we've had quite the variety of compositions coming in just from day one. Like I mentioned, Loescher has played 6 compositions in 6 games, and you can see a couple of the options in the meta right there on your screen.
Yeah, those are day 1 stats. Shout out to Zizi, who has been compiling them for us. They're also on our Twitter account if you want to check it out. But I am just vamping until we get to the second page, because that's when the comp comes up that I really want to talk about. I made about 500 LP on that comp last patch, and I wrote Kale off. I thought with a 5% attack speed nerf on the headliner Kale, surely she's not as good anymore. But look at those stats that she has up there. That's crazy. 30 times played, an average of 3.48. This girl is who you should be clicking on unless we're in the same lobby, okay? That's all I'm going to say about that. Now, if you want some alternatives other than Kale, I can also sell you on the Katarina, has been doing really well all throughout this tournament. Of course, similar positions where you have to have the spot for it, but speaking of spots for it, if you find yourself with a country spat, then you can go really far with the country line, as it's mostly uncontested and doing really well as well.
Yes, of course, always the option to yeehaw. Always love to see it. And Punk's an interesting composition to talk about as well. We saw it a little bit yesterday as like a transitional opener. We saw Tropical Natural of I3, so it's in a kind of weird spot for that, and then go into Legendary Soup in the late game. So you can see some other item holders here for early compositions, and there's a lot of outs because of the shared items. We've seen some players angling for that Ahri, but happen upon the Senna and just stick with the Senna instead. Angling for the Lulu, not quite hitting, transitioning those items also to Ahri. It's a theme for AP compositions. So there's a lot of options and a lot of outs for our early game carries.
And I think it's having those shared items across so many of those different carries that makes it work very well. Though we mentioned a little bit before, but it's worth bringing back to the forefront again. Several of our players bringing out the Lulu comp to great success on stream. We saw Enzo doing it in EMEA as well. Particularly if you can put together the 2 Lulus, get them hyper-popping off each other and really take care of the board. But even just at 3-star by herself, we've seen she can be extremely powerful.
The hologram image that the graphic team put in there, that's so good, the double Lulu. But if you're looking for a little bit of cuteness, why can't I sell you on the Executioners? Because these guys, while Twin Terror has been nerfed, and you shouldn't be playing these with Twin Terror, for Guardian, for Executioner is still doing pretty well, I would say, from everything we've seen. A reroll line that's not as contested as well. You do need the Amumu 3 though, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, that front line is super important. And Pentakill, we've seen a little bit more of, which is always exciting. I love our rock and roll. I was going to ask at the beginning of the show, like, what everyone's favorite comp would be based on the music it is, but I know the answer for Megs. It's got to be the Pentakill. I know your tastes. It's all about the metal.
It's true. Honestly, the best combination is Pentakill with a Jin. It's a bop. But yeah, that's just me. I love some genre mixing.
I've got to now find a way to get Pentakill and Jin in the same game to see what you're talking about.
The game doesn't directly motivate you to grief your board just for a better soundtrack.
Yeah. Steve Aoki has ruined Ranked Ladder for everyone. Too many bangers that don't make any sense as compositions.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think some players show more restraint than us.
Maybe we can't blame him for it. I am, however, infinitely entertained. All of us got the TFT merch at the beginning, and the back of the sweatshirt is just Steve Aoki as a little legend, and I cracked up when I saw that. It's so cute. But we also have a competition, a contest going on that is very music themed. What a shocker. We have, of course, 3 playlists that we're going to have, and you've got to tell us which one is your favorite and why.
It's definitely not the good morning one. I cannot relate to that.
Yeah? Too tired for the morning makes? I know you and I were talking about how much coffee we've been downing this morning.
I don't do mornings, you know? It's not in my nature.
Well, I mean, are we still in morning makes? If we're being honest.
Just to touch back on the competition for a second before we move entirely off it. Yesterday, it was a small piece of poetry that ended up winning the competition. So you can approach it in a bunch of different ways. Just let us know which you think is best and sell us the most effectively on why that is.
And I can sell the audience, I think, on another interview. Are you guys up for it? We feel a little bit of interview? Because
I'm excited for it.
I'm feeling a little bit of excitement for the Italian scene. I'm feeling like I need to talk to an Italian representative, and we happen to have one on the line right now. Urgod, welcome to the show. It's good to see you again. We haven't talked since a Balotelli community tournament last year, so it's good to hear from you.
Hi guys. I'm here to cheer for Italy. It's a long time I don't play competitive in TFT. I moved to a caster part, so I'm here to cheer for the Italian guys. Yesterday we were 5. Today we are 3. I still cheer for Balotelli, Raikkonen, Shining for make them to day 3. So I'm here. I'm waiting for this day 2. I can't wait. I want to see my idol playing this day.
You and me both, brother.
Yeah, all of us, I think. I was so excited when I saw specifically Shining Star make it to day 2. This guy is just so nice, and every time I see him do well in a tournament, I'm like, yes, Shining Star!
I want to share a fun fact from the Spatula 1. Because Shining didn't play at the start of the set, and when he qualified from our Italian tournament, they asked us, "Is this his real account? Because he's not playing." So we say, "Yes, it's him. It was a fun fact.
Honestly, I can believe it. For anyone who's unaware, Shining Star definitely beloved, not just in the Italian scene, but across the entirety of the TFT scene. I wanted to touch back on something that was mentioned earlier by Matt, the Blender Mafia, the shared approach to the game by the Italian players. Is there still, in the vein of the deal list, the German rerolls, is there still an Italian style of TFT?
I don't think so, because right now we are like meta slave. Yesterday, I saw Balotelli and Raikko's game. They went 5 game. I don't know if Balotelli did 6 or game. Ezreal game. They only played Ezreal. There is no other thing to play right now. It's just pushing level. This is the Italian way, because we don't like rerolls anymore. We can find something like Blender to play and to abuse. Because Balotelli was famous for that, was famous for Nocturne, was famous for Trundle. But right now we are just playing the meta. We are not we didn't find a set something to abuse right now.
Well,
You know, it's not the Italy I know, but it is the Italy I love. You know, I support the players regardless of if they're abandoning my favorite style of composition.
Yeah,
It's fine. It's fine.
The fun fact about those comps that you can abuse, because for the main time we are not competitive player, we are just streamer in Italy. And people watching those comps, they are pretty simple to use and to abuse in their lobbies. For example, maybe in Platinum, maybe in Diamond. They love those comps because they are easy, they can climb easily. So for that reason, in Italy, we usually abuse those comps.
I'm going to give you the floor in 30 seconds. Give us an elevator pitch why Italy is the best region in this competition right now. Go.
Because we don't have a lot of good players, but those players never give up. Those players are always here, always the same name. We never give up, and we believe that one time an Italian player will reach the worlds.
Holy moly, that's a statement. Love to hear it. Very excited to see it. I'm curious if it's going to happen, but
I hope
at least you told me. I'm now a believer.
I will believe. I'm believing. I don't know which set. I hope this one, but who knows?
Now, this is a bit of a long shot. I don't think this is necessarily true, but do I spot a UK flag in the background next to your? I think it's a Fury Horn.
Fury Horn, yeah.
Yeah,
What's
this one.
There.
This one.
Yeah.
Right. Send me some stuff. I put there here. No, I don't usually use Fury Horn. I use Teemo, but I got this one. There's no little legend with Teemo, so I use what I can get.
You know what? That's all we can ask for, right? So, Urgod, thank you so much for the interview. I'm excited to start watching our Italian players. I'll be rooting for them along with you. And I'll be DMing you the moment all three of them make it to day 3. Just wait for it.
I hope so. Thank you so much, and good luck for the day 2 of Spatula Cup.
You too.
Thank you.
It is.
Love to have our fellow commentators on the board with us. So we do have more co-streamers than just one. I'm looking at this list and I literally can no longer count how many. I'm going to eyeball it and say like 15. Look at this asset. This looks like a Super Smash Brothers character select screen.
And they're all equally cool as well, I will say. It definitely feels like it.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many options there. It's worth noting, though, it's Stuart, though, still on the list, will be returning to co-streaming tomorrow because, of course, he'll be joining us today for the casting. So very excited to see him here as well.
Yeah, and before we head into the in-game casters, you may remember that last set at the championship, we had a couple of players in the studio in Berlin. Well, we are doing the exact same thing this time around at Level Berlin. We're going to have people in the audience as well. Tickets are free. You just got to get in there on time. You got to get in there, get those tickets as best you can. So keep an eye on that as well, because we'd love to have that full audience watching our players as they head into the championship.
And there's even like small side events where you can win stuff. Last time Wida took home a Pengu plushie. So even if you're not interested in just only watching games, which you should, you can also still win something. Entry is free. Level Berlin is super fun. It's huge. It's a gaming hub. I've been there before. I've worked there. It's just fantastic. So I would recommend to check it out.
We're not just going to be leveling up for the event. We're going to be leveling up the gameplay on day number 2. We've got our casters waiting for us. Stuart and Impetuous Panda, take it away, you two.
Thank you so much, Niberia. We are so ready for day number 2. The hopes and aspirations of so many of our players are on the line for this Set 10 Remix Rumble. Stuart, I know you were co-streaming yesterday. You were on the main desk, but I know you were watching, analyzing, invested in all the games. Any key takeaways, any fun moments, anything that really jumps to you from that day 1?
There was a few funny moments yesterday. We had players dying to Krugs early on, which I didn't expect to see in the main competition, but maybe we'll leave that a little bit later on to see if we cast that exact player later on. We saw a lot of variety of compositions. I think exactly the same as what you were seeing on the main broadcast as well. One composition that stood out to me was that Executioner line, the 4 Guardian, 4 Executioner as a new variant to this Executioner composition. Really excited overall for today. I've even got my little flag as well, my IRL Peepo UK flag to cheer us on. No UK players in Lust Lobby, but hopefully I'll get to cast one today.
We do have an interesting lobby. It's a nice mix, I would say, of, veteran players. We have 2 GSC winners here with Mamen, of course, had a crazy day 1, and Zbroyson, and GSC winners from way back in the day. So there has been some time since they've had that championship success. And players like Luteus, even more back in the day, the Set 5 EMEA champion and Reckoning. And then we have a mix of newcomers, players like Verdi, who we haven't seen much of in GSCs, players like Flouters, who's been a beast on ladder and a very kind of concurrent challenger level player on ladder, but not so much in tournaments. But I want to highlight again someone that made day 3 in GSC number 1 and is on, I would say, a very good hot streak in this set 10.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, you got pretty much a bit of a throwback lobby, really, to be fair. A lot of old faces. Really excited to see Balotelli. I watched him a few times yesterday as well. I think Balotelli is definitely on the rise again. Italy in general, as a TRC and as a country, did incredibly well yesterday with Balotelli and Raiko, and also Shining Star making it through. But yeah, a lot of great faces overall, a lot of returning faces as well, which is always great to see. But as you mentioned, a lot of new players, which is also great at the same time.
And it's about time that Italy has this resurgence. I know Niberia's back, and he's maybe the cause for this entire resurgence, because Italy was very dominant. Set 6, Set 7. Players like Solar Tiger had made, I think, 6 EMEA finals in his careers, with just very consistent players. Balotelli as well, especially the top end. And Shining Star had, I think, his first few big breaks back in Set 6 and 7. But Set 8 and 9, they kind of fell a little bit in terms of consistency. We didn't see those same big names coming up in every GSC. It looks like Set 10, we're back with Italy being one of these powerhouse nations that are trying to rise up once again when it comes to nationalities. But we're ready for this game number 1, completed Anvil to start things off. So maybe a little bit more inclination towards playing those 1-cost rerolls, because you have those extra items to get more power out of things like a Yasuo or an Annie early on.
Yeah, extra component anvils mean you can try and slam them items. They were talking a little bit about it in the pre-show, that these sort of flexible items that players are playing to try and go towards these later game compositions. With obviously the change as well with players not getting everyone getting the same amount of components now. Players are looking to try and, win streak early on, try and save as much HP as possible. Bit of a 2 different starts here. Could try and go for the Heartsteel. Also has an Annie too, which, as you mentioned, 1-cost rerolls with these extra component anvils. Wouldn't be surprised if Gluttonous maybe picks this up if he gets the right item drops.
Heartsteel is Heartsteel, though, Stuart. And Glutace is a player who played 3 games of Heartsteel yesterday. It was the most played comp in the stats, and for good reason. Just incredibly strong as a 4-cost flex comp. You can play around so many different AD carries, with Ezreal and Zed being the main stars of the show, but you can then pivot into the legendaries on level 9 when you get to stage 6, for example. So I think it's a comp we'll be seeing a lot of today. Glutace is comfortable on it. He had success with it yesterday if he qualified today too. So if he gets an early affiliate, I think he'll be very, very happy to have this early Heartsteel start.
And the big thing as well is obviously with the Caitlyn buff as well. If you don't find the Ezreals, which Ezreal's probably one of the most contested units right now. I did see a few games yesterday where Caitlyn actually did become a real carry after time, with it doing, her doing quite a bit of damage. But it really depends on what sort of items you get early on, and also what sort of units you get later on when you do go for that big massive roll down at level 8. But it really depends on how much gold you can really add up and how much HP you can save early on.
And Glutace, if he's playing for this Heartsteel start, wants to potentially look at ways to stay weak on the board, but have things that maybe scale into the lake and they give him power when he really needs it over in stage 4. And Portable Forge could be one of those with some of the anvils, but instead going to go for Salvage Bin. I like this a lot. Can play around different emblems in the late game and can maybe get Heartsteel emblems, for example, instead. Overall, I like this. You can slam items early and then still have ways to kind of divide those components and make different items in stage 4.
Could potentially try and pick up this Lilia as well, try and play 4 Sentinel to try and, win a few games, try and save as much HP as possible. But yeah, no surprise they're picking up the Salvage Bin. You can slam items early on. You don't really have to worry too much about items that you're building early on, because you can just sell them later on. Some competitive players don't really like to take Salvage Bin because it makes you a little bit dizzy later on, Panda. When you get into
believe
late
me.
stages, when you're selling all these units and all these components are just dropping out, you're like, do I have this item? Do I have this component? What am I building with this? But overall, still very, very solid in the early game, and it can help you win a few early rounds.
With the strength of Scrappy Inventions, I think a similar augments. I have sometimes a very bad time on my, full board pivot Heartsteel roll down on 4-2, where you have to, see what components you leave open, what items you slam. It is sometimes a nightmare for my small brain to handle. Hopefully our players are much better equipped, much more trained in how to really navigate these different augments and make the best use out of them coming into the late game especially. But looking at this Olaf, one of the strongest item holders in stage 2. Flouters has 1 win already, maybe hoping to get a bit of a win streak here with a scaling item like that Rage Blade already built on Kayle.
Interesting choice as well with the Gambler's Blade from the Augment. Was very, very popular a few patches ago, especially with Disco Twisted Fate being really, really popular, but now not as popular. But with 1 Kayle on the board, with Rage Blade already being built up, and also a Kayle on the bench, I'm sure makes us, looking at his board right now, being extremely happy. It's like, oh, potentially a Kayle reroll, because Gambler's Blade is an item that can really help ramp up the attack speed for Kayle, so she can cast more often during fights.
And again, we see on the opposite side there, Jinx with some unique items, has Shojin and Morello builds. We talked about Shojin and Morello and Nashor's Tooth being very flexible AP items with all the different possible rerolls you can go for when it comes to 2 costs alongside the Super Fan package. Even something like an Ahri, for example, is something that Ayem played 3 times yesterday. So he had success playing Ahri as a main carry that Shojin can perfectly go onto her in stage 4 as well.
Food players on a win streak at the moment. Balotelli, Flouders, and Mame all at the top, sitting on that 100 streak. And Colonus at the bottom on 86 HP, but really interested to see how players play the early game. I think there was one big thing that I was looking out for yesterday, because the early game seems to be, so different now, especially with like the streaks not being giving you as much gold. Obviously, you're going to get a lot less gold now because everyone gets like 3 item component starts. So it's really interesting to have a look at these early boards to see what players are going towards these win streaks or lose streaks, to try and get as much gold as possible, so you can go to level 8 and still have enough gold to try and buy it later on.
Especially with, I think, knowing the best item holders, the best headliners. With the headliner mechanic, this set, I think is one of the most important things in the early game. There is a huge variance in what certain units get done in stage 2 in terms of tanking, in terms of damage output. Things like Olaf, or units like Olaf, for example, do both really, really well, which is why he's one of the premier headliners to see. If you see him, Pentakill or Bruiser, you almost always try and click him and go for, a win streak in stage 2, or at the very least, losing by as few units as possible, preserving as much HP as possible.
Carousel for a few of these players, going to be picking up some other components to pick up. Nothing too crazy shouting out. You're really looking for potentially for the the Yones and the sets, trying to get in hard still if you can really fit that in. Seraphine reroll, one of the more popular 2-cost rerolls yesterday. It seems to be a composition that players kind of fall back to if they can't get as much gold early game and can't go to level 8 and try and play towards the likes of Karthus and Ahri. Performed decently well. Wasn't one of the best 2-cost rerolls, but still a composition that players are definitely looking out for throughout the day.
And it just really works well in tournaments because you have that failsafe of, hey, if I hit 6 natural Seraphine copies by the end of stage 3, sure, I'll commit to this. If I don't, I have the option to just pump levels instead, go for Ahri as a carry. You can pair Ahri with so many different comps as well, with the Sentinels version, with a Kali, for example, to use your melee items, with just the Ahri Warrior version, with something like a Zed, for example. So it's just where you want flexibility, you want kind of agency as a player. This game plan is really, I think, suited to most of our competitors in this day too.
On the other side, we got the Brawlers as well, the Bruisers, as well, with the too big to fall. So an augment that got nerfed a few patches ago, but still a composition that people are looking to go for. Early Heartsteel, 5 Heartsteel at 2.
Oh, Scarambus, don't do it to him like that. The rod has been spent to build a Crown Guard, and we can already see the makings of that red buff, the makings of that blue buff waiting on the item component bench. So anyone scouting, one of the most important things at this level of play when it comes to the competitive TFT is you scout, you see what items players are slamming, what augments they're picking, and you can already kind of with some amount of certainty guarantee they're playing a specific comp in stage 4. And this is very important. It's one of the key skills to have as a competitive player because you're able to play uncontested lines and not just grief your game for no reason. So right away, any player looking at this board knows exactly what the game plan is for Scarambus.
An interesting thing yesterday as well that I saw, I wasn't really too sure about the mainstream, but a lot of players were actually raising the stakes with Heartsteel as well, which we don't really get to see too much in competitive. I think in this situation, the Heartsteel is just, the units are just way too strong, and you might look at trying to maybe win 1 or 2 rounds. So I think it's too risky to raise the stakes, but a lot of players were doing yesterday. One of the games on stream that I remember was the double raise the stakes yesterday. So nothing too crazy like that just yet, but it's still an option to go later on once we reach stages 4 and stages 5 with Heartsteel already on the board to get the extra hearts and get them big cash outs to try and win you the lobby.
It's going to be difficult because you already have the Aphelios 2, and you have, the item slam. So your board, despite having Heartsteel and 5 Heartsteel especially in, is still relatively strong. You can't guarantee it will be losing as much as we saw with Potible's board yesterday, where he was purposely making it very weak, not slamming items, and had that guarantee alongside Metabolic that he could lose 8 rounds in a row with a double raise of stakes and still cash out and survive and end up winning the lobby in the end.
That was absolutely crazy. I mean, hopefully we get some crazy shenanigans like that today, but we'll have to wait and see. There is a Vex on the board here for my men, and maybe looking towards potentially going for some Executioners, but just, using the items for now just to try and build items. Obviously has the salvage bin, so isn't really too worried about that. Just trying to get as big of a win streak as possible to try and maintain that, trying to get the 6, 7, even up to 10 win streak, trying to save as much HP as possible.
And Zbroyson with the Olaf here, we're seeing so many of the same headliners being chosen on most of these boards because they are just the most reliable in stage 2. Olaf, Vi, of course, Cassante behind the Heartsteel version especially is just a premier headliner to pick up in stage 2 at some point. We're seeing here my man with the Vi as well, trying to defend the win streak. Zbroyson only 1 win here, but hoping to go for this Olaf reroll game plan we're seeing on the bench.
Yeah, usually you see if you want to try and go for these 1-cost rerolls, trying to roll a little bit of gold at level 4 because it's some of the best chances that you're going to get with the odds. You get 55% chance of getting a 1-cost in them shops, but instead just trying to maybe save up a bit of HP, maybe seeing if he naturals it, if he can natural this, if he gets like 1 or 2 more Olafs, maybe you might look to dig and roll a few times. But still, as we've mentioned already, there are so many flexible items, even there as well with the Steraks, and also the Titans can be moved later on to champions units like Pentakill Viego, for example, who works extremely well. But now we're going to Prismatics, which is going to accelerate this lobby Panda extremely quickly.
And we'll see how these Heartsteel players especially feel the effects of Prismatic coming in as a second augment at this stage 3 augment pickup round. We're going to see maybe the potential where there are going to be multiple Heartsteel players in this lobby. Looking at the stats from yesterday, out of these 8 players, 4 of them played more than half of their games into this Heartsteel line. So Balotelli is one of the key figures, I think. We, of course, saw Skaramis, who had the early 5 Heartsteel, who's pretty much guaranteed to be committed onto this line with, I think, very few chances to pivot out of it when his 4-2 roll down comes through.
Very interesting. Verdi in the end didn't actually decide to go for the that doesn't have the KO, sold the KOs off, but still has a Rage Blade, which is not really considered a late game item that you could really try and work towards. But we can see the augments on the right hand side, 3 players going for stationary support, so really trying to get that spike as soon as possible. Look at Skarambez right there, final reserves Panda for our Heartsteel player.
Oh, I am very interested to see. It's a huge APM check. You really have to good understanding of how the augment works and what your board requires in terms of stability, because if you make one little misstep where you think you're stable and there's actually some Exodia player that you have in your pool of matchmaking pool in stage 4, you're out. And it's a very risky augment to pick up, especially on game 1 of this day 2, where you maybe want a more consistent game plan overall.
It's going to be extremely difficult. He did make it to day number 2 in GSC 1, so he does have a few GSC points under his belt, but he still needs a few more to try and make it to the regionals after this GSC. Maybe a play here looking to try and raise the stakes.
He's scouting.
Yeah,
and that's going to be the case
again. It's so interesting because I feel like we didn't really see that many players go for raise the stakes in previous patches, but this patch seems to be a lot of players. As I mentioned yesterday when I was doing my co-streaming, there was a lot of players going for raise the stakes, going for them crazy cash ups, because they know that if they can get to that point and make their board a little bit weaker, they can try and potentially play for that win in lobby number 1 here.
And the key point is a 500 heart cash out. That is one of the ones that really, it's so much stronger than the lesser versions. And that's really the impactful one, that if you get to that cash out point, if you stabilize with a relatively strong board, you have a very good chance of just winning out entirely with the extra few cash outs you get throughout stage 5 and 6. So we'll see if that's the case. It's very important, of course, to scout, to make absolutely sure that no one else is raising the stakes, that no one else can really just decide to grief you by making a very weak board to make sure you're not one of those boogeymen or Grim Reapers later in stage 4 and 5.
Extremely interesting to see everyone's board at the bottom as well. Nothing really else kind of catching my eye really in terms of other augments being picked up. Blinding speed for Brojon, trying to go for, you know, some few attack speed items. Tiniest Titan for Goteus at the bottom, trying to get that little bit of HP back, because falling a little bit behind the tempo of the lobby, sorry. But yeah, stationary support seems to be the main deal for most of these players. You can see plenty of virtues. All three players actually got virtues: a Zephyr, a Zeeks, and also the Chalice. So plenty of options to try and rack up the boards as the game goes on.
We'll see now. Skarambis still on that 5 heart steal, still relatively healthy. 50 HP for Skarambis, 49 for Guterres at the bottom end. At the top end, Flouters and Mamen really gapping everyone else, 90 plus HP. Verdi as well with 85. So pretty big disparity. It's normal to see it, of course, when there are a few heart steal players and a few players who are just trying to play strongest board. But Sproyson has hit the Olaf 3, has a relatively good amount of gold, has the whole Pentakill package already on the bench if he wants to go more vertical into Pentakill with the Viego and the Kill and the Karthus there as well. But I do think he wants to fit in 6 Bruiser as soon as he can. Finding Alawi is what really starts spiking this comp, especially with the too big to fail augment.
Yeah, really, wow. It was really crazy to see how quickly this Olaf actually came online, because we saw it a while ago and there was only about 4 or 5 Olafs, with some on the bench, but actually hit it relatively quickly. And this Olaf could definitely pack a punch in these early stages. And stage 3 kind of falls off a little bit when you get into stage 4, and especially stage 5 when some of these 4-cost units get on the board. But for now, no one can really deal with this healing in the early game for the Olaf. It's just really crazy how much you have with the double Titans as well. And it does mean that he's going to start winning a few rounds already on the 3-win streak. So going to be getting an extra little bit of gold with that extra economy coming in from the streak.
And we saw as the fight started, the Senna locking onto the Olaf and just constantly dealing damage, but not really doing much of anything. Key tip for those at home who haven't played much Olaf reroll: it's very important to put him on the edge of your boards, trying not to put him into straight up a very bursty backline unit on your opponent's side. But as long as it's something that can actually just chip a little bit at Olaf, he deals so much more DPS as his health starts going down throughout a fight.
Flouders here still has the Olaf as well, still has the Chaos on the bench and staying at level 6, but plenty of options on the bench. So keeping his options open right now to make sure that, if he hits the KO headliner, then he can maybe go towards that. If he hits something else instead and tries to level, keeping your options open definitely seems to be the key here in Golden Spatula Cup number 2, because there's so many compositions that you can play to try and top 4. And the big thing is trying to get into that top 32 today to make it into day number 3. So you don't actually have to win out the entire lobby today, but just getting a consistent score throughout the day is key. So keeping the options open is very, very nice here.
We briefly saw my men's board, had 2 Urgods on the bench. He played 2 games of Heartsteel yesterday, so very comfortable Country yesterday, so very comfortable on that reroll line. I expect him to maybe play Country once again in this game. He already had that semi-executioner package with the Vex already and had great items for Urgod. So I think we'll be seeing potentially a 4-1 roll down, trying to fit that Country board online and maybe go for yet another win. He had, I think, 4 wins yesterday, 3 wins. He just had an absolutely insane day 1.
It's crazy to see, absolutely crazy. I mean, so many strong performances yesterday. Goteso still trying to go for raise the stakes, doesn't want to upgrade the board, doesn't want to slam any items. You just got so many items on your bench, so many units on your board. You just don't want to upgrade, you don't want to buy anything for now. I believe he has 2 more turns.
Oh, this is a crazy spot. Almost pre-level to 8, already has a hard Ezreal and a Zed, so you already have that guarantee you have someone that's carrying your items right now. You don't have that super dizzy turn when you're rolling down and trying to scramble for at least 1 copy of Ezreal and of Zed. Really has to make sure he's losing. It's on a 10 loss streak already. Tiniest Titan is really helping with preserving a little bit more HP, but if he catches out, when he catches out, absolutely going to become a menace in this lobby.
Yeah, already has the items as well. That's a great thing as well. So many swords on the bench, so many gloves as well, so you can try and put these items onto the Zed later on. Ezreal is going to be killing a few units here as well. So not only that, he's going to be healing from Tiniest Titan. He's not going to win this round, but he is going to kill a few units, which means he's not going to lose as much HP, but he's going to go down into the 20s, nearly the 10s now, and that's got to be scary. Not too sure when the cash out is going to be, potentially next turn.
Might be this turn. Ideally, you would love it next turn to get the 500 hearts, because that is one of the, I think, the biggest increases. But no, it will be this turn. The cash out comes through. The gold comes through. 90 gold to work with at level 8. Surely he's going to be able to build a board that can stabilize him despite being on 22 HP. And as you mentioned, the items are great. The headliner is great. The Ezreal is found here as well. Needs a bit more frontline. A Poppy 2, a Zac, for example, would be huge to get that EDM for the Zed, but you have to start slamming items, start making sense of this board before you just lose a fight for no reason.
And this is the problem with Salvage Bin as well. We're seeing the problem here. There's just so much time is being used up here with Salvage Bin. You would have probably thought that he has to roll a little bit more gold. He is relatively strong. Did get the Radiant Giant Slayer as well.
Really want to find a Zac here to put in for the Aphelios.
Yeah, he's trying to roll down. He's trying to get a lot, but the front line is just not there at the moment. So much time was spent trying to build these items from Salvage Bin, which meant that he didn't have enough time to really roll that much gold.
There's a BT for Zed, a nice Reforge there. Perfect last healing item onto the Zed. The Ezreal cleaning up. The Seraphine 3 has been found from a Yem. We talked about him playing Ahri in 3 different games yesterday. In this case, committing to the reroll line instead. And we'll see if we'll find success or not. Obviously, anyone facing Luteus is going to be in big, big trouble. The cash out was just too big to handle. I think the resources are definitely in his favor right now. Maybe the strongest player in this lobby.
I mean, we'll have to see about that. Skrembez, we have to remember that he does have final reserves here, and maybe he's going to look around now. I wonder if he raised the stakes here. It could be possible because
32 HP, there's no way.
I mean, he's realized now that Gluteus is lost and has actually cashed out now, and he's not going to want to lose any more rounds. Is he going to want to? Nope, he is just going to cash out some more components.
Gets the blue buff.
Take the risk.
Finds the Zed, but this is the problem. He doesn't have already the units that he needs. He doesn't have the Ezreal already. He's still stuck on Aphelios as his main carry. So we'll see. This game's going to be a little bit tricky for Skarambez when that final reserves does end up proccing.
Does have the items as well. The items are there. He's got so many components from so many different cash outs here from Heartsteel, and that's why this trait is just so powerful right now, because you get so much extra gold which you don't normally get, so much extra components and items to make multiple carries later on. And also the carries are very strong, but as you mentioned, Panda, with no real Zed carry yet, only one Zed and no Ezreal's as well, Skarambez is going to go down to 23 HP. Obviously, he's going to have an extra life with final reserves, but we need to try and get this board online very, very quickly, or final reserves might not even be enough.
Look at the carousel. There is a spatula on a Thresh. There's an early Jhin here as well, which could be useful for those players who are trying to play Heartsteel AD Flex, but don't actually find an Ezreal, for example. This is a nice plan B. In some cases, maybe a plan A when you do get the upgrade onto the Jhin 2. He's an absolute menace if you have enough frontline. But looking at the rest of the lobby, look at some of the comments that players are committing to in the end. Balotelli did commit to the country reroll line. Mamen, maybe seeing this, decided to, again, play for a more flexible Caitlyn board we just saw on the opposite side there with a Vex as the AP item holder for now. We'll see what that board ends up looking like at the end of this stage 4. But I think a healthy mix between Heartsteel players and reroll lines. We saw a Yemb on the Seraphine 3, for example. We have the Kale item holder right now for Flouters with the Rageblade and the Gamblers that we saw earlier. And here's Balotelli. Had a very good start for country. Has the Samira headliner now as well. But Luteus, I think, is still going to be the absolute menace. He's rolled down all his gold, though. Remember, he was a 90 gold at level 8 at 4-2, is now at 0.
Not going to be finding too much. This is kind of the board that I was mentioning before about, I mean, it's a very different variation. You got the Guardian now, and you do have that Amumu 3-star now, which is a really, really big frontline tank. But this Caitlyn's just sitting in amongst all of them with the rapid fire and also with the Lucian. But this Caitlyn unit, I'm telling you, it can deal a lot of damage now. I saw a lot of Caitlyn's being Ezreal boards yesterday, so I'm thinking to myself, maybe players are kind of sleeping on Caitlyn a little bit. It's going to win this round as well against the Seraphine reroll, or is it the Kali?
Really close. The last cast has not come through. A Kali cleans up, and well, this is one of the things I love the most about high-level TFT. Just these very flexible boards that are built out of nowhere. You just hit an Amumu 3, sure, that's my front line. You hit a Caitlyn 2, sure, that's my back line. I think clearly the itemization and the units that were being held by Mamen indicated he was trying to play for country reroll. He played it a lot yesterday, had success with it. But once he saw Balotelli was committing to that same line, he said, okay, time to find a different avenue, time to find a different way to play out this stage 4 and still stay relatively healthy and trying to get the top 4.
And I think that's what makes, Remix Rumble in general very exciting, and this Golden Spatula Cup very exciting, because you don't really know what's going to happen in every single game. There's so much flexibility with compositions. There's so many different comps being played, in this game especially as well. And that's what makes for a great watching and great casting as well. And it's really, really exciting to see all of these players, obviously some of the best performing players from yesterday as well, with the men and also Balotelli. But this too big to fail right now, and this Olaf is not taking any damage at all.
And there are specific augments that open up comps and paths that you cannot take in a normal game. You can't just force something like this Olaf reroll and find as much success as you would if you had this too big to fail as your first augment. And Zbroysen knows this. He's checked the stats. He played, so in the scrim invitational that I held throughout this week, Zbroysen, I think, played close to 40 scrim matches. So one of the most prepared players of this tournament in terms of just time, sheer time commitment, which I'm not sure it's a good or a bad thing to just spend so many games and not take more time to analyze. But he definitely knows this line in and out, and I think he's using it, or using the Olaf 3 to perfection, trying to go for fast 9, and then just cap his board around things like the Alawi, for example.
That's, I guess there's one extreme to other with Shining earlier. We heard from Urgod as well with the show Shining not playing any games at the start.
No comment. I don't know how he made being underranked on the ladder. Just completely baffles me.
Oh, it's brilliant. That's so good. It just shows how talented and how crazy good all of these players are at Golden Spatula Cup. You know, you just have everything there that you know the basics of the game, you know how the game works. It's just, you know, with every single set comes new units, new traits, and also new mechanics as well. So, you know, it's great to see overall. But Verdi right now is definitely struggling down on 18 HP. We've got 3 players on just below 20 HP, Gluteus, Verdi, and also Skarambes. We know Skarambes has final reserves. We know Gluteus does have the tiniest item, but Verdi is struggling to get a board online and might be struggling here to try and finish in the top 4 place.
And Flouder's going for the hidden tech, trying to find this Mordekaiser 3 carry, the BT onto the Mordekaiser that KO as a secondary carry. For now, he hasn't hit either, so it's surprising he is still as healthy as he is on a 5-win streak as well. It's broken now, but I think understandable. You're playing still a 2-cost damage dealer and a 3-cost tank as your kind of main stars of your board, and we're in stage 5 already.
So much gold. I mean, he might even get to level 10 this game. He's going to go to level 9 already. He still has final reserves. He's going to find them.
This is an early Zig. This is a Tiaan in the shop as well. I mean, it's going to be a scary legendary board once he does end up finally proccing this.
Doesn't really have the items though for the Ziggs, really. I mean, you have red buff, blue buff potentially. Does have an extra item there that you can go. Does have the death cap.
Yeah,
now,
red buff, GS, and blue buff as well. Yeah, perfectly fine. I think this is like a good thing about these items, that they're so flexible. You can play them around AD and AP carry, so it really makes this roll down that much easier. We're seeing Ziggs on 3 items. The blue buff on the Jhin as well. When you find this 2-star, it's gonna be an absolute menace. Overall, a very good spot. We'll see once this final reserves proc, or when it procs rather, because this board is relatively strong for you know, a game time where you kind of want to lose and proc this finally.
And it's all thanks to all the extra gold, all the way back from stage 2 that Skarambes has been able to get throughout this whole game. All this extra gold that he's been able to get allows him to level, allows him to get a level 9. A little bit of luck with the 2% chance there of the Ziggs, but extremely well played so far by Skarambes, and does still have an extra life. He's sitting on 2 HP at the moment. Just remember, he does lose another round. He's going to be proccing final reserves and can maybe push even higher with his board and cap even further.
And we see Balotelli, who played 4 games of Hearthstone yesterday, is aware of ways to still slam those same items in the early game and play different comps altogether. We're seeing the Ezreal items and the Zed item kind of mixed onto the Urgod here, and still finding some success in stage 3 and 4. But all of a sudden, 5 loss streak coming into stage 5 on 1 life. Potentially, a lot of players could be eliminated here who are playing very standard boards that maybe are not going to keep up with these Hearthstone cash outs, with these reroll comps who are all hitting 3 stars.
He's going to be coming up against Gluteus as well. Balotelli, I don't think he's going to be knocked out this round. Probably his board is a little bit strong to just kill.
I don't know. We're in stage 5.
It is difficult.
Urgod's down. It's just Samira. And Balotelli, unfortunately, taken out in 8th place. Italy has to come back stronger in the next 5 games. They want to see the representatives make it to day 3.
Really unfortunate there for Balotelli, ending in 8th place. An incredible day yesterday for Balotelli. I believe, if I remember correctly, he didn't get a single bot 4 yesterday. Balotelli was top 4 in every single game, and then first game in day number 2. I mean, that's how much one day can make a difference, and you have to try and bounce back now.
Hopefully he did not save all those bot 4s for today. Maybe just this one getting out of the system, and then, you know, 5 top 4s in the next 5 games. Could see him still, of course, make it into that day 3. Looking at the rest of the lobby though, Verdi, who's on a, I would say, relatively standard Pentakill board, 9 HP. If he faces any of the very strong players like Skarambes or even Gluteus with the Hearthstone catch-outs, he might be in big trouble. Players like Flouters, if Verdi dies, he's going to have all these Mordekaisers back into the pool. He's just 1 off of that Mordekaiser 3-star and has already hit the kill 3.
I think a point that you were mentioning earlier with Flouders being so stable on just Mordekaiser 2 and Kale 2 pretty much throughout this whole game. We saw his board in the early stages as well. Did have the Olaf to try and win some early rounds. Did have the Gambler's Blade as the first augment. So you're probably expecting him to go towards Kale, but he didn't hit Kale 3 until a few rounds ago, and he's still the highest HP out of this whole lobby, which is kind of crazy to think about. It does have that Casters now as a secondary carry, and as you mentioned, Mordekaiser 3 is being extremely close, but it's about what the 2 costs at the moment with the Seraphine on the back line here on the other side. But I think the KO is just going to maybe get a little bit too much attack speed here. Maybe not. It looks like the Seraphine for now is going to win, but Flouders still has a lot of gold and a lot of HP to play with.
And there it is. Skarambes has finally procced the final reserves. Level 10, 30 gold to roll with. The legend coming in. The front line still looking kind of weak compared to the backline, especially where you have a 3-item Jhin and a 3-item Ziggs. Kiana has been purchased. Zed has been upgraded. 3 different carries are going to be all so strong. Jhin 2 as well. You are still missing frontline. I mean, this is still a Lowy 1. It's a set with items. Your Arg, I think, trying to, again, upgrade this frontline throughout the next 4 rounds. But overall, with the damagers especially, so strong.
Incredible as well to hit every single legendary possible. Coming up against the Heartsteel. It's the battle of the Heartsteels right now. And Skarambes really needs to win this round. Level 10 against level 9. Maybe the Ezreal with Giant Slayer is going to be able to break through this front line quick enough. But it's going to breach the True Shot Barrage. Actually snipes down the Ziggs. And Skarambes is going to get knocked out. Final return.
Can the Jhin do it?
Is it enough? No, the Lucian. The cast is not there. The Misfortune finishes
No.
Skarambes. Final reserves. Heartsteel, it's in stage 2. The real carry with Heartsteel has always been Ezreal, and Koteas is proving that right now, finishing in top 4.
And that's the problem with not having enough frontline. If frontline melts all of a sudden, no matter how much damage you have, if you don't stall for that damage to come through, it does not matter. Dalisum had a very similar game yesterday. He played it to perfection, but he had like 7 units in the backline row and 2 frontline units. It was a set and an Alawi. He ended up going out in a similar fashion. So this is the danger of playing something like Final Reserves, of playing this high risk, high reward game plan. If someone else is doing the same, someone like Luteus, for example, he's also incredibly strong. When you face each other, one of the 2 is going to be eliminated.
Absolutely crazy. Both our top 2 players at the moment, both on a win streak, 7 win streak now for Koteas. My man also on a 5 win streak. We're still trying to find this Mordekaiser 3. We've been sitting on level 7 now for a good 2 stages, maybe even more than that. Not finding this Mordekaiser 3 must be really disheartening right now for Flouders, and it's kind of falling behind because you're not level 8. You're not trying to push to try and get any other ones.
Finally. This Diego has been sitting on the bench, essentially screaming, "Let me in," for like 2 stages, waiting for the level 8 to finally have a spot onto this board. We'll see what this Mordekaiser can do now with the 3-star upgrade. There have been whispers of this Mordekaiser as a carry kind of comp where he can actually do a lot of damage by himself. We're seeing the BT here for that reason. Usually unfeasible to actually have it as your game plan because it's just so hard to hit with how many Pentakill players and kind of edgelord players there are in most lobbies. But finally, Flouders does find it. In the end, it doesn't even matter. It takes a hit here. Gluteus still win streaking.
And we were talking about the Mordekaiser carry, but when you have a Radiant Giant Slayer on the other side, we talk about how beefy and how tanky that Mordekaiser is. That Ezreal nearly just went through Mordekaiser like it was nothing. Like, eventually killed through the Mordekaiser. Normally it takes a long time for that Mordekaiser to die, but now with the Radiant Giant Slayer, it's going to go on to level 8 now, Flouders, to get in an extra unit. But maybe just a bad matchup with that Radiant Giant Slayer, because this board looks incredibly strong.
And Flouders, of course, fighting for his last life, 11 HP. We're in stage 6. 1, loss of any kind, really, and you're out in this top 4. At the very least, it is a top 4. Players, of course, just trying to stay consistent throughout today, trying to get, around a 4th as average for most of their games. That should get them through on that 27 or 28 points cutoff for that day 3. We'll see if the kill Mordekaiser duo carry can do it. We're rolling around 2 costs and 3 costs up against my man who has been playing an excellent game of TFT. Very flexible. Caitlyn as an item carrier, Mumu as that main tank. And the Akali is trying her best to take down Caitlyn. Caitlyn can cast one more time. She doesn't. And that does end up giving me the win. 2 Flouders, stays alive. Broyson takes a hit down to 8 HP.
This lobby is getting extremely close, and Goteus is just getting more and more HP as well, thanks to Tiniest Titans. We saw him already down at below 20 HP. Now he's up at 33 HP. Top of this lobby at the moment. 9 win streak as well, but we could be seeing a few knockouts here. Looks like Brojon is going to be going up against Flouders, so we're going to be seeing a knockout here. Can this too big to fail be enough to take down the Mordekaiser and also the KO in the back line?
The Olaf suffers a lot more coming into the late game because of the stuns and the CC coming through. It really does decrease his damage output by quite a bit. Olaf's, I think, biggest point of stardom is throughout stages 3 and 4, really. Then he starts falling off a tiny bit. So it's understandable that Sproyson is slowly starting to peter out when it comes to his impact in these last few fights. 8 HP means that 1 loss, and Sproyson, the Polish player, is out. Past GSC winner, fighting for the best possible result in this game, but it's not going to be enough. The Kale proving so strong. We saw the stats at top of show, 3.5 average, and we're seeing why.
I mean, absolutely insane overall. Unfortunate there for Brojon going out in 4th place, but as you already mentioned, getting a top 4 is still relatively good throughout the whole of today. If you can get a few top 4 finishes, that could be enough to see you going into day number 3. But now we've got 3 more players. Gluteus again still sitting on 33 HP. Then we've got Flouders and Maman as well up there.
Just fighting for their life, really. Just hoping that Gluteus is not in their pool. At the very least, it's a ghost. But recapping this top 3, Gluteus, Heartsteel, no surprises. Was the Heartsteel Victor, had those very early units, has been able to go 10, has so many extra resources from the continuous Heartsteel cash outs. So I think the expected favorite to win this lobby. But shout out to my men. What an incredible game. I just love seeing flexible TFT being played. Pivots off of country when Paladelli contests him on it and is playing around a Caitlyn and a Mumu as his tank and damage leader throughout the entirety of this game and in the top 3. So just really great game from him.
Unfortunately, it seems like for Flouders here, Gluteus is going to be the key here, and maybe the death, unfortunately, for Flouders, because this Radiant Giant Slayer is shredding through the Mordekaiser, and the Mordekaiser's already down. The Ezreal targets onto the Kayle. The Kayle is also down. Unfortunately, not a top 1 finish. Oh, wait, does he live? I'm not too sure if the player damage has actually come through yet, but I'm pretty sure he's down. Yeah, there he goes. The player damage came through eventually. Top 2 now, Gluteus and Mamen, 2 players that have been playing TFT and has so much history behind TFT as well. So it's great to see some of these players come back, and finishing the top 2 as well is an incredible achievement in this first game.
There was a Lucian headliner there, but decides not to go into it. This game, very similar to Potables that we saw yesterday. Huge lose streak. I think it was 11 lose streak in this case for Gluteus. The raise of stakes, the cash out, and then just a stability that is almost unbeatable with any other normal game of TFT, where you just don't have the access to the resources that Gluteus has had throughout this entire game.
One more fight could do it here. Gluteus has played a pretty flawless game here for Heartsteel. This Ezreal, with that Radiant item he was able to get to raise the stakes. The Caitlyn is not going to do enough, just dies one shot by the Ezreal True Shot Barrage. And Heartsteel again, it seems like it's just like yesterday. Heartsteel being on top here. Gluteus wins lobby number 1.
And Gluteus, congrats for a great win. Congrats on really navigating that fine line between the risk and the reward of playing Heartsteel. But still, in my heart, I want to give an even bigger shout out to my men. I think when it comes to who proved their skills as a TFT player better in this game, who played a less cookie cutter game, a game that it does not play itself, that is going to be my men. And I think he goes to show why he was so dominant yesterday, why he's come in such hot form. I don't know who he's been prepping with, what he's been reading, what stats he's been analyzing, but just his gameplay really has been fascinating throughout this entire game 1. So happy to see this as the start of day 2. I think we have so much more in store for us, with this being kind of the setting we're going to get used to throughout this day. We'll do a quick break, and then we'll have the analyst breakdown all of the action that we saw unfold in this game number 1.
My name is Tiaan. I'm 19 years old. In-game name is Wetjungler, and I'm from Germany. I don't really like the Jaws mechanic, because with the Jaws mechanic the champion pool decreased, and it's really hard to play like a contested reroll, for example, or even forecast mana right now. It's really hard if you have like 0 economy, and then you have to roll down with the others. I think I can achieve good in this set, because right now I'm like on the top of the ladder as well right now. And I think I have good chances to be in the Rising Legends final again, and maybe even get to Worlds if the patch is good for me, if it's fit for me. TFT is always growing with every set, and making like LANs for the other players, it's really good. So we can meet each other personally, and I think LAN events are always good for the esports or for the game as well. And I mean, with LANs, there are just like more people trying to compete, and new players will recognize it and try to play as well. I think there are many good players, but if I would name one person, I think it's Double, because he's always so consistent. He's always on top of the ladder, and yeah, I would like to shout out to my family for supporting me, and also for the German community since I started with streaming, and they're just always in my chat and cheering up. Yeah.
I could not have asked for a better game, y'all. What a heater that was. Just from start to finish. I was so excited early. I was like, oh my God, Balotelli, he's got scrappy inventions. You can take scrap out of the game, but you can't take the scrap away from Italian Mafia. And went 8th. So, you know, we take what we can get. Unfortunate start, but they can pull it back. I believe in them.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
mean, it was a lobby which was defined, I think, so much by having 3 different players running Hearthstone and having the different approaches in there. I mean, Verdi was, I think, the most aggressive of the 3, decided to take the raw board strength to try and turn those cash outs into something better. I think, unfortunately, it was just in the same lobby as Flouders, running a very similar line.
Yeah, I mean, Scarambus, the Final Reserves, is not a story we're unfamiliar with. I feel like he was really strong before it even procced, but then just the sheer pressure of everybody else in the lobby falling off. Flouders living up to the dream, giving us that kill reroll. Very happy with this one. And then Maman and Gloteos, for me, are the big storylines here that I'm really excited about.
Yeah, Maman's board was like really fascinating to me. We were remarking out in the green room that we were kind of surprised by how strong the board was based on what it looked like, but having that Amumu front line to protect the Caitlyn for so long, we know how strong Caitlyn can be. Her weakness is usually that it takes ages for her to get ults off. But if you have a front line that just doesn't die, you can see that strength. And the men's been playing some unusual boards, Megs.
Yeah, Peter and I got the chance to talk to him yesterday, and he was saying he's been prepping alone. I had a sneak peek at the comms that he played, and it's a lot of country. There's some Gnar reroll. It's very wild and weird, but it seems to be working. And the one thing that I really, really liked in this game is how he played the lobby tempo, because something that we see from a lot of players is actually not leveling at all, playing for the late game boards, then rolling down on level 8. But instead, my man said, nah, I don't really care about levels, barely invested into leveling, and instead played strongest board for every single stage that he could, preserved a lot of HP, and managed to come out in second place.
Yeah, I do want to take a chance to duck away from the men's ball was absolutely fascinating. I want to take a second to recognise there's a Bryson as well in terms of bringing out stuff which you don't see a tremendous amount of the time, picking up too big to fail from the very beginning of the game and putting together what looked like an incredibly good early game with Olaf 3 very early and with an incredibly early Karthus itemised for cast speed. It looked like he was destined for greatness, but just couldn't quite get there beyond the top 4.
We did get our Olaf 3. Very exciting. We were asking for it last Golden Spatula Cup. Foe and Death, our man delivering for us during that one. So I'm glad to see the legend lives on. But I think the most legendary thing about this game was Gluteus's run. Because we weren't sure where it was going. There was some Heartsteel. There was some Pandoras. There was a Tiniest Titan. And just the huge skill that Gluteus showed in his execution.
Absolutely. And, you know, we were talking about this yesterday already. When you see the metabolic, when you see the Tiniest Titan and a Heartsteel meta, it is very, very clear what the game plan is. Players are trying to raise the stakes, go as far down in the cash outs as possible. We did see that happen. And then the big kicker with this, can you actually form your board into something that is strong enough to then raise your HP levels again? And I feel like such a big point for Gluteus here was the way he played out his Scrappy, the way that these components came together. He reforged a lot of the ones that he got new components back, was able to slam the blue buff, even though he didn't have tears from the cash out at all, as well as that IE that he slammed on the Ezreal, really giving it the damage that he needed. I thought it was so fantastic and so well executed.
Yeah, it's really adding on an extra layer of toughness to your game to say, you're not just going to have a whole bunch of components raining down on you from the heavens. You're going to recombobulate everything on your board to put together. I think it's I love having organs like that in the game, so our players really get to show exactly how high of a cap they've got as players.
Yeah, I was really impressed by that game. I cannot wait to see it. Our producer is pointing out that in that game, Gluteus had 0 Golden Spatula Cup points coming in, and he goes for this incredibly risky strategy, takes the first off of it. This is, in case anyone wasn't around, this man was the European champion at one point. He did lead us into the championship in set number 3. So he has that, or set 4 rather, he has that kind of pedigree to him, and we're finally getting to see it rise once again to the top of the lobby.
Yeah, multiple times winning out the DACH region TRC as well. Gluteus has just always been there, really consistent. I'm waiting for him to pop off on the EMEA stage once again. Maybe this is the set, but I do hear that we have a lobby that has been just a tiny bit delayed, and because of course we don't want to keep you waiting and yapping too long, we are going to hop over there and see what that lobby looks like.
All right, let's get ready.
So this is going to be
what a shock, guys. Heartsteel.
Yeah, I'm
no
so
one's
surprised.
ever played that before.
So I've been watching this lobby just a tiny bit to maybe give you a little bit of a context here. We have a very normal pace lobby, silver, gold, gold. And then everything is looking just like your true old and tested. We do have the Ezreal players. We have a little bit of a Seraphine action, a little bit of an Olaf action for 2 players, as well as Elusive on a little bit of Punk. So for me, that's the most interesting one. We were mentioning this top of day mat with the Punk leading into other boards late game. So I'm curious on where Elusive set is going to take this one.
Yeah, I was really excited about his play yesterday as well. He opened up with that Bard reroll, which always makes me happy to see. So, speaking of reroll, we have that Kale reroll on the board here for Solo Gasong as well. I know you were coming into it incredibly happy as Solo hits that Mordekaiser 3 in the background. Oh, 3 3-stars here for Elusive Zed. All right, that's one way to play Punk.
This was the Ramping Rhythm augment, which we barely get to see any of at all, are being played. It has one place where it really thrives, and it's with this situation with the 3-star Jinx in place and the 3-star Aphelios as well. It's a massive amount of extra power. I'm fascinated to see how far Elusive can take this board.
Because we talked yesterday about boards and how they can't cap without having to pivot out. This might be the way that Punk can cap without needing to pivot. Just 3-star everything.
Yeah, it might be. We were seeing it go up against the Bard, the Misfortune, one of the comps that I thought was going to be a lot more prominent this time, or this patch rather, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. There is a punk emblem, but I don't think that's what we're going for here. We have a really good setup in the diversity for elusive set, but he says, no, we're running it down with the punks, up with the emblems, and goes in for it.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the Punk headliner, so Punk 6 is definitely on the cards. I mean, given how far we are through the game, that's going to be a lot of extra stats to bring in. So remember, it's going to be HP, it's going to be AD that gets thrown onto the lucky one. So it can be used in a more defensive manner, though it's also very, very powerful on those melee carries like Poppy or perhaps a Yorick.
Desperately needs a Vi, though.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? I was thinking about whether or not we are going to just play for Punk, take out something that we have in there right now, and maybe go for a stronger front line or something like that. But instead going for trying to find the 6, we're going to see how that works out. It does have the Tack Crown, as I think that was the portal that we're in. And Chinar just now hitting that Echo 3 is also going to be a challenge for the players as they are moving through these stages, getting closer and closer to Drake. Sacred Norris on his last life, though. Not sure he's going to reach there.
Yeah, look at that Yorick. He's just absolutely massive with that Punk emblem on him, giving all of those free stats. It's just rampaging across this board. Sacred Norris, on the other side, does survive with just 1 HP on that last stand.
Whoa, boy, Pentakill and 8-bit in the mix here, though. That's an awful lot of power. So Sacred Norris has got the potential to move up to even into the top 4 or maybe even further if things go badly enough. The HP totals are very close between.
This board is cracked. Look at it. There's a Pentakill Kate with the emblem. We have the 8-bit Viego. Both of these units on their own, already lethal. Then in the mix, we have a Riven 3 as well. And the Viego is not yet upgraded. 1 copy away. This is actually such a high cook. I'm not sure if the Jazz board could be enough here. Riven makes way towards that backline, goes up until the Misfortune, and the board will fall. And it's yet another win for this absolute mixture of Pentakill and 8-bit, and will take out Chinar.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing that board pop off. The Jazz board can do so much. You get the Echo 3. Unfortunately, Edgelords are really good at getting into that backline, so there was absolutely no damage left. Echo cannot hold his own.
Yeah, and I think that's the kind of environment we were expecting to not go into, given that Riven, coming to the tournament was definitely lower on the priority. But day one did show us when the time is right, when the stars align, it can absolutely be a menace. So we're down to our final 4 here. Again, very little HP separating first from fourth.
Gonna get a little bit of an upgrade from that Drake. We'll see what players choose to do. Money is scarce throughout the lobby, so most of them can't make any major moves, but we do see Sologzang hitting that level 8. He is, of course, on the Kale reroll, does have the Mordekaiser 3 as well, which is such a massive upgrade for this board. If you think, Kale 2 is nice, the Karthus 2 is nice, the next best thing is finding the Mordekaiser 3 for this board. It's so good. It saves you so much time for the Kale to actually ramp up.
He's got a little bit of time left. 15 HP on the board. This could be the last round for most of this lobby. It's down to the wire.
Up against the Ari board on the other side, that's an awful lot of single target damage, even with all the defensive stats there. But Mordekaiser does seem to be able to absorb a lot of it, shielding and re-shielding himself. The Hextech Gunblade on the Kale, keeping him up for just a few moments longer. So the backline scales into position. We're left with the main carries. But I think the Ari's got just enough damage off in time. And that will be the hit. Sacred Norris goes out. Solo goes down to 4.
That was so close, though. The Akali just barely getting in that last hit. So we can see the strength of this Kale board, even this late into the game, even against such a capped board.
Going to be seeing how it goes. We still haven't found ourselves 6 Punk on the side of Elusive Set. That has to be a little bit painful when you're looking at it for him, but finding a 1 cost at stage 6-2 just isn't the easiest thing. 3 players still on the run, and somebody will have to take this lobby home. It's the lobby everybody's waiting on, so there's a lot of eyes on it now as well.
Yeah, we're going to see that Ahri once more firing away, that double attack speed plus the Spear of Shojin. So much single target damage starting to chew through that front line. Pantheon already down to half. There goes the shield. Jinx firing away as best she can in the back line, but she just isn't making it through. It goes Akali behind her, takes her down. There goes Twitch, and Elusive Zed will follow. 2 players left in the lobby.
That was such a good board as well. I do have to wonder how different this would have looked if the Vi had turned up to get that Punk 6 online in time, but still, I mean, we've got 2 worthy competitors right here at the end. Zelo, of course, Ladder Warrior, and now Tournament Warrior as well. This board is looking extremely strong.
What do you mean now? This guy's been a tournament warrior for the longest time, and he's just once again proving it. Kale board going up against 7 KDA is what we're running on the other side, with a little bit of an extra executioner in the mixture. Question is, can you actually reach that backline? Can you reach the Ahri to actually knock her out while also evading that Akali? Positioning is good. The Kale is going to be untouched for a long, long time, but she will get hit by that Thresh stun, and with the less units on the board, the more damage is actually reaching her will be enough for the Kale to take down that Akali and solo, with that Kale reroll taking the second game.
Oh, dude. Bringing back echoes of Solo's Battlecast rerolls back in Galaxies. I love to see it. We saw how that fight went last time. It just needed a little bit more damage from that Kale. This time she found it, and Solo found the lobby win off of it. And I am just thrilled to see, because Solo easily in contention to make it to the finals.
Yeah, I love seeing the Kale board being set up in that kind of way. I think just being able to have a reroll, and as our players do, with these 2 cost rerolls in particular, take the 2 costs, then add in the 4 costs, add in the late game board as well. You've just got so many threats. It's incredibly hard to be able to ever truly counter all of it.
We're gonna see the threats for the rest of the game. We've got our standings
there is
ready.
a little bit of a point I want to make while we look at those standings. Just let me yap away, because for Zoro, actually, I feel like the board could have done a little bit better if the KDA hexes wouldn't have been the most terrible ones. I hate that pyramid layout. It's so bad. It's so bad. So I think there would have been a chance where this maybe would have ended differently, but let's have a look at our standings.
Yeah, unfortunately, stacking no longer optimal. Assassins are dead. So that is really unfortunate positioning. So we take a look after game number 1.
So bear in mind, these are all of our players taking part. They were not cutting it off the other half of them until we get to the end of round number 6. See that we've had a few of our players having a rough ride through the early going, including some of our players from the UK. Very sad. But as we move further up, we're seeing a lot more French flags coming to the forefront.
And I don't think that's a surprise. France showing up and showing up well, but I can see you just smirk a little bit, Matt. Raiko on top there, Zulugzang, and also Tiaan coming back in the mix. A player I'm always very excited to see. Has a lot of creative approaches, particularly to reroll, so I'm curious on what he's actually been running throughout the game.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that spread. It is only game 1, but we got to see Tiaan, we got to see 2 Greek players, a Yellow Tomato, and Elusive Zed after yesterday's games. So just really cool getting to see multiple of those players come up. Ever since Saru and Og started paving the way, the Greek scene has just been getting stronger and stronger.
And now I am back. We're gonna have some very good news for you in Iberia, specifically because we have 1 Italian player in game 1, and now we've doubled. It's 2 shining stars gonna be in this next lobby. Really excited for the Italian scene, but I'll tell you, of course, what 8th needs to find a big comeback in this next game if he wants to be in the running for that top 32 cutoff as we head into day 3.
Yeah, a lot of these players in this first lobby definitely didn't have the best of starts in round number 1, so have to try and turn things around, try and switch things around in the next round. As you mentioned, Balotelli, we're also going to be seeing Shining Star. Also got Double 61 in this lobby as well, who again didn't really have the best starts here to day number 2. So this is a lobby that so many of these players have to try and turn around, because a few bad finishes can mean that day number 3 could be a long way away.
As the lobby asset rolls through, is there any player specifically, Stuart, that you're looking forward to seeing their play style today that you maybe saw yesterday? Is there anyone that really caught your eye and you have kind of big expectations for in this game too?
I'm just excited to see Shining Star. I've spoken to Shining Star a few times, and I think he's a player that, kind of proves that you don't really need to practice too much to be able to, play at the top level for TFT. So it's quite exciting to see him. Also Loescher as well. We heard from Loescher at the start of the day as well with him, saying again, he's a player that, again, doesn't really like to practice too much and feels like it's a bit of a chore more than anything else. So again, I'm excited to see every player in this lobby. Again, these players really try and bounce back.
I was happy to see him come through on the Scrim Invitational, put some time into practice in that way at the very least. I think it was useful for him. He ended up playing, I think, in one day, just like 10 or 15 games. He came through, I think, on the third day, on Wednesday or on Thursday. So he put some time there at least. With the reroll, I think you do have to put in time to get all the different, min-maxes that you can get out of itemization, out of when to roll, out of what the keyboard looks like, out of the different variations when someone's contesting you, for example. So hopefully that will come through in this next game, because this entire lobby needs to get a good result to actually try and, again, make that top 32. That's the big goal for everyone.
Yeah, it is. And for some of these players as well, for a player like Balotelli as well, again, not making it at all to GSC number 1. So if Balotelli wants to try and, make it to regionals in a few weeks' time, then he's going to need to do an incredible job to not only get to day number 3, but also have an incredible performance in day number 3 as well to try and make it to regionals. So it's not only their spots on day number 3 on the line, but it's also for some of these players spots at regional finals on the line as well.
Radiant item will be the portal for this game number 2. Loescher, someone I think happy to get this portal. I think this is why he was voting for it. Very good for rerolls. Usually for rerolls, when you have so much of your comp's power into just one unit, if you can itemize this unit with a Radiant item, it becomes that much stronger. So I think a ton of players with the viability of rerolls in this current patch specifically will be looking at the different options they have available to them throughout this stage 2.
Interesting though is that you're not really going to get this Radiant item early on. You still have to wait, quite a few stages and quite a few rounds to be able to reach that Radiant item. So you still have to potentially, leave one of them open. Oh, Double 61 has the opportunity here. Doesn't even think about it. Double 61, he just picks it up straight away. 4 jinxes on the boards already. We saw it briefly in the last game. Well, I say the last game, the game that the analysts desk were covering with Elusive Zed playing a little bit of a different variant of Punk reroll. Definitely a composition that some players are looking to go towards and can play towards, but I feel like it just doesn't reach the same cap as things like Heartsteel or even Pentakill.
Well, I mean, Heartsteel, I think it's an entirely different conversation compared to any other comp. It's just very, very hard to equalize it. Maybe only things like Golden Egg, for example, and these crazy prismatics get you enough resources to really match a Heartsteel board if they end up making it to the late game. And that's the big risk, of course, if you actually survive past your full to roll down, depending on what you hit or don't hit when it comes to Zeds and Ezreals and Poppies, for example.
I think the only problem that Double has at the moment is that he doesn't really have the items for Jinx. You're, kind of hoping for at least one bow here or something. It's only going to be getting a little bit of gold because he got 3 gold already from the first few rounds. So in his position, I think he's in a difficult position where he has Jinxes. He can play towards Jinx. He doesn't really have the items unless he wants to lose streak and try and get that priority item early on. Does take Tiny Strengths as well. Interesting.
And we'll see Double how that will fare in terms of carousel pick order. Even if you end up losing out of these rounds, you're not going to have priority because the Tiny Titans is the one big downside, but you have that massive HP cushion. If you do want to try and play something like Heartsteel that benefits from using HP as a resource throughout all of stages 3 and 4 to then have these massive spikes in stage 5 and 6.
Shining here picking up Vi, does have the Urgod as well. I think Urgod is slowly becoming one of the strongest kind of early game units that you can pick up. If you get an Urgod early on, extremely powerful, does so much. You can put so many of these different items on this Urgod, and also the Vi as well. You can put items on. Mosher boards in general in the early stages are very powerful, but it's going to be coming up against another Mosher board as well with RYD.
We did finally see with the changes to Urgod, the changes to a few different champions, a vertical Mosher board now exists. At the start of the set, I think all the Mosher units are very fun, and it's like, you know, you want to play this vertical comp, but it just did not work out in the past. Finally now, in this patch, I think you can play something like an Urgod Poppy dual carry. You can have Vi as a very strong item holder in the early game as well. So curious to see if we see some more players trying to commit to this vertical Mosher line.
It's keeping the Yone there as well, so doesn't really have a lot of gold with this board. So Shining Star's really looking to try and win streak with this board, and I feel like if he loses this win streak, then he's already got so much gold on the board and also a bit of gold on the bench as well that you're not really going to be getting as much gold as we get into Krugs later on. Ooh. Look at this though, 6 Evelyns?
Don't even say it, Stuart. It is absolutely not time for Evelyn reroll. I know in the last GSC, Lelouch played an Evelyn reroll game and he stats, like he was saying basically, you know, I wonder who played this, and it was him. He won 7th. It did not go well. I think there's been very few successful games of Evelyn reroll in any competitive situation throughout this set, so I really hope Arrogante does not try and commit to this line.
Maybe just keeping the other Evelyns as just like a replacement, just in case he does find maybe something else, another headliner later on down the line. Loescher on the other side has gone for the Olaf start, slammed the Warmogs as well, which is very interesting, and also slammed the Hand of Justice. So just again trying to get as much early power as possible, and I think this is a big shift in kind of the early game in general, with how the early game works and with the changes that happened in the early game. A lot of these players now don't really want to look to try and go towards lose streaks because you can soon lose a lot of HP. A lot of players are just trying to get as many wins and save as much HP in the early game as possible.
Not just that, but with game plans like Heartsteel, for example, you can't really lose too much HP in the early game, because if you end up in a spot where somehow you're down to, you know, 1 life in stage 4 and stage 5, even if you get very, very strong and stable with your board, there's going to be one Heartsteel player who, with the way the trait works, has gotten very strong as well, probably be stronger than you, and then you just end up getting a 7th or an 8th because of that HP loss in the early game. So preserving HP so important on this patch.
It's very interesting with doubles situation as well, so probably not going to be going for the Jinx reroll because you can't really prioritize any of the items that you want to go towards the Jinx with Tiny Titans being taken. But, you know, as you mentioned, maybe transitioning a bit later on to one of the AD flex boards that you can try and work towards with Heartsteel.
And we're seeing why Olaf is clicked so often as a headliner, just absolute beast in stage 2 when it comes to tanking, when it comes to holding pretty much any kind of tank or AD melee bruiser kind of item. Just an absolute menace in stage 2. Yone on the carousel. It'll be interesting to pick up for any of the Heartsteel enjoyers, which I believe there are going to be many of in this game.
Is going to be picked up here, and I think that is Heartsteel as well for our Turkish player, because we've got the Kasante and also the Set also just picked up the Yone. I think our Turkish player has taken the Smilish has actually taken the Yone to get Heartsteel on the board. So player already stage 4, we've got Heartsteel on the board already, so a great start there. There we go. Heartsteel on the board, also has the
Olaf in the shop.
Well.
It's going to be 4 Heartsteel, so potential for 5 if he finds at some point maybe wants to sell the Olaf and try and go for a Heartsteel headliner. But overall, I think changing his name from maybe Smilish Man to Smiling Man. Very happy to have his Heartsteel online so early, considering what we saw in the last game with Gluteus. I mean, it seems like if you get this early enough, and especially in this round, it's so important because at 2-5, this is the exact interval where you're going to be able to get 8 rounds before the 4-2 rolls down.
Really big, and even if you can get lucky and get 5 Heartsteel later on, which might be a little bit difficult, but maybe you get lucky with one of the other headliners that you can try and get and maybe replacing this Olaf. We've already seen how much this Olaf can be a beast, but one of the big counters to Olaf that I've been seeing, especially yesterday, is Vi, because of that CC the Vi can give, but it's not going to be enough to break through the rest of the board for now, and it is going to be a win for the Heartsteel player here, which is not too bad. Again, you want to try and save as much HP as possible and try and maybe go for some later rounds losing to try and stack up that big cash out.
And CC is Olaf's kryptonite really at every single stage of the game. The only real scary unit that we have to position for with Olaf in stage 2 is Nami, because her single target CC where she can CC Olaf multiple times is what just stops him from healing and just dishing out DPS consistently. So that is the only unit where you want to sometimes move Olaf from the outer edge of your front line into the second spot that Cassante is in there for Balotelli.
Have to see here, Balotelli already picking up the KO as well. KO 2-star does already have one bow as well, and we already saw how much success already KO has been performing. Yes, if not only yesterday but also today as well. KO has also been performing pretty well, especially you can fit in that Mordekaiser. So definitely a possibility here for Balotelli, who did incredible in day number 1, but unfortunately hasn't had an incredible start here to day number 2. But again, it's going to struggle a little bit against this Olaf. The KO is trying her best, but I think the Olaf's just going to heal up a little bit too much. But I mean, there is an Olaf on the other side, so predictions, I guess.
It is a kill too. I think there should be enough DPS when both the Olaf and the kill get onto the opponent's Olaf. Should be the case. The stun comes to a kill, stops some of that DPS, but still, it looks like there should be enough damage. A 2v1, I mean, you know, usually math is in favor of the 2 and not the 1, and that is the case here.
Sometimes that's the case. You know, I think we've seen many times.
And then Yone comes in and 1v9s and does not prove
We've seen many 3-stars, 1v9, not just 1v2 as well. So definitely is possible, but not for the Olaf this time around. But I think Balotelli is definitely looking to go towards this KO line, with also the Crown of the Shattered Queen also being built as well. Can be a great item for Mordekaiser later on, and also just kills off the you know, one of the chains, but you know, decided to go for that item instead of the Rage Blade, not realizing that he would have hit KO 2-star so early on.
We could see a similar game plan that we saw from Plotters in that game 1, where Mordekaiser reroll and the 3-star Mordekaiser is the main tank, and the kill in the backline as the main DPS unit. We saw how healthy he was, how stable he was, even on 2-star versions of both of these units. So I think it's a consistent game plan, a game plan that many players will be trying to go for throughout this entire day 2.
Bit awkward in terms of items, though, unfortunately, for Balotelli. I'm interested to see if he does use any of these components to use any items, but hold on a
Riven
second.
2 already for Loescher. Could this be potentially a Riven reroll game? Looks like it might be the case. Those Edge of Night. So this is more towards Yone itemization. Of course, you want QSS as the main item for this Ribbon, but with already Ribbon 2, it makes it that much easier, not even buying any headliner at all coming into this next fight.
Very interesting. That's maybe to do with the amount of gold as well. Loescher only sitting on 40 gold right now because of that Riven 2-star already being picked up. But again, as you mentioned, you know, the items are not really looking towards that Riven reroll, because you need that QSS to try and stop all the CC coming your way. Edge of Night can help a little bit if Riven does get targeted, but again, looking maybe towards them 4-cost carries and maybe just using Riven as an item carrier early on.
That being said, a support item will be coming through with help is on the way as the augment pickup for Loescher. Not just for Loescher, actually, for 2 other players as well, or actually 1 more player. Baral also has a similar thing. So after 8-player combat, the support item will be coming through, and this is obviously going to be a big spike, which is why I think Loescher is happy to lose these fights, happy to not have a headliner, as you mentioned, work more towards you know, later game stability with something like a Vampirism maybe picked up here, and that will be the case. The extra healing so big for this Riven, and a perfect temporary headliner on this kill.
Gonna be good for now. Got to be able to fit in the edgelord, and it's gonna actually stop the KO reroll player as well in the side for now, which is pretty good. You know, you help yourself, but he also there's another KO there as well. Hold on a second. Everyone who's not playing KO is picking up a KO, and that's gonna be a big struggle here, unfortunately. But you can see some of these players, but yeah. RYD does also have KO and is also rolling as well. So not really too sure exactly what he's rolling for there, but I think we could just tell with so many players picking up KO, just how strong this unit is overall. But Balotelli has actually decided to go for Even Shroud, so maybe not going for the KO reroll this time and just going for a standard AD board.
He can't help himself. I think he's trying to play Heartsteel once again. You know, at the very least, I was a Heartsteel one trick. Every time that you're trying to play something else, you get this small little thing that puts you in favor of playing Heartsteel again. You're like, okay, you know, I'm going to go down this route. I can't help myself. And it's similar to Balotelli. He played 4 games of Heartsteel yesterday. Did not play Heartsteel in game 1, went 8th, and now maybe saying, hey, if it worked out yesterday, why not go for Heartsteel again?
I was going to bring up that exact point. It's like he probably went into his first game open-minded. It was like, okay, I played a lot of Hearthstone yesterday. I'll be open-minded. Maybe I can play a few more comps. It's not happening. Game. It was like, nope, okay, time to OTP Hearthstone again for the rest of the day. Definitely does seem like the case here for Balotelli.
And for Shining Star here, a Vicious Forge onto the Poppy, a great item holder. You can work with so many different items, so it's going to really work well here. The Vi still the item holder, and a 5 win streak for Shining Star. So one of the players that is trying to still defend this win streak going into the rest of the stage 3.
And just proving how strong Loescher is in general. Getting 6 Loescher on the board early on just means that all these units just have so much tankiness and so much healing as well. And also with that Vicious Forge on the Poppy now means that it's going to be even stronger. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to break through this Senna. It looks like it is going to be just enough to break through the Senna. Actually didn't really kill that many units. Every unit was just so low on health and then just healed up thanks to the Loescher. But Gambler's Blade here for double 61 plus Tiny Titans. I'm really curious where double 61 is looking towards because he is on a 5 loss streak.
It's a big win for Loescher. If he can get it, he can. So he's able to make a great win for Loescher, who wants to ideally have that pivot into Riven come through with a lot of extra HP to work with, so he can miss for a few rounds and still not just immediately die out.
Really curious. I'm just looking at double 61's board. I'm just really curious. I think he's actually going to go towards potentially KO with the Gambler's Blade, because the only other line is maybe, you know, Disco TF that also can use Gambler's Blade, but doesn't really have any units towards that.
Saw the glove picked up by Loescher, so trying to get maybe that last QSS item ready to go onto the Riven. The help is on the way, will be coming through now for all the different players that had it picked up, which was Baral and Loescher, if I remember correctly. So we'll see what support items they end up getting if they fit for the comps they were going for.
Well, players' virtues are going to be the the big gem is going to be the pickup here for one of the support items. Going to be getting an extra bit of power. Doesn't have the 6 Evelyns, but still a lot of flexible items in general. You know, with that Ionic being slammed, you're most likely going to be looking towards that AP line, but with no tiers at all, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to try and make this work out.
And no natural Seraphines means that there's no way you're trying to play for Seraphine, it looks like, in this game. Patragante will just try and probably go level 8, try and play around Ahri in all her different variations, just whatever he hits. I think ideally wants to stay open and flexible in terms of the roll down. If he hits, you know, a Zed headliner, he can go for that. If he hits the Akali, he can go for the more tried and tested 7 KDA Ahri Akali board instead.
And Shining Star, 6 win streak, level 7 now.
It's Loescher board, I'm telling you. It's just so fun. I'm so happy it's a viable comp for this stage 3, stage 4. It's just great to see it being in any way viable once again.
Love it. Super flexible. That's exactly what we've been seeing for both the days so far, for today and also yesterday for this Golden Spatula Cup. A lot of players just playing flexible, playing what they're given early on and playing around these flexible items like Baral here as well with the Spear of Shojin and also the Nashus too. So maybe again looking towards Ahri potentially later on, or even the Seraphine, because he does have a 2-star Seraphine on the bench just sitting there waiting. So maybe just wait until we get stage 4.
If you find those, you know, 4, 5, 6 natural copies where you just roll for the headliner and you can not guarantee, but have a very high chance you will be hitting, and you'll just not going to be stuck in that limbo land of stuck on 6 and without your Seraphine 3-star. It's actually a very viable out. So I'm happy Baral is holding on to this option, depending on this. I think the scouting that will happen in this next fight or this next round, specifically at PvE, going to scout the lobby, see what options players are going for, and then decide if you can commit to this or play for a 4-cost carry instead.
I think it's interesting because I think it's very different if you hit
Radiant items coming through. Blue Blessing could be massive here if you want to go for case for now, having this Kaisa as the item holder, it looks like.
The Radiant items caught me a little bit off guard there. You think about them after a while.
Already forgot, Stuart, come on.
You're looking at the game, you're looking at the boards, and you're just like, oh yeah, the Radiant items come on through. Radiant Last Whisper here for Balotelli. Didn't we have a lot of great options there? And it's going to be a little bit, you know, maybe unfortunate with the Last Whisper Radiant item being picked up because he already has that Even Shroud. So we'll have to wait here. He's also not really that that rich as well. Only has 50 gold at level 7. It's probably only going to have like 10, maybe 20 golds to roll down. But some of those rolling down is double.
Ooh, found the Radiant Trojan, finds a Katarina, has 7 Katarinas already, 40 gold still to work with in level 6, so will, with almost a sure guarantee, be hitting this Katarina 3 at some point in this early stage 4, has a Zed already as well. The Riven game plan for Loescher is you know, getting there. We still need the headliner, but have 6 copies already, and found that Radiant TG as the item that he can pop off later on once he hits that Riven.
The problem he does have, though, is he wasn't able to complete that QSS in the end for this Riven, so the CC is going to be maybe a little bit of a problem here, but the Edge of Light means that the aggro is going to toggle a little bit, and it's going to help him win this round against Shining Star. The win streak is over, unfortunately, for Shining Star, but still has plenty of gold to work with, and with so many players like Double rolling down, and also like Loescher rolling down, it's going to mean that Shining can potentially look to outcap them later on in the game.
Prismatic as the final augment here as well. Freaky Friday Heartmasis, I think, augments that Loescher would have loved to see, but it also in the case here for Smilishman, going to have another artifact. And level 8, rolling now for a headliner, could start maybe assembling this Heartsteel board if he so chooses to.
Oh, do you potentially go...
Has to be Jewel Lotus. Here? Ooh, rolls past it.
Oh, Lucky Gloves. Oh, does also have the Radiant Lucky Gloves already. Ooh. Oh, and also... Oh, no!
But doesn't... Okay, he has a remover. We're all good.
Okay,
we're all good.
Okay. Oh, he's safe.
You can see the reaction. He's like, all right, we have to, you know, clean up our gameplay for the next 2 games. We want to do well, because that was not the game plan, combining both ribbons on the board. You 50-50 between which one the items are kept from. And thankfully has a remover to fix that. But Viego now with a Radiant TG has a lot of gloves to work with. Is I think going to be one of the stronger players in the game after hitting this ribbon upgrade.
Oh, that was a heartbeat moment. I think my heart nearly sunk there for a second.
It's just a warm-up, Stuart. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I mean, it worked out in the end. It's like all part of the plan. Have a remover already. Probably would have liked to kept the remover for later on, but Balotelli is looking in a really difficult spot right now. Mentioned already how his Radiant item wasn't really as maybe impactful as some of the other Radiant items he could have got. Also, his economy in general.
No tiers, really that rich. No Zed, no Zach. Yeah. 0 gold to work with. We talked about the problems with Heartsteel, where you are behind on gold. You were not able to get the early cash outs. The gold changes, of course, make it even harder to have those gold openers that just propel your economy in the first place. And you come into the level 8, the 4-2 roll, and you're completely at the mercy of the RNG shop odds. If you don't hit the units you need, all of a sudden you're 0 gold, you're not stable, and you pitter out to maybe another 8th for Balotelli, unfortunately.
Oh.
This is a Kane 2.
Okay.
Who might be farming a lot of gold for Shining Star in this stage still, and has the Radiant Nashers as well.
Really interesting itemization here with the healing, also the extra cast and the extra attack speed as well. Don't know if it's going to be enough to take down the Katarina. Oh, it's enough to take down the Katarina. It needs to stay alive for a little bit longer. It does. Shining Star winning another round again. And as you were mentioning before, Loescher just breathing behind Shining Star's back at the moment with that 6 win streak. With that Riven 3-star online. Again, doesn't have that QSS, but still has incredible items as we get into our next carousel.
Good news for our Turkish viewers. Bural was able to hit that Seraphine 3, has her fully itemized with a Radiant Morello as well. Be a very scary reroll comp to face. Overall, reroll looking very strong. I think as predicted with the fact that the Radiant item is the portal for this game too. Players know that if they can have that much more power invested into a single unit, it will have just much more success. We're seeing double with a Katarina 3, Loescher with a Riven 3, Bural with a Seraphine 3. You know, so a few different reroll options and potentially another one coming in from Raid who is able to find that kill 3.
Really interesting. Radiant Blue here for Argante. Being able to pick that up. Doesn't have any other items that he can really use for now. I really want to use Morello. Maybe saving to try and get Nash's Tooth on this Ari could be the best option, so she can cast more often. But overall, pretty solid board here. Does have that bit of flexibility and a lot of trades online as well on that left-hand side. But overall, you know, looking at it, there's a big difference at the moment, and Smilish sitting right at the bottom, only on 11 HP is very difficult to try and break out of, even if he wins the next few rounds.
And we talked about it. If you face one of these Boogeyman, Grim Reaper, high roll players in stage 4, because you're so low on HP already, you could be in big trouble. That could be your elimination. That could be, you know, a very early exit in this game too. We're going to hope for the Turkish player it's not going to be the case. We'll check his HP very, very closely. But on the opposite side here, Shining Star looking so strong. This Poppy, a Giga Tank with the Hole Crusher, with the Zanyas out of all items, still making it work. Tom Kench? No, don't even do it, Stuart. Don't get excited. This is not. It's not a Blitzcrank. It's a Tom Kench 2.
One Tom.
Let's not get our hopes up.
I dreamed. I had a dream there that Tom was to be able to win the Carthus, but no, unfortunately not in the end. And unfortunately as well, Smiley's is going to be going out in 8th place. So 2 8th places in a row for our Turkish representative for day number 2 here. It's going to be pretty unfortunate for him, but again, still plenty of time to come back. But this board here is looking incredibly strong with this Radiant item that you was mentioning, Radiant Morello. Getting that extra,
a little bit awkward though.
Extra attack speeds.
You're not getting the most use out of the binary right now. One, you have a TG on Kennen, so that's not ideal. You have 3 items on Seraphine, maybe just trying to guarantee you have 3 absolutely perfect items for her, which I think does make some sense. But as this game scales forward, as we get more of these items coming in from the PB round coming up or the carousels, Baral will only get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I think the big thing you mentioned is you just want to guarantee that you have the best items here for Seraphine, because Seraphine is your main carry. You want to make sure that you have
look at this
the right items, and oh my god, it's doing so much damage as well. Ari versus Ari, who finishes it off? Who gets a cast off that?
So close.
Burrell unfortunately going to be losing that round, but as you mentioned, with with more items being picked up here, more components means you're going to get more binary value here for the board, and it's still only level 6 as well, bearing in mind, so can still level up, can still get more powerful. But Balotelli, maybe a bit of an escape here.
No, that headliner. When you have 2 bards on your board, you know something has gone terribly wrong. It's some down. That's gonna be the case here. Balotelli's still 30 HP to work with. He has kind of that maybe 2 loss buffer still, but needs to find a Zed, needs to find a carrier for this Edge of Night, and for potentially a few more items that you could find here if you're able to slam something like a BT onto this possible Zed.
Another champion duplicator. He's got 2 champion duplicators, and oh wait, no, he has a normal Zed. So I mean, if he really wants to, he can use a double champion duplicator on his Zed, or he can maybe use it on someone like Alawi, a 5 cost that he can really use it on. So a lot of possibilities here for Balotelli with double champion duplicator, one from the Augment and also one from the recent drop.
Could also look into just potentially trying to go for a win condition of finding a 3-star 4 cost. Gonna have to scout, gonna have to find a few more natural copies, something like an Ezreal potentially, to even think about this, but it is a way to really make good use of those duplicators.
OID here on the side here, Portuguese representative didn't actually go for the Kayle reroll in the end that we were thinking that he was going for with so many of the Kales early game, but did transition into just a standard pentakill board, but with none of these 4 costs really online. The Carthus 1-star is not going to do enough damage here, unfortunately, and it is going to mean that he's going to drop down to 15 HP. Balotelli loses another round as well. Also, I believe drops to 15 HP.
Found the natural Zed.
Really difficult.
Dude, it's just Shining Star rather. So Shining Star now has found a Zed. Both Italian players both on this Heartsteel line. Only an Ezreal 1 with no items actually for Shining Star here. Has items on Kiana instead. And Kiana, unfortunately, after all the nerfs the last few patches, is no longer the, I think, absolute menace we were dealing with at the very start of set 10.
He's in a very interesting situation where you normally have, as you mentioned, you got Zed and Ezreal as a carry, but finding this Kayn 2-star so early on means that he can, potentially win a few rounds and also get a little bit of extra gold as well. We'll see how much gold he can get here against the Katarina 3-star here of double 61. He's going to be slashing, but also the Katarina is just going to keep casting over and over again, and I'm not too sure if it's going to be enough. The Kayn in the end does fall, and it does probably mean that Katarina, look at the healing in the end. That's a big thing about this Katarina reroll line, the healing that you get and the extra cast as well from that Radiant Spirit Shogun means that you're just unkillable even if you have a Kayn 2-star on you.
More so in this lobby, I think it all really adds up in terms of Crowd Diver as a trait being a 1v9 trait. The longer these units survive, the more damage they deal. You have Harmesis, Prismatic version as our last augment. You have a Radiant Shogun Katarina. You have, again, the chance to hit Katarina early enough where you can go 8 and you can find great items for a Z2 already, and now the projection of a potential Kiana 2 being that next way to cap your board and continue spiking if you're double 61.
Definitely needs to hit double 61. Definitely needs to try and come back here. Balotelli still sitting down on 15 HP, and that is going to be the battle here. Double 61 could deal a killing blow here to Balotelli. We have to keep our eyes on this Katarina. Is the Ezreal cast going to hit the Katarina? Oh no, it doesn't even get off in the end. The Ezreal just dies. He doesn't get the third
no.
Balotelli, another bot 4, unfortunately. But for double 60 run, he moves closer and closer into that top 4.
And this is the scary thing on a portal like this. These reroll comps are that much stronger, especially those players that hit early enough as to go 8 to find the rest of their cap on their board like Double has. So Balotelli, 8th place into a 6th place. It is an improvement, yes, but you're going to need so much more than that if you want to have a real shot of making day 3.
Was the KDA spat here? I think it's going to be picked up. Yeah, KDA spat for the
8-bit emblem for Loescher. He does pick it up. Can potentially, I think the Viego had already one of the TGs, so it's not going to be able to get that onto Viego, but still, maybe, actually I don't remember which, was it Edgelord Riven or was it 8-bit Riven, the headliner he picked up? If it was 8-bit, this could be the next big spike.
It
was 8-bit, yeah. So this could be, you just have to find a Corki, and yeah, there it is already. 6 8-bit online, Loescher hits the Forbidden Tech. I think the grand prize will not be coming through. We're just too far away, but still an incredibly strong board here from Loescher.
Also potentially looking for that Mordekaiser 3 as well as kind of that second carry that we were mentioning as well in the last game and also this game. This Mordekaiser is a unit that you don't want to skip past. If you can find some more of these natural units, especially this Mordekaiser, it could definitely be a big tank. But you can see the Loescher is also putting the Riven in the second row as well because kind of worried that it's going to be targeted.
And so important without QSS, you really have to care about your positioning much more. In this case, Riven, opposite side, making sure the Ahri is not perma-stunning her the entirety of the fight. Will now finally get stunned, but has maybe done enough damage. If you can kill off the Seraphine here, that would be so big. Looks like it's not quite going to be the case, but the healing is big. The CC, could it be enough from the Ahri? It is! The Ahri ends up being a lucky hit, and this is the punishment for not finding a way to build QSS onto the Riven in the earlier stages of this game.
And it was actually the Kennen in the end that stunned the Riven. So even just a 1 cost could just.
And you get stunned. You get stunned. You get stunned.
Everyone
not good stunned. For edgelords. They want to try and continue attacking as much as possible. They're very auto attack based champions for the most part.
Yeah. And that's why we've been mentioning that QSS is such an important item. But unfortunately, for Loescher, he wasn't able to find it. But he did find, I mean, he probably still went for the right composition because he did find so many early Rivens early on. And he's trying to work towards it. He still does have that 6-8-bit, which can be stacking throughout the game. But it feels like every single opponent that Loescher is playing against does have a 3-star on their board. And it's so difficult for this Riven to get going.
If the Riven gets stunned by Kiana as well, it could be a similar story that we saw with the Ahri, but Kiana has already been taken down. The Riven.
Oh, the Ejinai?
The Katarina here. Will it be enough? I think it's just barely going to be enough for the Riven, but the cast comes from Katarina. Can't quite do it. Loescher finally gets a win here. Double 61 taken down a notch. 5 players remain. Reroll looking very strong here. Boral on the Seraphine, Loescher on Riven, and double 61 on Katarina.
Incredible here. And reroll players definitely benefit from them Radiant items. Loescher too, not too much with the Radiant items, but still being able to get that Radiant TG and also finding lucky gloves afterwards as well means that you can get pretty much perfect items for this Caitlyn and this Viego. I think Loescher really needs to find this kind of secondary carry, whether it's the Mordekaiser 3, the Caitlyn 2, or even the Viego 2. If he can upgrade his board that little bit more, you can already see that he can do a lot of damage to this Katarina. It's just trying to make sure that he can beat the other boards. He still does have a lot of HP to work with as well.
Especially with the edgelord positioning and melee bruisers in general, if your main tank can take aggro for a very long time, it buys so much time for Riven to be moving around, killing off units one by one, ever being targeted by something like an Ahri, for example. So Mordekaiser 3, especially important for Loescher, but Viego as well. Gonna take off the Thieves. I do like this. Get the 8-bit emblem now onto the Viego. Finally learned his lesson from before, pops off the TG, and can now slam that on something like a Garen, for example. 6 Ahris. Is this maybe the secret game plan here from Arrogante?
Not too sure. Doesn't have a lot of gold to play with, but does have the lucky gloves again as well. So you've got the blue buff and the extra Spirit Shogun on this Ahri. You do have double the amount of carries, but there is a Seraphine 3-star on the other side as well. Kothis 2 is also raining down from the heavens, but I'm not too sure if this triple backline carry is going to be enough to break through this Seraphine. One more Akali cast potentially, but no. Eventually the anti-healing in the end. Arrogante, no, so close to being knocked out in the end. Can still try and get a top 4, but it really depends on potentially just hitting this Ahri 3-star.
The last minute roll down, trying to find any small way to continue upgrading this board. I'm not really sure what any viable upgrades might look like when it comes to rolling on it and not having an extra slot to put in more units. With really all of his units already upgraded, no real chance at 3 costs here. The Ahri Close, but not quite close enough. One copy away in this case for the Greek player who's trying anything at all to try and stay in contention for a top 4 in this game too. This Riven, the wrap is looking really scary here.
Can it wrap all the way around? That's the question. It's going to focus on the Echo so far, so you're going to get stunned with the Echo, and you're also going to get stunned with the Kennen as well. We need the Aries to focus down this Riven, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The shielding in the end is way too much here for Loescher, and our Greek representative in this lobby is unfortunately going to go out in 5th place. And we do have our top 4, double 61 actually. Oh no, it's Shining Star actually going down to 10 HP there, and again, Shining Star
what a board
reroll.
What is going on here? Emo, Zed, you know, usually Giga Chad killing off units, in this case now maybe crying a bit more while doing so. And Kane still the item carrier for this board for Shining Star. So playing units that a lot of players do not even pick up on their roll downs, units that they don't really put much faith in. Has at least gotten a top 4 here for Shining Star, but maybe I think now being punished for not playing the more standard Heartsteel line.
You saw it previously in the last game as well. These flexible boards that people play and just kind of getting what you're given, but you are coming up against the beast that is the Seraphine on the other side with that Meridian Morello. It's all down to the cost here for this Morello. How much anti-heal can you get towards this board? It looks like it's going to be good enough for now, and the front line at the moment for Baral is just too much to burst through. You got so many other carries as well, and unfortunately for Shining Star, it looks like it's going to be the end of the road for him in this game. A few more roll downs just for luck as well, but nothing in the end. 4th place here though, still pretty decent here for Shining Star getting a top 4.
Yeah, you go from 8th to a 4th is a good start, slowly ramping up the amount of points you're getting per game, and slowly, I think, getting some momentum towards the next 4 games that are left in this day 2. Double picking up Adaptive Helm. Loescher, another IE, can start itemizing his 7th unit now at this point with the TGs. He has so many units, so many different carries as well. We'll see if he was able to finally hit that Mordekaiser 3, actually. That could be the next big spike. Double as well has not found the Kiana 2 just yet, is trying to roll to try and hit this last unit, cannot find it though.
I know Kiana 2-star and really comes up against who he's going to play against. Looks like it's going to be double 61 is going to be going up against Baral. So again, it's top 3 battle of the rerolls. You know, you mentioned at the start of the game, Panda, with these Radiant items being so important. Unfortunately, no Mordekaiser 3 in the end, and even no Caitlyn 2. I mean, I think even Caitlyn 2 can be a good secondary carry. Is coming up against the Ghost here. So there's a chance here for Loescher, but we're going to be taking a look at the other fight.
3 players left remaining, 3 reroll players among them. Double 61 trying to fight for his life at just 9 HP. The Katarina doing her best to really be a crowd average, to really 1v9, but it's down to a triple Warmog Lilia and just the Zed. I think is not quite going to cut it. We're almost at stage 7. She is a 1-cost unit, and Double will be taken down. 3rd place though. It's a good comeback from what was a disastrous game 1 for most of these players.
Yeah, 100%. I totally agree with you. Getting the 3rd place or even just
we're getting close, Stuart.
But no,
look at the counter on the right. Do we have enough time for that crazy 6-8-bit cash out?
I don't know. I don't think we're gonna have enough time. I'll be totally honest. I think if Loescher gets one of these secondary, like one of these, well, triple carries, I guess you can say, because you do have the Viego, it could be enough here. But Loescher, unfortunately,
this Ahri is not onto the Riven, but it all comes down to if the Riven gets CC'd, the Mordekaiser will not be taking most of these stuns or most of these ability ults from the Ahri, and it will be the Riven once the Garen and the Viego get taken down. And I think the Riven, in this case, does she have enough actually to sneak into that backline? Cannot even kill the Seraphine, actually. And the Caitlyn clean up, though. Looks like she just barely can. Big win for Loescher. 6 win streak as well.
Yeah, incredibly surprised. Both our players does get a win streak.
Caitlyn too, so big.
That is huge. What's he? Okay. Oh, moving the Radiant TG. Smart. Moving the Radiant TG over to the Caitlyn, taking out the Aphelios to get the...
We're so close to the cash out. We're going to get it this next fight, no matter what. It's time, baby. We saw it. GSU number 1 on day 1. In this case, day 2, but still, beggars cannot be choosers. And boy, oh boy, will I beg any day of my life for this 8-bit cash out. It's so fun to see.
So much gold coming out, so much possibilities here for Loescher. You can see I love his reactions, by the way, in the cam. It's so insane. And,
start rolling, Loescher. Start rolling. Go, find the Mordecai. Or no, he's going straight to 9 instead, and just gonna hope to find a natural copy of Mordekaiser. And oh boy, he has to start really testing his APM to see how he can continue capping out this board.
Keep rolling. That's 6 wins.
It's time, baby.
Keep going, Loescher, keep going. You still got 60 gold. Keep going.
He has HP to work with. The Mordekaiser just barely found, but not in time to get onto his board. Still 33 HP. I think he has, 1 or 2 fights where he can still lose and still survive. Actually, we're in stage 7. Maybe just 2 fights, actually.
Probably going to be enough for now. I mean, Loescher has reached the cap that we all dreamed to hit with 8-bit, the cash out, the gold coming in as well. Look how much gold he has. I mean, at this point, you could probably even go level 10 if you really want to. You could try and go to level 10 and try and get an extra unit in, but it's not going for it in the end.
Cannot stop any of this. He doesn't have even enough gold to say, hey, he's going for Caitlyn. He has nothing to work with. He is down to 0 gold, level 8. We're seeing the disparity in resources here for both players. After this grand prize comes through, 2 Caitlyns away. We have to find 2 more copies. Can we find it in time?
I'm not too sure if it's going to be there. The roll down's coming through.
The Lucian's found. Oh my god! You don't even have enough time to roll under. Injection you're getting every single second.
It's absolutely insane, but it still might be enough for Loescher this game anyway.
Oh, it should be.
Yeah, really strong enough. You got the Lucian 2 there as well. Yeah, you can see the Mordekaiser 3 as well. It is going to be enough here for Loescher. The lobby win does go for Loescher. No dream, unfortunately. Look, he's still rolling. He wins the game. And
he can't even find the feeling in time. Come on, Loescher. Give the people what they want. Our poor viewers tuning in just for this moment, and the APM was not quite there the win was there, but the flashy win at the very least was missing. Could have found maybe the Viego 3, the Caitlyn 3 as well, but great game from Loescher. We talked about it. Radiant item is a portal. So many players know to index into rerolls, and we saw why. The Morello on the Seraphine, so impactful. All the different Radiant TGs, so big as well.
An incredible game overall. We're going to be taking a quick short break, but if that's anything to go by for the rest of the day, you do not want to miss the rest of the day. The analysts will break down how that was even possible, and then we'll get into game number 3. We'll see you in just a second.
So I'm Tiaan. I frequently go by Tiaan TFT. I'm 24 years old and I'm a South African TFT player. I've been playing since set 1 and I consider myself quite a veteran in the scene, but I'm still here to make big things happen. So far it actually is my favorite set in a while, probably since like set 4. The headliner mechanic, I feel there's still some drawback to it, but it does bring some interesting things into the game. And I feel like set 10 as a whole, there's so many different mechanics brought together through the previous sets that it's extremely complicated. I feel like it's going to take thousands of games for a player to be like absolutely perfect at the set. So I feel like this set, there's always room to improve, and that's what's exciting me. I do feel like ladder is the most consistent way to bring the highest skill players into the tournament. So I do agree that they should be given more spots. Usually I keep myself calm before the tournament, and then I usually go on stream and I play one ranked game just to get the nerves off. Just no matter if I go first or 8th, it doesn't really matter to me as long as I warm up my hands. I don't think I have any like strange rituals before the tournament. Just, trying my best to relax, keep my anxiety down and do my best. Yeah, I have a lot of shout outs to give because I feel like throughout the past sets, there's been so many players that have helped me. I have to start with my family, who's actually watches my streams sometimes, which is crazy, and they've always supported me. My amazing fiance, who I don't know what I would do without. And then the many players I've met over the years, and a certain unnamed Discord study group. Really appreciate you guys, you know who you are. And yeah, thank you all for your support.
Okay, hold on. I just need like 5 more seconds. Just. All right, it's finished. It's finished.
Oh my gosh.
Go Italy. I still believe. I have faith. Shining Star did great. Makes wasn't sure what color this was in the camera. So I wrote green and red, but I wrote them upside down.
Oh.
I still believe in Italy. Shining Star did great. That was a really fun game. It was a 4th, but we're out there. We're winning. It's a top 4, baby. How do we complain?
In fairness, we did put 2 of the Italian players into the same lobby. That's just mean. We know they're all running that as real Heartsteel, and that's just not going to work out. So I think that's maybe on us.
I don't know, think it really is our fault entirely.
I love Shining Star's approach to this game. That Mosher build was absolutely nightmarish through the early part of the game, and well, the end result I think had a little bit to be desired. There's no doubting, in this lobby, Shining Star was one of the biggest influences in the way that it turned out.
I think there's a lot in this game that I do want to talk about, but just quickly a note on Loescher. We were talking to him early this morning. He was saying that he's going to play some reroll, which is exactly what we're seeing. The Riven reroll, we have a little bit of Kale in there, the Viego, all of these carries together with the Lucky Gloves, but at the beginning of day 1, actually, we were preparing our pre-show and talking about rerolls, and one of our graphics was just phrased a little bit weird, and it sounded like we were going to talk about 4-cost rerolls, and Loescher was actively saying, oh, there will be 4-cost rerolls. I think this moment, he just tried to live up to that. Unfortunately, couldn't find the Viego 3 or the Caitlyn 3, but gave us the cash out, which is great.
Yeah, he did. Also, Loescher, being a great friend to us on broadcast as well, did send a message to say the reason he was looking really confused at the end of the game, Matt, is because he was really confused. He didn't know what was in the 8-bit cash out, so he kept being surprised when more and more gold came his way. And so that's why he didn't quite put together everything in time.
A man after my own heart, because I was just like, oh, so the cash out's gold? Cool, I've never played 6-8-bit to the end of the game. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's still more gold. He was rolling. He rolled at least 50 gold, and he's still in the triple digits. And I'm like, when does it end?
It doesn't. That's the great part.
It never does. There's never enough gold. Full Baron mode coming out here for Loescher. Just such a fun game from him. I do want to mention, we mentioned it earlier on pre-broadcast, and after that first game, Katarina, not Caitlyn. Oh, actually, yeah, Caitlyn reroll too, but Katarina reroll making an appearance with double. So some fun things this game for sure.
Yeah, I think the double board to me was really interesting. And Peter and I, you were talking about this, saying, oh, it's interesting for doubles to pick up Tiny Titans as first augment when you're not running Heartsteel. Because normally, I would think that's the double way to play. You Tiny Titan, you go for aggressive loss streak. That's his true intested. He does this all the time. But instead going for Punk, preserving a lot of HP, and then finding yourself in this Katarina line was really interesting to me.
Yeah, it was fascinating, particularly because we didn't end up using the Tiny Titans, directly, as I said, to make the Heartsteel, to really get too much more benefit than just time. And the Lucky Streak as well for the Gambler's Blade ended up not being central to what Double was doing either. So honestly, I'm really impressed that he turned what should have been an incredibly awkward situation into a 3rd place.
And with that, we have our standings ready after game number 2. So they're starting to shape up. Still got 4 rounds to go. I'm sure that some of our players are going to be happy, specifically Loescher, after that first place.
Keep in mind that even though some of the players might look like they're in a dire situation right now, they could still turn it around. Those were only the first 2 games of today. We haven't even made it to the halfway check mark, which honestly feels a little bit crazy. It feels like after that cash out, we probably had like 20 games already. At least I personally do.
We had 20 games worth of gold coming through, but we're starting to get towards the tail end of the players who did very well in their opening games. Bear in mind that we're playing against mostly each other now, including Raiko. You talk about your Italian players,
baby!
Undefeated as of round 2. What a monster!
Holy moly.
My god. That's all I wanted to see. Hold on, I threw
We need the flag again. Give us the flag. Give us more flag.
I gotta get the flag back. Sorry, hold on. There we go.
It looks
good.
It's a beautiful sight.
It has to stay on the neck because of the camera. It's not great, but Raiko's performance is 2 firsts in a row. I've got nothing to complain about. I'll wear the flag for him. It's upside down, but I'm happy, so I'm ready to go to a break, and we'll see him take a third first place when we get back with game number 3. I'm calling it right now. See you soon. Back, baby. The analyst desk has officially transitioned into the casting desk. I'm still Nigeria, still joined here by Makes and Counterfeit. Guys, we have had 2 absolute banger games so far. I'm looking forward to game 3, and we've got a hell of a lobby to help us through it.
I mean, at the beginning of the day in the green room, I was saying I'm manifesting the crab rape. I'm manifesting the wandering trainer. Now is the time. Universe. I'm just saying, now is the time. We can add some Evelyn reroll in there for you, Matt. I'm down. But like you're saying, looking at our lobby, Peter, it's kind of the players that have done already pretty well throughout the tournament, most of them already with a first or a second place in their books.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of our players in here, you know, they've had those top 4s into each other. There's one player whose prior results to this kind of stand out to me, and that's, of course, from the top 8 at the Global Championship. Volta went 1st and then 7th in the consecutive games. Most of the other players in the lobby have had much more stable approaches to day 2 so far.
There's a lot of players here with a lot of competitive history to them. Like Sonar did qualify to the championships at one point. Volta, like you mentioned, last set did incredibly well at the championships. Saru, previous Golden Spatula Cup winner. So we have a lot of experience here in this lobby. The only name I haven't seen a lot of is Tiaan.
Yeah, Tiaan is one of the newer players that we are watching and seeing how he actually does. But I do want to shout out Diga Sparta because we did have the Scrim Invitational that was organized by our fellow co-caster Panda. And Diga Sparta was actually the player that won that. Monday to Wednesday, they've been playing a lot of scrims on the tournament server on this patch already. And I feel like many people were a little bit disappointed with where Diga Sparta came out at the end of day 1. So it's good to see him in these higher lobbies now, day 2, probably finding that groove again for this patch.
I think that's one of the advantages we've got with our system here being a full reset between days. Is that as long as you make it to the following day, you've got the clean slate to start off again. And as we've seen already, we're Diga Sparta coming in the top 4 in both the games so far. Definitely he's got the potential to go very, very far in the competition.
Oh my god.
That's wow. That's not a bad start at all.
I gotta steal it. That's 2 Cassante 2s, baby. Are we getting a Cassante reroll? Come on. We need more one-cost rerolls out of nowhere. And I feel like there's a chance he naturals it.
Tell me if I'm wrong about this. From my anecdotal experience, Cassante 3 actually hasn't impressed me that much as a headliner unit. I mean, sure, he's fine to have as a 3-star, sure, but to not be able to pick up other headliners later on.
In Vegas, which was at the beginning of the set as Silver Augments roll around, I shall not name names, but a French player approached me and was like, Makes, I have a secret tech to tell you. It's called Clapsante, and you can only play it with the headliner Cassante. Now, up until now, I thought it was tomfoolery, right? I thought they were toying with me, like players do, posting some comms in Japanese to make them more legit as one does, but maybe it's true. Maybe it's true.
I think we might have actually seen that in the Open Qualifier. It didn't work that well, but I do remember Cassante walking around and killing people. I want to believe. Liberia.
I'm excited. I've been watching.
You are the number one believer in this lobby, in this cast rather. You are the number one with the ability to believe in stuff. Should we put our hearts and souls behind this idea?
I mean, I feel like if you don't put your heart behind every potential reroll, you're not as excited about the ones that actually happen. So I'm all in on this Cassante reroll. I'm fine being heartbroken. I have a pint of ice cream that I can eat while crying. Like, I'm good. I'm ready for it.
You're ready for the crying? Okay. Let's take a look at our Augments, though. Just leading us back a little bit, okay? Because there is one that's pretty interesting, and that's on Diga Sparta. Going for the AFK is, I feel like, not something we see a whole lot from players. Although it is pretty strong, but you need to have somewhat of a board that works with it. And for Diga Sparta saying, yeah, I can go into the AFK, I'm fine with that, I think is a really interesting thing that we are going to have to pay attention to later in these earlier stages.
One thing I want to add on to that is that Diga Sparta, you normally expect people with AFK to be on a loss streak because they can't place units on the board, but it's actually on a win streak. So I think he'll be able to fend off some of the usual downsides of the augments. We're checking with Gobester, who has decided, hey, rerolls on the menu, what better way to get there faster than duplicating your way through?
No kidding. Double lesser duplicator there. Got that headliner Jinx. Looks like he might be angling for it too. Got some Jinxes on the bench, keeping his options open. If he picks up the Vi, that's a big signal.
Looking at our analyst sheet, though, we are seeing that several players are kind of toying with the idea of running the Punk early on. It is still very strong early to kind of get another reroll in, just check your shop, or just play strongest board, really. So I'm not surprised to see it show up all throughout the boards, but we are seeing an interesting pickup from Baby Guana here on the Senna headliner. Very, very nice reroll comp at the moment.
Yeah,
we know how powerful this is.
Oh, sorry. We've seen this used as a reroll composition on its own, but also as an item carrier for Ahri, because there's a lot of outs Senna shares a ton of items with every other AP carry in the meta right now.
I think what's going to make it more likely to be just the carries, we can see face-to-face, Saro and Baby Guana, they both had a very similar idea about the units they're going to use early on. Of course, Saro a little bit more inclined towards getting those kills in, having the spoils of war.
Really interesting that he decides to keep the Jaxes on the bench there, so I'm gonna keep my options open with this one, but of course the Senna Jinx, really nice little starter if you can actually get it online. We're also getting an impression of what everybody else is on right now, and that shows me a lot of Punk, like I said, as we are hopping through this carousel.
Kind of interested in the board from Tenet there, itemizing the early Urgod he found using Punk as well. I wonder if he's going to try and use that as a gold generating engine because you get those cheaper rerolls.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why we've got the Punk all over the place at the moment, just because it's such a good transitionary piece. Just checking on the right-hand side, see where we are economically in the board at the moment. Volta standing out from some of our players towards the bottom and having a very small amount of gold, but as we wanted to see, Tenet will bring us back in with the Mosher board. We saw exactly what Shining Star was able to do with the Moshers in our previous game.
And I do want to point out, speaking of the gold counterfeit, Diga Sparta with that AFK was up to 40 gold, just leveled, still up above 30. So doing really well with that augment and high on HP as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly what you would expect there. We're also seeing the gold rise up for Baby Guana, who is on a very lost streak angle. See if it can keep going, but seems like he is getting that win in there, so that will be broken. Chinar, the only player that can get the full lost streak at the bottom there.
We have got a few heart steals creeping in. Chinar, let's say at the bottom, it does have the heart steal ticking through. Believe not the only one who's working that way, at least. Volta, we also got the vampirism, the similar setup, though a little bit more on the board.
I'm going to have to go get my ice cream, guys. I don't think Casante's happening.
No, I don't think so either. I'm sorry to tell you, but I hope the ice cream is at least a nice flavor. Maybe we can sell you on something else. Now that we don't have an Italian player in this lobby, would you maybe like to pick someone else?
I mean, Volta could be going. We have two people who could be going for Senna right now. That Urgot could keep the items. He got buffed. Maybe a little bit of coping from me, but maybe he stays. Maybe we get an Urgot carry. Those items aren't what you normally see on Urgot, but I can believe. I'm very easily convinced of pretty much anything.
Yeah, I can tell.
If it does end up being an Urgot carry, what kind of flavor of ice cream would you say Urgot is?
Well, crab.
Yeah, I mean, that was the obvious.
Listen, I make my own ice cream a lot. It's going to sound weird, but I feel like there's an argument you could make for a crab ice cream because it goes really well with butter. There's butter pecan ice cream. So there's something there.
No, there's not.
Food poisoning, probably.
Please, let's go back. I'll happily talk about Clap Stunte and the options of that. Just do not go into the direction of crab ice cream. We're checking in with Baby Guana though, and we can see that the Senna headliner has once again been sold. Too many people on that line is not really what you want to go for, and still toying with the idea of maybe going into a direction of Jax, which is so interesting to me. It's not something you see a lot of players actually hold items for or units for.
We saw a couple of them off stream yesterday, but yeah, definitely not one of the higher usage compositions. We see that Jax being put on the board right now. See if it gets built up or if he tries to go more for that Jazz line as we move on to Tenet's board with that Urgot. It's reading Ezreal core to me.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. Yeah, we found a way to fit our Z items and Ezra items onto the same unit, but still, he's doing his best. And Tenet's really, doing incredibly well. The 5-win streak, while also keeping 5 hearts still active. You couldn't really ask for too much more. No HP loss so far, which means long term, this heart steal's looking really good as well.
Well, wait
I'm
for
seeing
it.
something I like, though, to interrupt the continuous threat of hard steals. We see a Kale with double Rage Blade on the side of Gobuster. I can see more Kales in the background. The direction is clear cut. We know what we're in for, and even went for the duplicator as augment. So very offensive reroll line saying, do not touch this Kale. She is mine, as we are headed into golden augments here. Always interesting.
And it does cut down one of the last win streaks in the lobby. The only person keeping their streak coming into 3-2 is Baby Guana, who's picked up the Edge of Night augment, which leads him towards an AD-centric route. Maybe he's actually going to go for that Jax, use Edge of Night as a way to shed aggro.
Yeah, will make a lot of sense. This is really interesting, because I thought for a second we were into the pit there with the setup that Baby Guana has for this Mosha ball, but sadly doesn't have it online.
This is what we're looking for.
Really?
Baby Guana holding on to the Jaxus from the very, very start, saying, no, I'll play open. I'll pick up a Senna headliner for now, but I see a Jax, I'll hold it. I see another Jax, I'll hold it. Rolling down here on level 6 without the headliner, really looking specifically for the Jax, finds the EDM Jax perfect, and has the right items for it as well. We haven't seen this one in a while though, but it's been doing decently in the right spot, and I'm really excited to see this one.
Matt,
Good items
believe
for it as
check.
well.
What's your believe level with this board?
I feel like my faith has been shaken a little bit, but I'm always down for rerolls. So Jax 3, and he's got good items for it. Here's the thing. I'm not sure if he's going to stay on the reroll because those items are super flexible. They are good for Jax though, so it could go either way, truly.
I'm just checking in with the stats to give you a little bit of an update there. Panda told us that Iguana played Jax yesterday once already, went 5th, but overall, the Jax is in a similar spot, average of 4.67 with 9 times played throughout all of yesterday. It doesn't really scream that this is the comp you should be directing for, so this is an interesting choice for sure from Guana.
I'm also looking in the background there. We were talking about that Kale earlier makes. I spot 3 lesser champion duplicators. So this one, I'm confident committing that this is a Kale reroll. Already just 1 short of hitting that Kale 3.
Yeah, you love to see it. I'm so happy about this one, but like I said, very strong direction there from Gobo saying, do not touch this. And I'm worried a little bit about Diga Sparta because I think he's on a similar line. We'll see the overlay come in here now. And you can see that while the items aren't yelling Kale reroll, he is holding some of the copies of Kale on his board right now saying, you wanted this, too bad, you're not going to get it. It's currently standing in place for a unit I want to play later on. So he might need to wait just a little bit longer or actually use those duplicators.
Well, to go from the very top of the lobby back down to the bottom again, just want to raise... Gobuster is doing very well and has got a massive win streak going on with what seems like presumably the Kale reroll. Volta down at the bottom said he's raised the stakes on his Heartsteel. He's going for the big cash out, but he doesn't have that safety valve we saw, the metabolic accelerator or similar, to bring him back when eventually he gets his big payout.
I'm wondering as well how many duplicators Gobuster wants to use on this. He could get the Kale 3 power spike right now or wait a little bit longer and build out multiple 3-stars. We've seen how hard it is to get that Mordekaiser 3 and how strong it is once you do.
Yeah, I think right now Gobo is still winning, right? He's up there with 7 wins. So you do not want to use them right now while you're still ahead. You think maybe they're just coming around on their own. And like you said, they'd be more valuable on the Mordekaiser just in terms of cost efficiency. If your Kale 2 is doing enough right now, why not sit it out? Why not wait a little bit longer? As I'm saying this, though, we are getting results in, and it is going to be another win for Gobo.
Yeah, you're right. There's no real reason that he is desperate to roll down. That double Rage Blade is so good for Kale. We've seen people building it multiple times throughout the weekend. Volta on this Ahri board incredibly early. Israel as well.
Yeah, that's a really nice item setup, and of course we're waiting for the raise of stakes to come through completely. I think Volta is in a relatively good position, that at least with the RE you can get a few units deleted, especially with the contagion there as well, and make sure your losses don't push you down in HP too much further, because Volta's still on 38 with not too much more room to work with.
On the other side, though, we have TLT, who is going in a direction that I can absolutely see and understand. Although the stats speak a little bit of a different language, the Bard reroll is super fun right now. You can go for the Kaisa Bard, the 2-cost, or if you really want to, you can also go for the Misfortune. In an ideal world, you just have everything, but we know that that's hard to come by, so we'll see how TLT does. Right now does have the headliner already, has the super fans online as well as some extra copies, so that's definitely a very clear-cut direction.
You called it earlier in the game, Makes, that Tenet was looking for that Zed with those items he had on Urgod. Found the Zed, started itemizing it, so we'll see how he pivots from here. Hasn't found a 2-star yet, just level 7, and he's on a massive loss streak, so needs to turn it around.
It's definitely a lobby with a lot of heart still left to play around with. I want to bring up into the conversation as well, Shinar, also another Heartsteel player, but on a massive win streak right now, so has been able to preserve his HP and again, still reap some of the rewards of the Heartsteel while doing so.
We have a lot of varying uses of Heartsteel in this lobby. We saw Volta down there at 28 HP. Checking his board, guess what? Heartsteel. So at some point, he's going to need to cash out before he dies. Usually the best time to cash out, but we'll see what he can do about it. Because turning around, you get to late game, 28 HP isn't all that much cushion to work with.
That's true. We'll see how it goes. I think by now we're so familiar with all of the Heartsteals. I'm kind of over talking about it. And the one player that has my main interest in this game has to be Baby Guana. Not only do we not see a whole lot of Jax, but also do we not see players actively searching for it, actively pursuing it, going into the game saying, I'll probably play Jax this game. So I feel like that's so interesting of a choice and a statement to make.
Yeah, we've always seen in these competitions, one of the best ways to win is find those little spots in the meta, those lines that nobody else is taking, but are just good enough to eke out top 4s. So you know you're not going to be contested in this Jax. No other composition is looking for it. You've got such a better chance, which effectively raises how strong the comp is compared to the competition.
I do want to bring into the conversation as well that I do think Baby Guana needs to get this Jax 3 online soon. Because we are in our champion delivery lobby, so players will be getting increasingly stronger champions as we go forward. I think that narrows the window where these rerolls are going to be ultimately stronger when you have ludicrous boards like this apparently coming together for Shinar a little ahead of schedule.
No kidding, Kiana too.
What the heck is going on here? I mean, I've been a fan of Shinar for a long time now. Dude's been playing out of his mind forever, and it's finally time people recognize that. But finding a Kiana too at 4-1 surely can be attributed to a little bit of high roll.
And I do want to talk a little bit about Kiana, because one of the biggest strengths, especially with those items, is that she can toss items back into your own backline. So if you've got those secondary, tertiary, quaternary carries, they're going to suddenly be itemized. You don't have to spend anything, and they'll find their items as we see Volta's Heartsteel cash out finally come to fruition. 15 HP left.
Whoa, this is this is such a dangerous position to be in. Again, we don't have the metabolic accelerator to bring us back into the game. So Volta needs to put together a board that's good enough to beat everybody in the lobby. 15 HP means he gets about one more chance to get it wrong. But this round in particular is one of the most important.
And speaking of importance, with the Prismatics coming in here as last augment, that's first of all going to throw the lobby for a little bit of a tempo hike, as now everybody is gaining strength. But I do want to point out that we're seeing a lot of new recruit being picked up, which means Shinar, Tenet, and Baby Guana suddenly have more room on their boards to actually spike up in power, which could be bad news for a player like Volta, who sacrificed so much just to get that tech crown.
Zig's working out, though. Has 2 of them on the board. Didn't even have all 9 units he has the space for on the board. So this next round, he'll find a little bit more strength. Fully itemized on that army. Has a Rage Blade on Ziggs. If he wants to rely on that stacking damage, it won't be the first time we've seen it.
Let's take a look at some of the players who will be going up against Volta in the longer term, as they're now committed in absolutely everything. We're very close to 3-star F, but we do arrive at the 3-star Jax, so we get to see the not completely full power version of this board, but very close to it.
Okay, here's the thing that I really love about this board. If you're not tired of me yapping about it just yet, the fact that we're playing Not Today together with the Jax reroll is just perfection. It's such a good augment to have, empowers your Jax even more, and at the same time, you can see that Baby Guana is also looking for the Lux to get a little bit of extra power there as secondary carry. Only issue is going up against Chinar, the item factory rolls around, and Kiana is very hard to beat in these early rounds. It's just so much stunning going on, but it's enough for the Jax to just bonk his way through.
Baby Guana, pretty stable at this 20 HP. We're going to see Volta as well. That's his 2nd win in a row. So despite the HP totals, maybe a little bit misleading for this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Baby Guana and Volta, they are the 2 low HP players. They both realize their dreams of 3-star Jax, the big cash out. But those dreams will come face to face with each other. And I have to imagine that only one of them gets out of the bottom 4.
Interestingly enough, the spatula here stays open for just a little bit longer. Zaru, the one that finally picks it up, he's on What the Fort. So very interesting to go for the spatula here, as that is not going to be something that turns into one of these items from Ornn. Another champion delivery coming through for everyone, and for Zaru and Baby Guana, those seem to be just perfect as the Akali 2 and the Set 2 pop up.
Oh, I got a Jhin with Manazane. Now I'm going to swap it over to a Karthus. Has that headliner Poppy. So making... Oh, that is a beefy Poppy. Good lord.
Jeez.
What the hell?
I see your Jax 3 and I raise you Hammer Time Poppy. We'll see how it goes.
I don't know. I don't actually like Zaru's chances here, because the Jax is, I mean, while the Poppy's incredibly hard to put down, the Jax has got the infinite scaling in the round, so face to face, he is going to be the individually stronger unit. The backline just isn't good enough to get rid of Jax otherwise.
You called it, Peter. Unfortunately for me, my dreams are dead. Poppy soloing all of the carries, not going to happen this game.
You're giving up too easily, Matt. You got to dream harder.
Okay, can I sell you? You are our local believer, Matt. Can I sell you on a Poppy reroll? How would that sound?
I mean, I would take that. I've seen the amount of times in my notes that I put Poppy 1v1s a carry and won. Over the last 2 Golden Spatula Cups, it's like a third of the things that I write down. This unit is really good, and I just want to see her kill things, because it's really fun to watch her just bonk to death.
I think under any other circumstances it would happen.
To see it, but as I was going to point out here, unfortunately we're only having 4 gold to work with. Is a little bit rough, but maybe Zaru can somehow turn the tide as he is moving through boards here. Volta on 15, Baby Guana on 20 HP. These players need to climb back up if they want to have a chance to finish in the top 4.
Oh, I was going to say this might be the setup that Poppy could get the win from, but that didn't work out well at all. For at least for our players towards the bottom end, we are seeing some more upgrades coming in. So,
wow,
Jazz board is almost there. We still don't have MF3, but having ourselves a strong front line will certainly buy the MF2 a lot more space to work with.
So this is really interesting because it's not what you normally see, right? Normally you go for the Kaisa and the Bard, and instead TLT says, nah, at those 2 costs, they're for other people. I want the 3 costs. I'm going for the Echo, I'm going for the Misfortune, I'm playing Misfortune Headliner. And that is by all means the higher cap version of this board, but it's also harder to get. And just as I'm saying that back to back, he finds those 3 stars.
Yeah, to follow on to what you're saying there, I'm really fascinated as well that Tilt decided to go for AP itemization coming out of the augments. Because we don't have the carry bar we've seen in some of the other similar setups here. Misfortune is doing the heavy lifting.
I think this board is going to struggle against Tenet. I'm worried about that matchup. That Caitlyn has access to the backline. Just a game ago, we saw Echo 3 really great unless the enemy team has backline access.
Speaking of exactly that, here comes a Bonky Jax on his way to find the backline. First hops, does not go there, but soon enough he's gonna try, and it's not enough. Misfortune sustains together with the Bard, strong enough to hold on.
I think this is what sends Jax from amazing to terrible instantly. It's all about the numbers. It was so close to Jax getting another cast off, and if he had, he would have ripped this board apart. But when he's just taking too much damage too quickly, then Baby Guana just can't win.
Oh my god, Lux 3 might have to sell out that Zac for it. But take a look at the right side of your screen. Bottom 4, so close in HP compared to the top 4 of the lobby. Tenet kind of splitting the difference, but Gobuster, Digasparta, and Sinar sitting above 40 HP.
Okay, this really hurts my head because you do have the duplicator here. So it actually decides to sell off. The Misfortune says, I don't need Jazz. It's not that important, but I do need the upgrades. Duplicator goes on to the Zac. The Lux is spot. I think the best choice you could have made here.
Checking with Tenet, who has got a very unusual setup here. We know the Jax can't take it. He can only dish it out, and this time, Baby Guana, you can see the disappointment. He goes back to the well for Jax reroll, and again, it lets him down. Actually, even worse than the first time he played it before.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. It's one of those compositions where it's hit or miss. If you lose that Jax, you lose the entire team pretty much. That Lux was not able to put out the damage, not able to finish the kills. You rely on Jax to get those kills, get that AoE damage, and then the other carry has to finish up. If Jax is dead, Lux is kind of impotent for the rest of the round.
So here's something that I just saw in that very last game that gives me a little bit to think, because while Lux reroll and main carry for the EDM comp is something that for sure exists and is decent, switching your EDM selector at the very last second from Jax to Lux and the matchup that you had, I don't know. It didn't feel great from everything I've seen. We didn't have the Jax locked back in a corner to get those extra lasers off. That just physically hurt me, to be honest with you.
Does it hurt more or less than what TLT is going to get there? Going out in 7th place to Sarwins, who's only on 1 HP himself, but has the last stand in place.
And it's exactly what I talked about why he lost. He had one carry sitting there in the back line, and Karthus isn't diving back there himself, but does have enough access to soften her up for Akali to finish the kill.
Some interesting emblems here. Gobuster goes for the 8-bit Executioner. Also something that players have picked up before and could do again, but Shinar says, nah, rapid fire it is. That's where we're headed. And maybe we can check in with Shinar, because I think we're running the Ezreal and the Caitlyn here, as well as the Jhin. This is the board that found the item factory, as some players like to call it, very early on. The Kiana just moving through boards. Really cool to see.
Well, it was mentioning it before about why this is being so incredibly good for Shinar in this game. Having that Kiana from early on meant there was so many more soft units for her to be able to go through and kill and start racking up items after items. We're still looking at, while our frontline here is extremely good for Shinar though, we're still actually somewhat short of backline items for our carries.
Well, you know who's really good at helping with that? Tiana. So as soon as she gets into the backline, those carries going to have plenty of items.
Lucian firing off there at the backline has not profited off of the item distribution just yet. Caitlyn also without any of these items. Both of these units really like to have some resets on their ults, but it's not going to come together, and that will be a big chunk of health going down on Shinar. And you can see players are low. 7 HP for Gobo and Shinar both, and Saru on 1 with, I think, the last stand procced.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely in place. And I think that's why Saru is pushing back up through the table. Another player who is looking real good right now is Volta on a win streak on 15. He was the one who played the most close to the edge of the knife, and it's paid off.
We were worried about him when he was on that 28 HP, took one more loss and said that's enough. And makes, like you said, this last stand proc for Saru running into this Lucian carry board. We'll see if the Karthus has enough. KDA Karthus with the Mana Zane, so that's plenty of casts coming out. So we see the Poppy doing her best in the front line, swapping boards over to Gobuster to see potentially the final fight for him. Gobuster is gonna go down. This Kale not gonna be able to pinch through that back line, and Jin finds the KO. Down goes Gobo, and we don't know what's happening to Volta just yet.
Gobo out, Volta able to win, and Saru still hanging on the last stand there. That's the way this lobby is going to shake out here. Unfortunately, that Kale, she was trying, her best, but not able to reach the backlines there. We are going to be checking in with Volta, who's on 9 wins after finding that Heartsteel, like you said, Peter. What a great board.
Yeah, and I really love having the cybernetic bolt coming in, because we were talking about, we could have seen Volta go greedier and try and go for something more long term, but I think he chose exactly the right moment to start bringing his board online. With the extra HP, it really brings these defenses online and lets these incredible backliners do their work.
Sitting on 2 legendary pairs as well, finds the Sona before the Ziggs.
Wow,
another
the champion!
He's had that Ziggs pair for an entire stage, hasn't found a single one.
Here it is.
There it is. Oh my god.
All you needed to do was ask, Matt.
Apparently so. Gotta use this power for good and not evil.
That was some impressive manifesting that you got going there, Matt. Within seconds, both Sona and Ziggs coming online. But Chinar is saying, I will have the same as you. Finds the Jin, finds the Yorick upgraded there on his board as we are going to be moving into a fight. And this is Saru with the last stand empowerment onto the board. Both the Ziggs and the Sona should give enough of a power up so that this board shouldn't struggle. But we'll see it play out as one more ult from the Sona hails down. And that's just the perfect anti-play against the Karthus. Every single time he ults, Sona is like, nope, didn't happen. We'll reset that one, and you will fall against it.
That was the
Not a single point of HP lost by the end of that.
No, that's terrifying. And the thing is, Saru's board was one of the only ones I think that could have realistically stood in Volta's way. I mean, Tenet's board is really, really good, but he's still a way away from bringing everything online. We've got the Lucian all the way there. We still need another item for our Ezreal. Caitlyn and Misfortune just there as item, or just as trait bots. And we've got as the best we could get on the front line and the Zed.
Now, taking a look at this board, could be the final fight very well. Look in the back at this Ahri and that Ziggs. That's where the damage is going to be coming from, but Sona can keep that front line alive for ages. Lucian starts firing into the front line, trying to take them down before Sona's first ult. The tank's being targeted down now by the Ahri. She's still alive, still untouched. First Sona ult goes out. Zach into the back line with Zed, but Zed goes down. It's just the tanks left that need to be taken down. Sona with another clutch heal. And it looks like that's going to be it for this round and potentially the game.
Oh, no!
Takes Tenet down to 2.
This Sona has to be the MVP for Volta here. She's been doing all of the heavy lifting. Just crazy how much she actually sustains this board for him.
And look at that Caitlyn deny from Volta. He picked it up earlier to stop the pair from Tenet. We've seen him do this once before against Dasik.
Oh boy. I mean, you got to do everything you can just to get that tiny edge, but Volta all the way from 7th place in the Runeterra Reforged Championship to fighting out of the corner in this game, just expertly crafted, just like we saw from Parderball before. We've got so many perfect setups here. As Meg said, the shield should be able to shrug off everything, though maybe I'm speaking too soon. The front line actually starting to collapse. Ahri's still going to be able to chunk down units, but she's taking a couple of casts to do it. I think this might still have this one. There's so many carries, and there's just not enough firepower. Volta still does it, despite everything the Turkey's Tenet could throw at him.
Beautiful game there from Volta, able to deny that last pair. We've seen this as one of his strengths across many different sets. He's been able to pivot into that later game, find that stability. And sure, it took a stage and a half to find that Ziggs too, but he found it. That's all he needed. That Ahri stayed alive forever thanks to the Sona. Just a beautiful composition to cap off that game for him.
I just want to make a quick comment about a fellow caster of ours that loves caster cursing players, and seems it worked out again. I'm so sorry, Panda. Guana unfortunately taken an 8th place here, but Volta coming out on top.
I love that you took a moment just to really put the boot home. It's very important to make sure people understand what the situation is.
And we'll kick Panda while he's down in the analyst desk after this quick break.
My name is Double61. I'm from France. I'm 19 and I am TFT player for Kamen Corp. In set 9, the best player, I think it was obviously Wetjungler. I mean, I feel like he was a really good player, but he couldn't show some performance in previous set. But finally in set 9, he did the second at World. So yeah, I think he's a really good player. I hope it will be me. I mean, a third title of EMEA champion would be great, but I don't know. I hope it will be me or maybe my cousin. I don't know. My goals for TFT, I won championship one time. It was in set 3. And I think my ultimate goal is to win it again. I mean, I think I can do it with a good preparation. I think that we have the potential in Europe. So yeah, it's the objective. I think LAN are really good ideas. I mean, this is what TFT is. The Vegas Open was incredible. I played the finals. So yeah, the emotion I had when I was on stage, it was incredible. So yeah, I think that if TFT has to grow, there have to be LAN. So yeah, I think that's really good. Shout out. I mean, I always say it. K-Corp fans are awesome. They know it. I always say it in all interview. I mean, their support is incredible. So thank you guys, and continue to support us. I hope we will not disappoint the fans.
And we're back ready to break down everything that we saw in this game, proving why he is one of the most experienced competitors in our circuit, despite not being maybe the strongest stuff for him on ladder. Still comes to the tournament and knows exactly how to navigate a very interesting game. Heartsteel for all these extra resources, then says, hey, there's 3 other players playing Heartsteel. I am not going to, roll and miss and die and go 8th. Instead, I'll pivot into Ahri. No one was on the line. Finds, in the end, the Sona 2, the Ziggs 2, kind of the OG AP line with Ahri, and then all these extra 5 costs on top, and was so hard to deal with because of the extra combat augments as well that he had with something like a bolt coming in and all those extra resources from Heartsteel. So just everything lined up for Volta to be an absolute menace in that late game situation.
Yeah, the cash out as well also helped him out quite a bit with the Tactician's Crown, giving him that extra unit that he can put on the board. But I think Volta played their game pretty much perfectly. You know, he started off with the Vampirism, he started off with the Heartsteel, raised the stakes as well. And then he realized to himself, like you said, that there are other players that are going for Ezreal. So instead of trying to go for Heartsteel into Ezreal, which is kind of everyone's like bread and butter in a way. That's what everyone does when they play Heartsteel. Instead, he transitions, he goes into Ahri board, which Ahri seems to be a lot more popular now with KDA instead of going for this, you know, usual Sentinel frontline that we used to see from him. But with the KDA, with the Sona as well, also going for the heal Sona in the end, meant that a player like Tenant couldn't actually deal enough damage to the backline with that Ezreal and with that Caitlyn.
I'm going to quickly touch on the casters throwing me under the bus, saying that it's all my fault that Iguana went 8th. I'm going to quickly remind viewers at home and casters and everyone else on this desk, even, you know, behind the scenes production, if you want to as well, you're reminded. He was playing Jack's reroll. I'm not sure that is the best of game plans to try and go anything but 8th, unfortunately, when it comes to looking at the stats for, you know, scrims, looking at stats for day 1. It is not the most, I think, consistent comp, especially not from the spot Iguana was in, where he was so behind. He hit the Jax 3 late, hit the Lux 3 late. He barely didn't even have the upgrade on the Zac, for example, in the front line. Just the stars did not align for that comp to really pop off. We saw Jax just insta-die near the end there. And the rerolls in general did not do well. I think it makes sense. You're not min-maxing around champion delivery. You're getting these 4 costs and 5 costs in the late game. And when you're playing reroll, you either don't have spots for them on your board because they're all kind of capped with this structured cookie cutter board, or you just can't make good use of flexible, good 4 cost and 5 cost units. So we saw so many rerolls do so poorly in this game, with Jazz as well going 7th and the kill not looking so hot as well.
I mean, even GoBuster even started off the game with them lesser champion duplicators, started off with 5 or 6 KOs and was pretty much committed early on. And it was just like you said, that I think the champion duplicator is getting a little bit of extra economy if you just want to sell it on, or the extra units you can get onto the board as well, meant that the rerolls players kind of struggled a little bit compared to before. But, you know, still a great lobby overall to watch. Rerolls, I felt like we were casting, rerolls doing good. We didn't cast, and then rerolls are doing bad. So I don't know what's happening there, fandom, to be fair.
The portal does end up mattering a lot for, I think, the big picture game plan of playing for 4 costs or playing for rerolls. But let's see what the big picture game plan looks for all of our competitors. Standings are already 3 games in, halfway through this day 2. So much on the line, as we mentioned in that game 1 for all of our players. You need to make it to day 3 if you want to continue your hopes and ambitions and dreams, staying alive, of making it to EMEA Finals, of maybe even making it to Worlds and following in the footsteps of a player like Wetjungler, who was able to finish runner-up in set 9. Looking at the top half here, going into the 30s, these players are all in a comfortable position. They have to start maybe mounting a bit more of a 1st or 8th playstyle in these next 3 games, but big names like Double, big names like Solo on the upper half of the standings here.
Yeah, a few of the players doing extremely well. We can see a lot of Greece representation as well near the top of the standings. Tiaan also close there as well. And Raiko still at the top, 2nd place. I can see Nigeria in the cameras in the back scenes celebrating the Italian, all still being in 1st place, but really close behind by Zyko, by Tropical, by Yellow Tamar, and also Blast the Moon sitting up there as well. So the UK also going still really strong. But as you mentioned, Panda, we're halfway through with there's still a long way to go. But that top half at the moment, them top 8 players are looking really, really good to try and make it into day number 3.
I believe game 4 is ready to go as well. Our players are anxious to try and get some potentially better results in these next 3 games to try and, again, guarantee their finish and guarantee their day 3 possibilities as well. We're going to throw to our casters and see what is in store for us, if rerolls or if more 4-cost flex comps for this game 4.
I've seen the lobby. I know I need the flag. I need to represent for the boys, both Balotelli and Shining Star in this lobby. So they're going to need all the help they can get because it's going to be a tight one.
Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you, Matt, but this lobby is a lobby of death, I would say. Every single player in there needs a 1st place to really climb up the rankings. It might be tough.
Or 2nd. It's just that easy.
So the good news for the players in this, our bottom lobby, is that I believe for all of them, all of them with the exception of 1 player, we'll talk about a little bit later on, they've all done well in their previous games. So the tournament may have not started well for all of them, but they've all shown that at least against the players they're playing against right now, they can get some wins in. I think, the big question is here, can they win against each other? Because you're really leaving behind everybody here, as you said, who doesn't hit top 2 or probably even top 1.
All about the mental game at this point. You've got to turn it around. You've got to play for that top one. And really desperately hope that you can make it there. But, you know, it's going to be casual. Balotelli, Shining Star, 1-2. Doesn't matter the order. They'll make it out. Just
Okay, they'll all make it out then. I see how it is. This tournament doesn't seem to have any losers, just winners.
No.
I'll refrain to discuss
People
that with
losing
my
is
fellow
sad,
co-casters. But here are the total standings of points. All of these players having a little bit of an off day, a little bit of a rough day. Bottom 4 placements nearly all throughout the board. Only Shining Star and Smilish able to get a top 4 placement in there.
Yes, I think I got a little bit too excited with looking at the points. I didn't realize that these were the points total because it's honestly amazing. We're seeing some of the players we've had here. With these are players that we've.
Hold on.
Oh no!
The
Do you see it, Peter?
They're doing it.
Going
These
for it.
absolute madmans are doing
So
it.
good. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate it. All
right,
of these
Megs.
players get a golden star in my book.
All right, lay it on us. What's your favorite part of this? Why do you love it so much?
Okay, you know me. I'm not a player that cares about fairness or, equal distribution or competitive equality. I care about fun. And that's exactly what the Wandering Trainer is going to give you. Now, what it means for our viewers at home is it will be confusion. And I mean that very literally. For the first 5 stage probably, or 4 stages, people will figure out what the heck they're running and try to find something to work with.
I mean, the big thing for us, I think, here is to find the people who maybe have got the direction from their dummies, because they can be absolutely random, but if you get really lucky, you can end up with emblems that basically tell you what composition you have to run for the rest of the game.
We're seeing
RID's
them
got an
already
interesting
here.
combo.
Okay, I think just glancing at these, Matt Black might have won the draw on the Wandering Trainer. I'm trying to see if there's anything I like even more, but having the Super Fan together with the Spellweaver is pretty strong.
Let's see, what can we cook up? The rapid fire one, yeah, just toss some rapid fires in there. That's fine. I'm looking at RYD, I'm looking at the Punk, I'm looking at the Pentakill. There's maybe something there, I'm not sure what. Dazzler, KDA, once you put the Ziggs in late. There's something. I'm trying to cook.
Loescher is really good too.
Yeah. We've got a couple winners. We've got a couple winners coming out. I think Balotelli, better luck next time. It's really rough.
They all chose this. They all chose to go for it.
This is fair.
If I was them, I would have been the one player who chose not to go on it, just so when we inevitably ended up on it, I'd have an excuse for losing.
Just be like, I told you guys.
Okay, so we're looking at Matt Black right now, and this was the first one of the Wandering Trainers that I saw where I was like, okay, I like this. Usually something with super fans in the current meta, pretty good because you're gonna run them anyhow. Now, not buying the Annie is a bit questionable because it could have just unlocked that Spellweaver for you, and instead we're going for the rapid fires. Hopping over to Shining Star though, this I think together with the Lelouch one, equally good. We'll see how they convert it.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm down for it. I think so. Remember from when we've seen the Wandering Trainer games before, obviously you're going to be using one of these emblems at best, but 2 is really ideal. 3, I think, is fairly rare to find 3 that will work together well in one composition. So I think with what we've got here, we've actually got Balotelli and Shining Star up against each other, where certainly it's going to be appealing for both of them to go down the disco route.
It'd be interesting. The KDA, the Dazzler, like you said, for disco, and the item Shining Stars picked up is great if you're positioning in a clump. Disco, pretty much exclusively positions in a clump because they have to be around the disco ball.
So here's what I'm thinking. Because another player is being led into disco, what you could do with the Dazzler is try to go for the Bard Kaisa line instead. That also utilizes the KDA as well as the Sentinels. So I think that might be the better angle here, but truly it depends on where we're going to come out with this. Hopping over to 29F. Sorry, this name I always struggle because I want to get it right. We're on an emo line, which is also really fun because you have the Annie emo already, and that could be very good and very strong.
Don't talk to my son or my son's son ever again.
Well, Matt, I mean, we're brewing here towards what presumably is going to be a Poppy board long term. So, of course, with Poppy being an emo Mosher, I mean, this board will just be a step better than anything else you could get for, and 6 emos on the card.
Yeah, and Annie reroll we've seen pretty consistently is good if you can hit it early, and this is the setup for it. You know that you have something to pivot into late game that builds directly off the early game Annie. You've got 5 Annies early on in the game. It's a pretty decent spot from which to play it.
Some hefty punches being thrown here in a battle of Vise, but in the end, Dalasom gonna come out with a loss. This is a Punk Wandering Trainer, and to be honest, I feel like those are the most awkward to an extent, because really either you're playing Punk or you're not playing it. There isn't much of flexing it in, traditionally at least, and I'm wondering if this is the moment where you just say, okay, 6 Punk, it's back on the menu, that's where we're headed.
Yeah, I mean, bear in mind... Well, we've got at least I presume, I'm not 100% of this, but I presume the training dummy will benefit from those Punk stacks, so we'll be a little bit stronger on the front line. We do know there was the one other player who had the Punk in the lobby, but I think there's a pretty good chance they're not going to want to contest it.
Yeah, RYD had that as an option. Doesn't look like probably contested, like you said. And Dalasom, you've got the Punk headliner as well as the Punk emblem. This is the probably only position from which you can play 6 Punk. And you have all 6 of those Vise as well. So we could get this.
Okay. The carousel. Now, of course, with the Wandering Trainer, the one thing players might like to pick up is the spatula, and you can hear some pings already being directed. Shining Star says, this one, I'll take.
That last game, last time we saw Shining Star was able to brew successfully the Mosher board together. I'm asking you once again, your belief meter, where is it?
All the way, it's Shining Star. Come on, do you even need to... Do you think I draw colored pen flags for just anyone, Peter?
You've never done it for me, Matt.
I mean, this is coming from the same person that said, oh, Balotelli's Wandering Trainer is not good. Better luck next time. I'm just saying.
Both can exist at the same time.
Players.
Look. The true duality of man. One of them got a really rough draw in the Wandering Trainer. The other one, I think, can do it.
Balotelli is win streaky right now at the top lobby. He's not doing too badly.
We'll see how that works out in the long run. I'm very curious. For now, we are going to be seeing the board from Smilish, checking in here with one of the players coming in from Turkey. And we got a little bit of everything already going on, and this could also be somebody that is maybe leaning into a direction where we see something like the Katarina or something like the Kaisa come out.
Well, something, Matt, which I wanted to bring up here is... it makes you who were raising it before, the idea of jazz boards. We're in a situation, you've got emblems in play, you've got a lot more traits you could have active than in any other game. It seems like a natural home for jazz to work.
I think particularly the player that I'm seeing this for is the one with the Dazzler emblem on the Wandering Trainer, because it just fits so perfectly and you're contested on the disco line. But of course, if you're able to get that extra spatula, that extra emblem somehow, then Jazz is going to be even more tasty if you can somehow make it fit. But for now, the Jazz Bard is actually popping up in Loescher's shop, who's definitely not going to go there.
So Makes, I'm just doing, sometimes I count units on the board.
Yeah, do you?
So when I see, there's 6 Evelyns here for a little bit.
Yeah, there is.
And I just, I'm not saying it's gonna be, because I've been burned before, but that's more than most people run. And
that's
the items
true.
are on an Evelyn. So I mean, it could potentially be an Evelyn reroll. Maybe too early. But I'm at least letting the hype train leave the station. Are you on board with me? Can I get you a ticket?
Matt, do you still have the ice cream nearby?
Yeah, it's upstairs. I could get it pretty.
The crab pie,
You might need to grab that ice cream. I don't think the Evelyn is going to stay on board. I really like the setup that we have here for the crowd diver, but that also means that it's not going to be Eve. It's going to be KDA. That's what we're going for.
You picked up another Evelyn. Just saying. Just saying.
I want to believe, but we are playing patient study for the Loescher, so I don't know if staying at low levels really on the card.
Do this to me, Peter. Please.
I'm trying to let you down gently, Matt.
Little
I'm
fun
at the
fact.
human limits of cope.
Yeah. We'll leave you there. But little fun fact about the KDA patterns that we have going on for Lelouch. It's one of my favorite pattern boards of the KDA hexes, but it's also the one with the least KDA hexes. It's the full spread out single spotlight spread, and it only has 9 of these KDA hexes, so really you have way less than with any other of the patterns, but they're all spread out so nicely that you can work with it perfectly. So I really like this one. I think it's a good one.
All right. I mean, Lelouch is certainly in a good place to take advantage of it. So we take a look at the economy and where everybody is in the lobby. Ride currently up at the top with a decently sized win streak going up to level 6 and a good amount of gold in the bank. Delasom, the one who's standing out to us most here, has hit 6 punk, but has paid dearly to get it. Has dropped down to just 2 gold, way behind the rest of the lobby economically.
I'm ready. This is the turnaround. I'm calling it right now. He can turn this. Look how much damage that Vi is doing. He's got this one in the bag at the very least, but I think.
I thought you meant the game.
Not the game. No, not the game yet. We're not. That's
like, wow, you're optimistic
for me.
So Dalasom actually invested a lot to get this board going here, and while we do have the 6 punk, we also have our augments coming up, and you know, I'm not one to say nay to prismatic, so let's see what's actually around the corner, but it's going to be golden ones. Now, you might look at this and say, ooh, Twin Terror. I'm already on a little bit of a Twitch situation. I think this could be good. I would advise against it, but we're picking it regardless.
Wait, Delasom already had the 3-star in place, so you can activate that straight away. But I'm with you that the rest of the 3 stars aren't actually fully there as of yet. And Delasom's economic recovery is going to be hamstrung by continuously having to roll, suck out 1 gold per round, and then still buy the rest of the units to bring Twin Terror online meaningfully.
There is an argument, though, like being legitimate about the chances here. There is an argument that rolling that much for punk uniquely is effective, especially if you can get 6, because those rolls give you so much strength.
That's true. You should be rolling every round if you have punk, but it only works per the 1 gold reroll, right? So if you're rolling more, it's just whatever. It's going nowhere, and that's the big issue I have with the Twin Terror. I think in his spot, if you want to play the 6 punk and the Twin Terror, you need a lot of gold to actually go to the finish line, make those 3 stars come online, make some space on your board as well. And I'm not really seeing that work out, but Dalasom is believing, so I'll trust the expertise and say we'll see how it goes.
Lelouch's board, 7 KDA at 3-2. That seems pretty good. I'm not going to put too fine a point on it. That's really strong for this early.
Well, I mean, this is another aspect of the Wandering Trainers, is that a lot of these traits, particularly the vertical traits that you'd expect to take the extra level, much like getting an emblem, you are able to cheat your way into the stronger version, which puts you dramatically ahead. For Shining Star, though, in terms of emblems, this is the player we saw stealing the spatula quite some time ago, and he hasn't found a use for it yet.
Got that Sentinel KDA frontline option for him, so good frontline to work for and give him a little bit more space. Those items, though, are leaning away from what I'd expect from a KDA board.
Going to be hopping over to see how that one works out. We do have the 4 superfans, so a little bit of extra leech there onto our, for now, Clap Sante as he's trying to punch his way through the Y. Doing a pretty good job at that, but at the same time, Dalasom is printing money. That Mogul's Mail is so good for him here in this situation. And the Cassante is holding the board for Shining Star. Dalasom's going to take another loss.
That's brutal. That Cassante.
You asked for it. We got it. It's just as nightmarish as we'd hoped for, even with just 1 item.
That was brutal. All right. It might be looking dire for Dallasum. Makes I think I'm on board with that opinion now.
Yeah, I mean, don't write him off just yet, right? We're in 3-4. There's still a lot of chances. There's still another set of augments. I think we're still all healthy enough to make something work. Unfortunately, though, no additional spatula on this carousel, so we'll have to see if maybe some other emblems roll around later on for the players that are trying to unlock additional traits.
I'm looking at Matt Black's board, and he doesn't really seem to be playing to his emblems all that much. He's just got this Kale going for him, which isn't bad, but he just seems to have abandoned playing directly around it and going for the attack speed, going for the extra gold from Gambler's Blade.
He does have the 5 super fan, which is huge. It gives you that Radiant Rage Blade, which is just bonkers on the Kale reroll. It's so much better than the normal one. Allows her to go even further here, and you're already playing the super fans with the Kale. So I think that's a good option, and you can still fit in that rapid fire in a later stage of the game, I think. So we'll see where it actually goes.
I think particularly with the setup that he's got here with the Gambler's Blade as well as with the Radiant Quincy's, you see just how fast she's attacking the Kale, and also that she's printing money while doing so, along with 2 healthy, means Matt's been able to draw out these rounds for a long time. Even if he can't win a round, he's still economically getting a lot out of every time he plays.
And I think winning a round's not that unrealistic, because 76 stacks on that kill chew through pretty much anything given enough time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so good. The Radiant Rage Blade, I love it. If you can actually get 5 Superfan, it's pretty crazy. We've seen it before in a Wandering Trainer game. I want to say Golden Spatula Cup 1. So we'll see if we can actually keep them in there. But hopping over to one of the newer players in this Golden Spatula Cup that actually caught our attention, we are running a little bit of a Mosher Pit Mosh board.
This was one of the ones that I was concerned about when I first saw the distribution. I was like, well, you can do something with Punk and Pentakill. I think there's some transitions there, but I wasn't sure how it would make it into the late game. Vertical Mosher is definitely viable.
We're going for Gnar reroll, I believe.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we don't have the Vi in there, because absolutely it would allow for a lot easier access if we are going to try and reroll a Gnar. We haven't seen many people do it outside of the Kale Gnar setup, but I mean, we're seeing in this particular circumstance, it's good enough to take down Balotelli.
Yeah, Balotelli, I think, still suffering from his emblems.
Yeah, suffering is a good word that we could hold on while looking at this board, because I do love the Gnar, but if I saw correctly, there's a Runons slammed onto the Gnar, which isn't necessarily how you play the Gnar reroll. Normally we see something like a BT, we see the Titans being involved, the Hodge, stuff like that. I think normally would be where you're going Sterex even. The Hurricane is an interesting choice, I'll put it like that.
I think I do vaguely remember from the mists of time when I think there's like a sort of cadre of Gnar enjoyers who've been keeping going when Gnar's been valued or less valued. And I'm sure I do remember something about Runans. I can't draw it to mind exactly what the interaction is, but I'm assuming at least if Rai's willing to go this line and build these items, it's got to work out somehow. And I mean, Rai's doing pretty well so far.
So what I'm thinking with this slam is that we're not going to stay on the Gnar. That's what that is telling me. But I'm happy to be wrong and running the reroll Gnar with the Runa. I mean, I just don't see it. But maybe there's a chance. I think he's just going to sell off the headliner, switch in the other Gnar to get the pentakill back on board, as well as the Superfan and Mosher. And we'll see a different headliner in the long run. But maybe it's a Runon's Gnar.
I think we're also going to see a little bit of a run back here with the 8-bit. We saw Loescher go for that vertical 8-bit and stack out pretty well. Smilish does have it as one of his emblems, so it's going to have a little bit of an easier time than most. And we've seen exactly how strong it can be if you get to that final level of 8-bit. Just one unit off.
Yeah, we've been waiting for Smilish to come online as much as we've been waiting for 8-bit compositions usually to scale through the game, but apparently it's not quite there as of yet. Smilish down to around 10 gold as we'll get our last augment coming in, and it doesn't look like any of this instantly is going to be able to make him turn the corner.
we're going to be seeing the Riven. Now, one of the crucial items you want on a Riven headliner, we saw this in the previous game, I believe, as well. You want that QSS. It's so important for her to actually reach those back lines. If she gets CC'd, you're dead. That's it. Thanks for playing. Go again. You need the QSS, which is why that last space on her is going to be so crucial to the board. So we'll see if the Riven can actually be fully unlocked there for the 8-bit board.
And we did check, that is going to be 6-8-bit before we moved away with that headliner plus the emblem. So now Balotelli's board, this is about the best we could hope for from the options he was given with the disco board. And we've seen him play this successfully yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the Morellos together with the Spirit Shojin, which is a really nice setup. This board's already pretty decent. We're still waiting for that third item to come through. But we've got with the cybernetic bulk as well as the dummies, we've got so much time for this disco board to put it together. And the wins are convincing.
Yeah, turning Balotelli's game around earlier on, he was really suffering, but as you can see, everyone else has moved around. Balotelli rising to the top of the pack. And worth mentioning again, Matt Black, 89 HP on a 9-win streak.
Yeah, that's just, ooh, you gotta be scared if that's going on in your game, because particularly for the players that find themselves caught between a rock and a tough spot, you're going to face even more pressure from the higher players downwards as somebody is streaking for as long as Matt Black is doing right now. And players like Lelouch, like Smilers, like W29F might suffer from it. We'll see how it goes for now. Dalasom going up against Balotelli here. And this is the Punk Twin Terror board now, finally at least with the Twitch on 3-star.
It's taken a while to get here, but hopefully for Dalasom, the trip was absolutely worth it. Vi's doing a pretty damn good job of holding the line, but this is one of the matchups where if you don't have multiple strong frontliners, eventually the Twist of Fate's going to get through, hit your backline, even if your frontline stays alive.
Here's the other thing. In order to keep 6 Punk, as well as get the maximum benefit from Twin Terrors, if you want another unit to do so, you need to be level 7. Dalasom has 10 gold. Not exactly enough to get a level up right now.
Nope.
So he's just going to, I guess, keep digging for those Punk units, but not be able to utilize the Twin Terror for the rest of them.
And that's exactly why I was so hesitant on it when we saw it being picked, because you do need money to make moves most of the time. See how it works out in the long run. I do love seeing Wright's augments, though. I think it's working out perfectly for the Mosher. The last time we did check in, the Gnar had a BF sword, so maybe we are running that Runan's Gnar. I'm sorry, I can't let it go. It's very interesting to me as we are hopping through boards, but there it is.
I swear.
Gnar 3, Jax 3, we are into the pit.
I swear by the end of this game, with this setup, okay, maybe one more item, we'll get that soon. With one more item coming through, me and the Gnar enjoying community will make you a believer, because this Gnar will hit really hard, and he'll be hitting multiple targets because that Runan.
I appreciate the last second hedging of the bet there, Peter.
Well, I'm not hedging anything. This guy's a
one
big...
more item.
I say
you
100%.
need a healing item, though, right? Either Hodge or BT. Yeah. I think you kind of want to slam there and hopefully finds 100%. It soon. But for now, a lot of lifting being done by that extra Jack. And that said, not enough against a Radiant Kale, though.
Now, Matt, tell me if I'm wrong about this, because again, I'm very peripherally on the edge of the Gnar enjoyers. I believe that Gnar will jump further onto the opposing side of the board if he's placed at the back of your own board. Is that right?
I would have to double check to be 100% sure. So I'll take a look in the middle of the game. But right now, the one thing I do want to bring up is that augment, in case anyone's not aware. It does give you additional stats for how many other units are around them. So that Gnar is getting a huge bonus to his stats.
Yeah. I checked it. Gnar leaps over the current target, so it depends a little bit on the positioning game on where it is. He could leap further, but most of the time he's still gonna land in that second row of the enemy board. We are getting closer to players' elimination stages, though. Smilish here on 17, same as W29F, and Balotelli has so much damage to give here. And Peter, I'll leave it to you. Talk to me about the old Razzle Dazzle.
Oh boy, well yeah, I think that's a difference maker there that's coming in. There's such an unusual one for Balotelli. So it means that the dazzle effect, which amplifies the unit's damage, is increased. Which means that in terms of what Twisted Fate is doing to your board, it's so much nastier. And for Sam, as Spanish Man, if he gets to a 1v1 fight against that Twisted Fate, the Riven, I don't think will be able to stand up at all.
What I like to appreciate about this match, because everyone's going for that first place, everyone has to hard commit essentially because of their dummy. We're seeing a lot of those trait-specific augments, like Razzle Dazzle, like that Mosher augment as well. And it's something we don't always really get to see. Players tend to shy away from those during a regular game. Oh yeah! There we go.
Oh,
that's gonna help.
It's going to help, but if you look at the front line, we're currently slamming items onto this Mordekaiser to at least make him a little bit of a tank. It's a Mordekaiser 1, and he's not going to be the strongest tanky boy that we can offer to other boards. It's all about the Riven and the Kate synergy, and whether or not they can actually reach that backline, I'm a little bit worried for this matchup.
Edge of Night's going to proc, which means that the KL will start turning the second she starts to go after Riven. But no, Riven dashes away. All she needs is a bit of time to remove the rest of the board, because this really is a one-unit board. Caitlyn doing her best for the backline. KL is ramping up, but she gets taken down. All right, it's believing time again.
Caitlyn MVP, baby. That's what we've been talking about all day. Your backline is never safe against the 8-bit 4 cost.
Wow, that was the fact that the Kale went for as long as she did and wasn't able to knock something down, either the Riven or the Kate. That so good. So good for the Riven board. Checking in with the Loescher, though, we do have the 7 KDA now online. We have the Sentinels in the front line, although only 3, so really that's a dead emblem more or less. Only makes a Wandering Trainer a little bit tankier. And we're still running that Evelyn with the item somewhere.
No, listen, I've been watching Lelouch. He did hold the Evelyns for an admirably long time, but I think just needed to sell in order to get this Seraphine 3. Against the 8-bit board, both these players are really struggling right now. This could be the end for either of them.
Wow, the 3-star version of the Riven, so much massively better. She both mentioned the Quicksilver just removes the counterplay. If you can't burst her, and you know a Seraphine can't burst her any day of the week, you're just going to get annihilated. Lelouch out in last place.
Alien 1v1 coming in there, Shining Star. You can tell those items were meant for an Ezreal, but no Ezreal to be found. So he's going to be working with what he's got. He's got 8 KDA on the board. And so far, it seems like he's turned it around a little.
Yeah, 8 KDA is not 10, which is really the one you would have liked to somehow unlock, but we're very far away from making that a possibility. Also, a little bit of an awkward KDA hex spread here with this pyramid. I hate this one personally, just in case you cared about my opinion. But we are going to go into the matchup with the Twin Terrors, and we've been talking about this board ever since it was picked. Thalassum and Shining Star in very similar situations here, where they cannot make any big moves, where they're kind of stuck on the level that they are, and that's a huge stun onto this Akali. She was just standing around doing absolutely nothing. Doesn't matter though. The Ahri in the background is going to find her way towards this Twitch, and Thalassum is going to take a loss.
I think one of the reasons why
reported for AFK. I just gotta say, those stuns.
Well, I think one of the reasons makes to not like that particular formation is because, yeah, you're all clumped up, and it's going to be very, very bad against certain matchups. But I think with the Punk setup there, it just wasn't really able to punish particularly much. Now we head towards an end game where we've got really close, all the way down from 4th to 6th place. But we must not forget, we are in Lobby 8. Only players who've got any chance of climbing back in and making it to day 3 are the ones finishing in the top 2, and likely the top 1.
Back on Ride's board, we see this Mosher stack. Doesn't seem like it's gotten a whole lot stronger. Did just win his last round and got that healing item on the Gnar, which is what we were mostly concerned about for this composition. Looking for Urgod 3 as well, it would seem.
All right, Sasa was in the chat saying there is a way to manipulate where the Gnar ends up leaping to, which was what was vaguely in my memory. But I guess the important point here is Gnar is the entire composition is Gnar and other stuff to buy him time. See, in this case, he does jump onto the backline. So if Balotelli gets hit, I imagine by that Runan's Hurricane, or maybe just a direct deal to the face, then this Gnar board suddenly comes alive.
But that's really all on Balotelli's positioning, right? Gnar jumps over his target, so if the space behind his target is blocked, he'll just go 1 hex further, which isn't ideal if you're clumped up in a disco board, which Balotelli, of course, is, with playing it the way that he does. We are checking back in with Smilish as we are in our top 4. Shining Star knocked out before he could get the 10 KDA online. Definitely has to herd so close, yet so far not being able to put that one together.
Smilish Man could win this entire lobby if he just stays alive a little bit longer. He needs to hit that last level to get the cash out we saw Lelouch get. That would save the game for him, but he can only take 1 loss for the rest of the game.
And we're quite far away from getting the 8-bit cash out, but maybe it's just about possible. The Gnar, of course, will be a problem. You see how quickly he goes to the front line. Actually avoids walking into the Riven, so we'll be able to take out a lot of the back line. Does not walk back to the Caitlyn, though, which means he has to go face-to-face with Riven. I think Riven might be a little too strong. The Caitlyn finishes the job.
Last second there, so absolutely close. And it looks like it's going to take 8 rounds for this to stack up if it stays at the same rate. So, yeah, I'm not sure about that cash out.
I mean, it would be nice to see 2 6-bit cash outs in one day, or 6 8-bits rather, but I also think we might be a little far off. We're going to see how it works out. At the same time, though, you can see that Matt Black, who is on that Kayle reroll, is getting closer and closer to actually hitting the last target units. Is missing some of the Mordekaisers, is missing the second Viego, the second Yorick, and then this board could go very, very strong.
Yes, it's lucky. Well, the thing is, you've got money coming in the whole game long for Matt because he's printing it with a Gambler's Blade. Admittedly, he's rolling very deep, which will slow down the Gambler's Blade attack speed, but I think he senses, he's so far ahead of everybody else in the lobby, he's looking for the kill shot.
Not exactly hurting for attack speed either with that Radiant Rage Blade, as we see Urgod 3 come out finally there for Ride. Might be enough to help him as we see Smilish Man, the 8-bit king, going in for this potentially last fight.
We've seen this matchup before, and it didn't look too good for the Kayle. Just instantly knocked out by the Caitlyn as well as the Riven. They're just sniping these backlines relentlessly, and that's exactly what happens. Matt Black trucks it off, has so much HP to work with here, but it also means that both Ride and Smilish are hanging in there, still trying to claw for places, and Smilish does find that Viego 2, while Ride is able to get the set 3 online.
I mean, that's a lot of heat.
Ooh. I don't know if this is going to be enough, though, guys. I really don't, because you're running into the 8-bit fully stacked up, and you're running into the Kayle with Gambler's Blade, Radiant Rage Blade, and a Gunblade. I don't know how Gnar does here.
Well, I think the big thing is whether or not
jumps, right?
Yeah, it's if you can get onto the primary carry, then everything is good. I think the problem here is I don't know if the set got the primary aggro to keep this Gnar from being torn apart before he does his damage. Jax is dancing around, but the DPS is just unlimited.
Does hang in there, though, does survive on that last HP and Dream. And really, you could see the Gnar hop in, but getting stuck on the Mordekaiser. Same for the Jax. Both of these carries, both of these DPS dealers, just not able to knock down their target. Has to hurt.
I think I did my math wrong earlier. In fact, I know I did my math wrong earlier, because if he survives, this looks like it's going to be the cash out, and he's on a 7-round win streak. I think it's happening again, guys.
He's up against the Moshers.
I thought we agreed. We agreed we were allowed to have this once per tournament that we could have a cash out. 2 per tournament is just not allowed.
Come on now, is this how EMEA plays TFT? Can we see another cash out? The Riven going strong, makes it through the targets one by one, supplied by the Lucian, and the Caitlyn gets the cash out, knocks out his enemy in turn as well. Raid will fall, and we're gonna be starting to print money galore.
Oh, this is going to be a fun round, y'all. 8 HP against Matt Black. It's going to be at least 2 life there for Matt Black, which gives Smilish Man a little bit more time to roll. Just saying.
If you're Matt Black in this position, again, remember, you're trying to get out of this lobby and back into the competition. This is probably not one of the scenarios you really were envisaging as a possibility, but now we've got Tactician's Crown. I believe it's around 100 gold or so that comes in. If not functionally unlimited, it's certainly enough that Smilish Man could get anything he wants to put on his board.
There he goes.
Problem
just
is,
trying to roll through.
the issue is that it's delayed, right? So you have to wait for the machine to actually print the money before you can go and run with it. So while it is looking a little bit cartoonish, this is exactly what's going on here. We will see another matchup where hopefully Smilish Man can hang in there against his fellow countryman.
He's not even bothering to pick up the money anymore.
No, it doesn't need to. The Riven's down, though. This is dangerous. That Kayle in the backline completely protected for once in this fight. And the Kayle Smilish Man.
No way.
After the cash out, takes a second place. Oh, you hate to see it.
That should never happen. You get games, you get a cash out, and you can't use it because you died that round. But to get the cash out, he spent a lot of money from that cash out going into that round. That should not have happened.
A moment with 12 units aren't enough to bring you a win. That was so heartbreaking. A little bit partially due to the fact that he hit the cash out right before the carousel round, and there was no printing going on during that, but man, what a heartbreaker.
Yeah, and I think shouts out to Matt Black, though, because the problem that he kept running into was that Caitlyn was immediately taking out his Kayle, finally found the positioning, using the extra HP he had to, you know, make sure his only carry didn't die. So he was able to win it finally, and that was really good of him. Saving that HP through the early game and let him make those choices. So shouts out to him for a great game as well.
Oh, and hey, you can add that to your player resume. I beat an 8-bit cash out. Easy peasy. That's how you get back into a competition.
2 rounds later, no less.
I'm curious on what our analyst desk has to say about this, because truly we're going to need a breakdown of everything that was going on in this game.
Hello, I'm Enzo, I'm 23, I'm from France, and I'm a pro player from Gentlemates. I really like this new set. I'm really good in ladder, but the mechanic of Chosen is not really competitive, you know. But I think it's okay. I really like this new change. I'm one of the players played the most in ladder, so I think 10th place is really good for having a really competitive ladder in Europe. When you have talked about the most good people in EMEA, I think it's Wet and Double. It's a good ladder. We have Ging, it's really good. Lelouch, Travis, Combis, we have a lot of good players in ladder. No, I prefer a lot this new set. Set 9, it's only for a bad player. Gambling Tom, it's not for me. I think in this set, people is not really creative. People all play the same comp and can't be so creative. Yeah, I think tournament is a little broken. I have only one goal. It's win world. Thank you to my family, my friends, and vive Gentlemates!
we're back on the analyst desk, and unfortunately for everyone involved, my breakdown of this game will be mostly pessimistic. I think because of the lobby we were in, all these players needed a big win and then maybe 2 more wins the next year to even have a chance to make day 3. High risks were necessary, things like Wandering Trainer. If you're the one that high rolls, you can make use of all 3 emblems, you can reach 10 pentakill, 10 KDA. Great, you win the lobby. I think players were trying to look for that high roll. Unfortunately, I think the most disappointing lobby of Wandering Trainer I've ever seen. I think only one player, Reed with an reroll, was even able to make use of 2 traits on those dummies. So just a little bit unsatisfying, I think, for everyone involved. But it was great to see Gnar reroll. I think the tech with Submit to the Pit is really fun. Gnar's biggest weakness as a unit, as a headline unit especially, is when he jumps in, he's surrounded by all these different units, he dies very quickly. But with Submit to the Pit, it's the opposite. It's actually a strength instead. So I love to see Reed pulling this off and pulling up out 3rd in the end.
Yeah, I mean, normally we have a lot of excitement really with Wandering Trainer. It's a caster's dream to see Wandering Trainer most of the time with all this, you know, vertical pentakill, vertical KDA. But yeah, none of that unfortunately this time around. But Matt Black did incredibly well this game. Only made use of one of the emblems, which is pretty much the whole lobby at the end of the day. But that Superfan getting the Radiant Rage Blade and also the Gambler's Blade on top, that KO was not only doing a lot of damage to carry Matt Black to victory, but also printing a lot of money as well at the same time, which I felt like was a big win condition here for Matt Black. In overall, I would say a pretty like low roll lobby overall. It's kind of unfortunate, you know, W29F as well, obviously from the UK, unfortunately falling out, had an emo line, could potentially go for like emo with the Mosher, couldn't find the emo. Spat in the end, couldn't find anything else to really get that board online. And I felt like that was kind of how the whole lobby went. Not really a lot of players got a lot of, I guess, scenarios to actually get their board fully online.
That's the problem with Wandering Trainer. At this level of play, these players are so skilled that they're able to adapt to what the game is giving them to make the best possible use out of the augments and the natural shops they're getting in stage 2 and 3 to then, you know, play for the best line they can. With Wandering Trainer, you have way less agency as a player. Most of the skill gap that you have as, you know, a Challenger Plus and a player that plays in day 2 of GSC kind of evaporates. You are forced to commit to certain lines because you're trying to make any use of the value you get from the dummy. So that was the case this game. I think there are high rolls, there are upsides with Wandering Trainer, there are fun games, of course. In this case, just a little bit unsatisfying all around. And to top it off, when it comes to unsatisfying, the 8-bit cash outs did not come in time. There was not enough time to actually, you know, transfer the gold value you're getting into an actual stronger board. So it was an unsatisfying 2nd place in the end.
As we take a look at our standings here, yeah, the 8-bit cash out was really unfortunate. It had 12 units in the end, didn't really get anything else going. Unfortunately, that does mean for W29F, pretty much every player that didn't get a top 2 in our previous lobby means that they are knocked out and not going to be able to make it to day number 3. As we look and keep on moving up to the standings, some of these players still have a decent chance. Stygsaw sitting up there, Paderbowl as well. Brojon are 3 players that really stand out as well. And we get into that top 62. It's looking really incredible for some of these players and a lot of familiar faces here, Panda.
The cutoff will, of course, be at around 27 points. 2 games left still, so a few consistent, even sometimes just maybe 2-6 will even be enough. But other players like Tarteman have won 3 games, already qualified to day 3, and there's still 2 games left, Stuart. So just an absolute insane level of dominance being displayed here by the French player. 4-point gap to 2nd place. I mean, that is crazy.
I've just barely ever seen that before. You normally see like a few players at the top of the standings having a decent, going, but 4 points gap already this early on. We see Tropical and Blast the Moon just below them as well. So great results overall for our top 3 players. But we're going to be taking a quick break as we get ready to get into the back end of this day number 2. Only 2 more games left now. We see you all in just a bit.
Welcome back, one and all, to Golden Spatula Cup number 2, day number 2. We are coming to the tail end of the day, and having watched your last analyst desk, I feel like you guys, you managed to get out all of the angst from the previous game. Now we're going to start moving into the deeply serious part of the competition. We're cutting to our top half once these 2 games are over, and we're headed up the table. I know this last game wasn't necessarily representative of what we'll be seeing in the games to come, but starting with you, Stuart, what kinds of things from what you've seen today would you like to see from our players who are fighting to get into that top half?
I think one composition that I was talking about at the start of the day, the Guardian Executioners, we haven't seen at all. I saw it a lot in day number 1 from what I was watching in my co-streams. 3 lobby wins were from this Executioner Guardian line, and we haven't really seen much of it today. So I'll be really excited to see that potentially coming out here today.
This is, of course, a line that can be kind of contested through other comps, with Country, for example, having a much better showing with Punk, for example, sometimes dipping into that Twitch, and Vex as well. That makes it hard to execute, no pun intended. But there is that natural kind of evolution. This Executioner into now trying to get a bit more frontline online and trying to dip into that kind of more balanced state with 4 Guardians and 4 Executioners instead. Is it time? Annie reroll. No natural Annies, no problem. Let's commit. No components here yet either.
So, gentlemen, we have ourselves a 3 champions lobby, which means that everyone's got these individual drops in early on. As we can see from our display up here, a few of our friends have got themselves some early Olafs, and we've got some early Punk in the mix as well. Do you think, in this kind of lobby, in this kind of portal, we might see more of a push towards going for those low-cost rerolls?
There's definitely potential there, 100%. I think it depends on how many that you can natural. If you natural like an early Jinx 2, an early Olaf 2, and then hit the headliner a bit later on, that is definitely a possibility. I think the big thing is with this 3 champions, it gives you a little bit more economy early on in the early stages, which are not players don't really get that much anymore, because a lot of players just get 3 or 5 items. So that extra little bit of economy means that you can build a stronger board early on and try and look to maybe move that a bit later on down the line.
And for some viewers who maybe have not played TFT at a high level for a very long time, they might just be thinking, oh, 3 gold, that's not really a big deal. Like, it's just 3 gold. But the way it compounds because of the interest, it means that it's much more impactful than you really think. And playing around 4 cost carries is much more consistent, because you're able to have way more gold to roll down at 4-2 and maybe assemble an actually strong board like that Hearthstone board.
Did Steigsville just click that by accident? That happened very quickly. I don't know if that was a mistake or he meant to pick that up, because the radiant items popped up and it was like taken down straight away.
ELT could pick up hologram here, doesn't go for it. We saw so much in day 1.
No, I mean, it's incredibly powerful, but I'm with you, Stuart. I mean, looking on the right-hand side, we're seeing some pretty big splits in approaches here. Click on going for the March of Progress. We know it's working towards the later lobbies, but a lot of our players picking up the Radiant items and 3 different Freaky Fridays. It looks like everyone's going to try and put the power on the board now or in the next few turns.
Freaky Friday is definitely an incredibly great prismatic augment that you can try and look to, transition later on, especially with the dual carries that we get to see, with the likes of potentially Caitlyn, Ezreal, Zed, Yone, Riven. I mean, the list goes on with how many carries that you can put in with these Infinity Forces. We did see a big thing where some of our players were actually using them extra 3 champions early on to make a little bit of extra economy. We saw one player getting 10 gold already to start things off. So interesting split here in players that are looking towards the reroll line, and also players potentially looking towards pushing to level 8.
Or pushing for a win streak. Chircane has the, extra reasons to do so with the Prismatic Spoils of War here, meaning that the stronger he can be in stage 2, the more he can kind of farm extra resources, and that compound both in economic interest and just, it's an augment that really scales the late game as well, where you have all these extra little treats coming through all the different fights in stage 4 and 5.
I do wonder if this is going to be hard to pull off, though, because with everyone having these Radiant items from the beginning, these opening boards are pretty strong. Chircane has at least spent the money to get up to level 4, so we'll be able to take down what Pardabol's got going in the early going, but I wonder if longer term stage 2 is going to be allowing that many cash outs for Chircane to thrive from.
I think that's the big thing. I think that's why a lot of people prefer to take the prismatic version of Spoils of War, because you have a better percentage chance to actually get anything dropped in the early stages to try and, as you mentioned, try and use that to be able to push later on. It just comes down to really what gets dropped at the end. I mean, later on you can get dropped, some components and everything else. But yeah, some gold in the early game can definitely help out.
We saw that the 2-3 rounds starting off, 6 players naturally went to level 4, so that means that they had previously a 2-1, going to show how much players are, again, trying to value their econ more than their HP in the stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, Shurikane's definitely going to be able to take advantage of that, moving up to level 5. Stexel, of course, with that Radiant Infinity Edge from before, and the great setup there for the Jinx to allow for a lot of hurt to come back. I think this might be one of those occasions where Shurikane's board still won't be able to match up, even despite having a level advantage.
Interesting direction, maybe what Stygzor's going for here. So already had the Radiant Infinity Edge, also slamming a Rage Blade as well, which maybe could look towards the Jinx reroll. I'm not really too sure, but later on, the Rage Blade units, in general, that you can look to try and put on later on, there's not that many with something like an Infinity Edge.
Thankfully, Lucian did get a buff and is a very good Rage Blade user now, so when it comes to just skipping 4 stages of TFT, but there is at least a viable way to slam a Rage Blade and know that there is a holder for it in the late game, similar to Sona when it comes to the AP lines.
And again, a reminder for anyone who came into this one late, is 3 Champions portals, so pretty much the impact of the portal has already been expended at this point. Some of our players putting together these stronger boards, but certainly there's lots of punt being kept around, even if our players don't plan on being here long term.
Talking about Forge Executioners, this might be finally the time that we do see it early. Samira, early Vex, early Amumu, and the Twitch also on the bench. I thought this would be going towards Seraphine reroll, but the JG slammed here. I think it's no longer the case.
And the great thing I love about this composition is what I saw a lot of yesterday is that there are so many different carries. It kind of doesn't really matter what sort of itemization you get. If you get some AD items, you could put them on Twitch and Samira. If you get some AP items, hey, you can put that on Vex as well. There are so many different carries to this composition, and the big thing is that Amumu front line. You have to get that Amumu, try and get it 3-star, and get a few gargoyles on it as well so it can tank a lot of damage. But as you said, Panda, I think with the JG being slammed, it could be possible with March of Progress as well.
Oh, we've got a little bit of a delay there, so at least we get a chance to examine the lobby in more detail. And something I wanted to float to you guys is, this conversation we're having about the Executioner line. In terms of what we've got overall going on in the lobby, we mentioned most of our players picking up items or some sort of board strength. It's only Shurikane with the Spoils of War and Kakon with the March of Progress who've gone for anything economic at all. So I wonder if Kakon might be able to actually get up and find those Amumus before everyone else will be able to.
I think the bigger thing more than the Amumus is just the items that he's able to get from the 3-2 augment specifically. Executioners is a comp that you want to itemize as many Executioners as possible. They all have their role in the comp. They all deal damage. It's not really a one unit comp like we see with Ribbon reroll and other different rerolls. Everyone kind of adds a little grain of salt or sand rather to the mountain of impact that the comp has. So 3-2 augment, if there's something item centric, something like a buried treasures, for example, it's incredibly impactful. Binary airdrop is insane with Executioners. You get to have so many different units itemized.
All right, back into things once again. We're taking account of where we are as we come to the end of stage 2. Stexel, with the Jinx, with the slammed items, is on the win streak. The only person who've done so, Ayembi and Padabol on the loss streak on the other end. Of course, there's only so much room for these win streakers with so many items slammed.
I think the bench is sending a message though. The Heartsteel is ready to go in. The moment you lose a round, all right, thanks guys. Please, Heartsteel units come online.
Trying to get a streak, though, is always important. The streaks happening here. Pretty well done here for Stygzor, getting the streak into Krugs, and having 30 gold actually just sells off the Heartsteel units in the end. But as you mentioned, could have been a place. But I mean, Stygzor, a player that last set performed incredibly well. So it's really, really good to see him back here in GSC 2.
No, I was absolutely on the same line of thinking as you, Panda, that, we've talked about it before, that being able to hold on to HP and bring in the Heartsteel later on can be very, very powerful indeed, but Stygzor apparently has got something else in mind. Checking with Shurikane towards the middle of the table. That's been able to keep things going with a a lost streak that hasn't been taking too much in the way of HP damage. So Spoils of War, I think, keeping the economy afloat.
I think the reason around Stagzor could have just been the fact that if you scout, there are a ton of players that have slammed even Shroud, a ton of players that are, in some ways, with the way that they build their items, are angling hard seal. So you do not want to go into that 4-way or 3-way contest 4-2. We have Patable in the lobby. We saw yesterday what his inclinations are as a player. So he's like someone you cannot count to at some point trying to pivot into hard steel.
All right, let's check in on the economy across the board. We can see that, as mentioned before, the streaks at the top, streaks at the bottom. So it's the middle of the table. Everything has been settled down. Our players are holding on to that gold. Potterball and the Yembi definitely ones who are going to be very interesting in stage 3, as the Yembi does find an upgrade, and it looks like we have got a board coming together.
Well, Rageblade potential as well, maybe, if he wants to go for it. You can go for it. There's one. Could maybe get the second as well, go in. Maybe you just need the one, because if you do want to play this KO reroll, you can also play the super fans, also getting in the extra Rage Blades. It seems like only one Rage Blade for now. Does only need one more Olaf as well until we get into Olaf 3.
Isn't a 5 lose streak, so I think that's why he's not so inclined to slam these items. Because I do see just the BT on the Olaf and the Rage Blade on the KO being great, but I'm maybe hoping to lose this fight. In the end, the Olaf is just doing Olaf things, winning fights he shouldn't be, because he's an absolute Giga Chad.
Yeah, this means that Embiid's going to have to pull the trigger a little bit faster, but at least the sea will remain relatively calm with a silver augment to join in and make sure these boards don't get too crazy. Certainly, Vampirism's going to be a little bit tempting, being that Embiid is already on relatively low health.
I think it's going to help his board quite a lot as well. It's interesting to see if he's going to try and roll for this Olaf 3, or maybe he thinks that his board is relatively strong enough now and he can try and natural this Olaf 3 and then try and go into something like KO a little bit later on down the line. So he's just going to keep his economy where it is for now. Obviously did roll a lot already. Stygzor actually went for that Jinx in the end.
Nice.
Okay.
I am surprised. IE is not usually considered a great item on Jinx. The stats just do not get behind her. She really just wants the attack speed and just a flat AD instead. So we'll see if this will just be the Jinx holding this. You have a remover. You could potentially take it off of the Jinx later on, put it on a Twitch once you 3-star Twitch, and then have a different item on Jinx. But for now, of course, going to make the best use of it, considering she is now a 3-star unit.
I mean, we've seen players take this kind of approach before. This board is very strong right now. It's keeping Stygzor warm and in, with the win streak running forward. I don't think he's too sad if he has to throw this all in the bin eventually, because this is it's not even a punk Jinx we're working with here. We've got no real potential to cap this out super high anyway.
I think that there's a few big things here. I think that Stygzor probably might have not have used his punk rerolls early on to try and get the extra stats towards that Jinx. We'll have to see, as we see on the right hand side, MB actually finds that Olaf 3. He raised the stakes as well. This lobby is suddenly becoming quite crazy. But for Stygzor, I think keeping the streak is such a big thing. So you could just play that Jinx 3 and then maybe even look to sell it later on down the line, because you don't actually lose that much economy and look to transition. But I think just to try and keep that win streak and try and play the strongest board possible, it's definitely the way to go.
And considering the position these players are in, reminder, they need roughly a third on average to get into day 3 for this game 5 and the next game 6 as well. And Punk is exceptionally good at just preserving HP in the early game, staying healthy, and eventually bleeding out to a third or a fourth.
And MB won't need to preserve HP because Olaf and Kale will do that for him. You can just see the power of the Freaky Friday, the two Infinity Forces there coming and just making absolute mess of things. But I'm getting more interested in I Am Till here, just managing to ride this raise the stakes very close to getting wins in, but not actually having it happen.
Spatula. Is anyone going to go for the Spatula? Okay, Potterball in the end goes for the Spatula. Interesting to see what he's looking at for that. He does also have Pandora's items as well, so I think Pandora's items actually works pretty well, because I don't think he's really that, happy with getting the Radiant Sunfire early on. Can maybe look to try and roll that later on. It is a bit high risk, high reward though, because if you keep rolling into bad items, then you're pretty much down on a whole augment at the end of the day.
I think this is very much in Potterball's wheelhouse, though, to try and take a road that's that risky. I think because, like we saw with the Heartsteel before, if the rewards are good enough, I think Potterball's more than willing to consider that kind of play.
Tricky spot though. Looking at his HP, 49 HP, 7th place has 70, a whole 21 HP above Potable, and Potable does not even have Heartsteel in. I was thinking maybe, he's on 5 Heartsteel, raising the stakes, typical Potable stuff, but he's leveling to 7. He's playing relatively high tempo, but just cannot preserve any HP in the process.
I think this is a backs against the wall play, going for level 7 here, because you're not trying to keep a streak. You don't have a lot of gold really to play with either, so we're going to be next turn. I mean, even if he wins this round, we're going to be on 20 gold, and having no streak as well. So I'm not too sure what Patabol's decision is going to be here and where he's going to move into. The Spatula makes me think that it might be something towards maybe Pentakill later on. Again, we'll have to wait and see.
I'd be with you as well. If AMB hadn't already hit the Kale and the Pentakill setup, it'd be a lot easier to go that line. We've got the ability to go straight into a KDA, and I suppose certainly our Gnar items would go very well on an Ari, but I don't know if Patabol's got enough money to reach through, but I am still, well, he's got the setup to go with.
Taking a page out of Patabol's book, trying to guarantee the loss streak, trying to raise stakes and go for a big cash out in stage 4. We talked about it earlier today. 500 hearts is really that tipping point where the rewards are so substantial. If you're able to find a stabilized board, you're almost able to guarantee a top 4 or in some cases a win.
I'm kind of surprised though, because you mentioned, Panda, about like that 500 hearts. You don't normally get that most of the time with like raising the stakes with 3 hearts still. That's why you normally see it with like 5 hearts still. You normally only get like around 300 hearts with that raise the stakes with 3 hearts still. So very surprised that some of these players are raising the stakes with only 3 hearts still.
Don't bring logic into this, Stuart. Let me believe. Let me just
Wait,
ignore the rules of math.
Did Matt sneak back onto this cast while I wasn't looking?
Yes, I've been possessed. Just temporary though. Just for 1 round.
I didn't think you were the believing type, David. I thought you were cold, hard data all the way.
When it comes to Heartsteel, I played enough last patch to become a believer. Everything else may...
The heart's still spreading. It's spreading across all of us.
And look at the amount of gold here on March of Progress. So much gold to roll with at level 7. We have the Vex Executioner Headliner already online. This is one of those spots where we're going to really get to see why this comp is so strong.
Yeah, we're getting so many executions coming in, including we've got Karthus and Akali already in the barrel. With one more Akali, we have even the 2-star version as well. We've got 5 Executioner, not quite fully there as of yet, but at least the front line's in place.
Just wanted to roll down there, roll down like 70, 60, 70 gold, and just needed to find one more Vex for that Vex 3-star, and I felt like he would have been fine for like the whole of stage 4, but I mean, it's playing Twin Terror without Twin Terror, it seems like at the moment, with double Samira and double Vex, but looks like it's going to be enough for now against the Caitlyn 1-star, but really needs to try and find them 3-stars very quickly.
Very surprised that Guardbreaker is not being slammed here. Maybe trying to greed for a different item for potentially Samira. It looks like she is the closest to 3-star as well, alongside the Vex. But definitely that cloak has to stay open for the stone plate onto the Amumu. Hopefully somewhere near the end of this stage 4.
All right, last augment coming in. So we come Prismatic Silver into gold as Potable starts to put it all together.
There it is.
The KDA emblem is in place. Immediately finds the Ari. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better roll.
That's one way to try and come back into this game. We already talked about how low Padabol was on health, but now you got the blue buff, you got the Nashers, you also got the KDA emblem as well that you can look to try and use here. And suddenly, Padabol looks like in a kind of a stable spot. You would have liked to see like maybe a Kali 2. Also only has Echo and Nico 1-star, but it's definitely going in the right direction here.
Remember your roots as well. It's just overall really great for verticals, really this kind of setup where you are trying to play for the vertical KDA with the emblem especially onto the Echo. Once you have a frontline that can substitute this Pantheon, you will be selling it and trying to fit in the 7 KDA for that next big spike in this stage 4. Will it be enough to actually stay stable and not lose more HP? We'll have to find out because Padable already at 38 HP at the start of this stage 4.
And no room for error, but at least he does get a win against the Bryson, who the player immediately above him, or at least there was the player immediately above him. Till will take a significant loss in that previous round, and it looks like Padabal is not the only person hitting their board. Tilt will hit the 2-star Ezreal, so our low HP players are coming online.
Poppy headliner as well, gets the jazz in, has a few decent items as well. We got the Infinity Edge, the red buff. You got a few items here for the Poppy. I was going to say I'd be down to put the Infinity Force on the Poppy, but Vex 3-star being hit. Infinity Force actually surprisingly goes on the Zed in the end. I mean, I would have liked to actually just put this on Poppy, just give Poppy such extra tankiness and also extra damage, because we know how much Poppy can do in the game.
Get a little taste of it right here. And we can see she is one of the units that individually is strong enough to be able to dash away any amount of small DPS. Definitely not a good time for that Kale. That round wasn't even close.
I think the idea is that you have an open rod, and really you only want to build crown guards with open rods in Steel. Gunblade sometimes on Zed is okay, but obviously not anywhere close to ideal. So the fact that you have the open rod, the fact that you know that should become a tank item when you get the PV components at the end of stage 4, I think it makes more sense to have the Infinity Force on Zed. And again, try and have that triple threat of Poppy can be a pseudo tank that can also deal some damage, can also have those odd 1v2s at the very end of a fight as a cleanup, but also have Zed and Ezreal both be their own standout threats in any of these fights.
Let's take stock of where we are coming close to the end of stage 4. Stegzor has managed to stay up at the top of the heap, holding on for such a long time to this Jinx. She has been pulling more than her weight all game long.
Looks like Stegzor is just going to keep this Jinx in the end as well. I mean, it's been carrying him so well. I mean, I have to probably ask him. We'll have to ask him a bit later on and see if that Infinity Edge Radiant was just a misclick, or actually he meant to pick it up in the end. But Bojan also going for this 80 flex. Another player also going for a Poppy as well. And I think Poppy is one of them units that you can pick up in any scenario as a headliner, because it just, the traits work so well. The unit as well as a headliner just has so much incredible stats. And this KO is going to take a little bit of time to break through.
This Jhin is not a happy camper. There are no space for the turrets. You're just trying to sell anything you can to get some damage off of this Jhin, who is going to be a dual carry right here alongside the Ezreal. Seems like it's enough for now, but a lot of our Heartsteel players have lost so much HP in the process. If they don't find an actual stable board, they could be in big trouble coming into stage 5.
Tilt will hopefully pull himself back from getting into that lower rungs. Okay, it wasn't such a big cash out. I was hoping it was more.
So does this go now from being called Even Shroud to Odd Shroud? How does it work actually? You guys know?
Oh no.
I mean, technically it's still even because there's 2 of them.
So why is it even in the first place when there's one? You're opening a can of worms I'm not sure you're gonna contain.
I'm walking down a road that probably I shouldn't take.
If you want to fight, I'm ready. Step into the ring, Stuart.
Auto chest boxing. We knew it was coming. We just didn't know it was coming on this broadcast.
The Vex is staying relatively healthy. They call dashing from still. A lot is missing when it comes to every other unit trying to add their grain of sand into this comp for Kleekorn, who is now at a very stable mid game, is still very healthy. But look at the HP totals; they're actually so even outside of Stegzor.
Oh, yeah, and I think that's going to cause some of our players to drop down pretty quickly, because I don't know if Chicane and Pineapple are going to be that much stronger than the players above them. There's such a wall of other players above, all the way to second place that's 40 HP, and sixth place is 35 HP. There's just, you have to work your way through nearly the entire lobby to break top 4.
It's actually really bad news for Stegzor. Stegzor would have really preferred to have a few players losing heavily and being eliminated early, because that paves the way for him to eventually become one of the weaker players in stage 5. If he's still carrying something like a Jinx, for example, has a Vex one, still has a Twitch one, has an Amumu one on his board. It's not a very strong board outside of the Jinx. So this is the point where he starts bleeding HP. And if everyone else has this parity, he might end up actually bot 4ing because of how close it is, where everyone else has the same amount of HP around that 30 to 40 range. He is level 850 gold though, so maybe my entire analysis goes out the window.
Deciding not to roll is quite interesting. I guess just trying to go to potentially level 9. I mean, that could also be another option as well. Go to level 9 and try and find some, extra legendaries that you can maybe look to try and put online. A couple of items on this Kiana means that Stegzor is hoping that this Kiana can farm some items, even though it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Finds a component
there we
already.
go. Thank you, Stuart. You want to say it again? Listen, my Spanish players are not doing well. I have to switch now to my Swedish guys. So if you want to bless Stegzor, I'm all for it.
I mean, I'm fine with that as well. He's a Northern legend, so I'm all cool with that as well.
Okay, it's business. Let's just do the handshake behind the scene.
All right, there we go. Conspiracy achieved. All right, for Chicane, though, Potterball, they're going to need more than a little bit of conspiracy. Chicane, in particular, down on 14 HP. Potterball's board is definitely coming together. David, you said you wanted to see the front line being brought in and the 7 KDA online. We've got everything you could really ask for. Kali itemized, Nico itemized. It's all looking very good.
Would have potentially liked to have the Akali as a headliner instead of the Ahri, because Super Rabadon is not really a great item on Ahri. She kind of overkills anyway. You want more attack speed because she has so much damage on her cast in the first place. But all in all, just a small optimization. Overall, I think the board makes a lot of sense now. We were finally able to get out of the Pantheon and fit 7 KDA, get the Kaisa online. And now it's all about trying to coast level 9. And we saw the cap from Volta in the last game where you had the Sona 2, the Ziggs 2. A similar game plan could be in effect here for Potable as we move to stage 6.
I think that was a big thing I wanted to point out as well. You know, the 30 gold already still in the bank as well. Also just found the Echo 2 before we just changed the board. So Echo 2 online, found a Kali 2, Nico 2. So there's so many units and so many threats on the board now for Paddleball. And you can see in terms of the right-hand side as well, in terms of the rankings, you know, Paddleball is slowly creeping up into that top 4. And I think he has a strong enough board to potentially even go into that top 2, maybe even the first if you can get to level 9.
It all gets a lot easier if Chicane goes out in this round. The board is relatively well put together. We've got a lot of individually strong units, though maybe not completely the setup. Stygzor, maybe the kind of opponent you're looking for at this point, who's in a slower decline, not at maximum power right now compared to the rest of the lobby.
See what the Zed can do if he can sneak into the backline. He is onto the Vex right away. The Vex take him down, and that will be a clean fight for Chicane, who does manage to stay alive at least for one more round. And a few players are now falling into that same dangerous territory. Arzu down to 10 HP. A Yem thankfully stays at 17, which should, at this point in time, still be 2 lives.
There is just over 20 HP difference between the first and
That's crazy. This lobby's out of it. Oh my god. I do not envy these players.
What is happening? Even the top 5 as well is like 5 HP difference between the two of them. Stygzor we're seeing slowly coming down as well, as you mentioned, Panda, with Stygzor kind of losing the tempo. Really hoping he could try and potentially get to level 9 soon and try and transition his board. But everyone is lobby. This lobby is wide open and anyone can really take it.
They run around the 18 points or so right now. So as mentioned right back at the start, our players are really looking for that top 3 kind of finish. But, you know, with the HP being so close, it's so volatile. You have to imagine this is extremely, you know, we're close to the end of the day. We're close to a cutoff. To then go into a lobby like this where even the smallest of mistakes could send you out of the lobby in 8th place really demands a lot from our players.
A lot of it will come down to matchmaking, of course, in this stage 5. If you face one of these very scary players, you might be in big trouble if you're at just one single life. And that could be the case here, facing off against Potable, who was able to stabilize with this 7 KDA board. Remember your roots as well, helping buff every single unit essentially onto this board. The Olaf also going to get stunned here in just a second by the Ahri. I don't think he has enough DPS to out-sustain the huge single target damage that Ahri has, a direct counter to Olaf, really. And Karthus, the last line of defense, a Yemba, big hit, but not quite big enough, stays alive at 2 HP.
First elimination is out. Arzu is gone. But we've got so many players teed up for elimination in the next round. I think Yambi, very lucky to survive to this point, has got a pretty spicy shot to try and pull together a little bit more strength. Even one round more could be the difference between making it to day 3 and not.
I'm scared for Stygzor. I'm scared for Stygzor right now. He's just dropped and dropped and dropped, and he hasn't found a way to try and get his board back going again. But there's still plenty of players in between, but this is a big fight for all of these players. Day 3 is definitely on the line here.
Maybe Stygzor against the Yem, the Kale, and the Jinx. The backline carries Rage Blade on both sides. So similar game plan in terms of scaling into the later stages of this fight, but the Olaf tanking so much damage. He can't out-sustain the Ahri, but he can out-sustain this Jinx for long enough to make this fight a win for a Yem. The Kill left alive, the Twitch by himself, and Stygzor taken down, but still 2 HP, he's alive.
Oh my gosh. I thought that maybe with the front line not being so fantastic on this board, there wouldn't be enough time for Olaf to really do his work, but I think having the Alara in the mix, just buying a little bit of extra ground to work with. Partibolo tearing through the lobby on a streak on the highest HP. You wouldn't think of it to look at this board that he was very close to crisis point before, because everything right now is looking fantastic.
I mean, all the pieces of puzzle came into place really for Paderbol. He went to level 8. He pretty much sold most of his board. He rolled once. He found an Akali, and he found that chosen for the headliner for the Ari, and that just means now he can go to level 9. Now he's really looking for either like a Sona or even a Ziggs or any sort of other carry here that you can try and look for. Nothing really, nothing just yet, but still, Paderbol has been just tearing through this lobby, and like I said, I think he's in a prime position to win out this entire lobby.
This is a new one, True Damage Samira as one of the item characters alongside the Akali, and we'll see what the Vex can do here specifically. I think not having the stone play is one big downside. It does make sense that you have Unified as your final augment, so you don't play around stone play in a single frontliner. But I think a lot of the success of this comp is having so many units surround the Amumu and have Vex deal so much extra DPS because of it on each of her casts.
Yeah, and you can see, I'm thinking pointed out in the previous ones as well, Vex can do all the damage in the world, but she can only do it to so many units at a time. The setup was not good. We are seeing Illumination Station being reached. Ayembe, Stargzor, they both punched their ticket. And we know, again, these players really needed the strong finish here. Kakon has gone out in 4th as well. We're down to our final 3.
So unfortunate for Stargzor that exactly what I was saying ended up happening. I think just the way the lobby played out in stage 4 and 5, I think the game plan was great. I think and in most times it will be a very strong early game into bleed down to a 4th or a 3rd, but the way this lobby played out makes it so that Stargzor ends up 5th, which I think he's definitely not happy with, considering his 90 plus HP that he had going into stage 4.
Kane using the AD flex setup with the mostly itemized Caitlyn and Zed over on the far left-hand side. See if Zed with no defensive itemization can still survive through the hail of bullets, and it looks like he does, healing his whole way through. And I mean, this is huge for Chicane to stay alive just a little bit longer.
Too much cold. Oh my god.
Caitlyn, just barely able to do it.
I mean, this Caitlyn, I'm telling you, like, this Caitlyn unit is actually a unit now, but players would say that Caitlyn wasn't really a unit before, but now the buffs have come in with her needing less mana now to cast, especially with that Spear of Shojin, means she casted like 5 or 6 times during that fight and did so much single target damage. The Ziggs 2 is there, but you don't have space really for it. What do you replace it with?
It's a tough one. You can't really give up. You don't have enough gold to really give up on just the... Oh, can I give up on the Lucian in the end? Gunblade, Rageblade onto the Ziggs. We'll see if this will be big enough. You do lose one of those traits from 3 to 2, so it could be pretty impactful in terms of the HP the frontline gets.
The Ari going to be firing directly into the face of the Poppy, trying to buy as much time for Tilt to go into the backline. Unfortunately, the Zed will dash away from the primary target. Has got the Edge of Night to keep him alive for a little bit longer, and the secondary of the Ezreal also staying up for a moment forward. We get the eliminations, and it's just enough. Part of the ball, we had already crowned him winner of the lobby, but apparently this one ain't over yet.
Maybe I spoke too soon. Shurikane's still on the streak as well, was able to play against the Ghost last time around. There is Superfan there. If Paderbol does want to take it, probably wanted to try and look towards that Superfan in the end, but there is also Hyperpop if players want to go for that. But no, just powerful items here for most of these players, and it's really going to come down to who plays against who in this potentially final fight of this whole game.
In the end, the 2 Heartsteel players up against Paderbol, who was in such a dire spot in stage 3. His game looked pretty doomed. He was sub 40 HP without even Heartsteel online, but found a way to pivot into that KDA board. Has been so stable throughout all of this late game. Will it be enough now to maybe sneak into that top 2, or will he be eliminated at the mercy of these Heartsteel players that have continued cashing out resources throughout all of these stages?
You have to imagine at some point they're catching up and overtaking the 2-star Lucian, 2-star Caitlyn. We've got the Zed fully itemized as well. Again, this is the Zed who doesn't have the defensive itemization. No Edge of Night for him. He's relying on sheer punching power. The front lines go crashing into each other, but there's so many carries on the back line. Dashing across. This time the Ari's got free fire, but the Caitlyn gets onto the last shot, but she can't cast in time.
And Chicane taken down. Potable against TLT. A French civil war for this final fight of game number 5. Both players at a single life, so any loss here will be the end of this game. Heartsteel up against KDA, and despite these Alawi's coming through and kind of making it so like Akali is not as impactful, Akali's still able to clean up these last few fights.
This is going to be extremely close here. It's all about positioning. You can't really do that much positioning with this KDA board, unfortunately, but the positioning here for TLT is going to be huge here. Actually moves the Zed to the other side in the end, so maybe that Zed can try and wrap around. That's exactly what he's looking for.
And manages to sneak up the side while Ari will continue to pour out tons of damage. Keeping an eye out for the Ezreal shot across the bow as well. Goes into the tanks rather than hitting into the backliners. But it does look like Pardabol's board is starting to fall to pieces. Dead onto the backline, makes the deletion. And exactly as I said before, the Heart's still going to be able to outpace. Pardabol will have to settle for second. Tilt takes the first place.
And despite the loss, I think great play from Potable really shows his veteran mental capacity of being in a tough low roll spot with his opener, with all of his stage 2 and 3, and still finding a way to come back into the game and get some very necessary points. A second place here, a third place here, even a top 4 for most of these players, puts them in a position where they can go for another 4th, another 5th, and still make day 3.
All right, gentle friends, we are racing towards our final game of the day. But before we do, we'll be hearing from our analysts to break down that last game and also what to be looking for in that final game of the day. So stay tuned. Golden Spatula Cup number 2, day number 2, will return after this break.
I'm Powermasacre. My name is Jose Antonio. I'm from Granada, Spain. I would like play in Europe. If I won in Gamergy in Spain to Wetjungler, Odessa, Guasones, Tevi, Point, I think that if I perform like that, I can win in Europe. The day the tournament in Gamergy, I just enjoy the morning. I rest. I saw the Gamergy. An hour before the game, I saw a little bit the tactic tool, but not so much. The rest is the more important the day of the competition. And the day before, I read a lot, I saw a lot, and I played a lot. Thank you for see the tournament. Regards for my family and my friends and my team. I hope you enjoy the tournament. I perform the best.
We say a lot of things about that game, but predictable sure isn't one of them. The prismatic start into everyone still being alive so late into the game, just everything collapsed at one point, and it was so hard to follow.
Absolutely true. I think specifically the one thing that you kind of always can count on is people playing Heartstale. And of course we saw that again with GLT and also Subroyson kind of beelining for that comp. But at the same time, we saw some really cool approaches with that prismatic start. And one thing that just broke my mind a little bit, and I couldn't let it go for the first couple minutes of the game, is once we saw those prismatic openers, a hologram was available and it was rolled away. That was your safest option, and not going for it is actually quite a statement to me.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it yesterday as well, so it's not like it's something that was like good in solo queue and then we get to competitive and it's not. It won quite a bit. We saw 2 players do it on stream alone, so interesting to see that development. There were a couple other things that were neat. Stegzor went actually all in on the Jinx carry, which I don't think we've seen have any success so far this weekend.
Yeah, we've seen it for the early stages, right? The Punk kind of coming in and then delivering that into a legendary game. But we haven't really seen it go all the way, and I feel like maybe that was the plan for Stegzor as well, but couldn't cap out on it, was eliminated before it came to that due to just sheer power rise in this lobby. Also loved seeing the Olaf from Ayenbe. I think that's one of the players that really has excited me for this event at least, as well as, you know, the Executioners coming into play for Clickcorn. We're seeing them take the 3rd place. I think is still pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was one of those games where you can't fault any of the players for their performance. You can't be like, oh, you didn't do great, because remember, by the end of stage 5, we had all of our players. We had 8 players at 5-4. 24 HP was the difference from 1st to 8th. So this was played on a knife's edge. And one of the players I really want to shout out is Potable, because we've been watching him since Fates. We've been seeing him have his own ups and downs, but I always love seeing him go from what the hell are you doing to, oh, that's what the hell you're doing. Okay, I get it. Nice. And it was another one of those.
It's like, you know, when you watch an artist paint something, and the first thing they do is cover the entire canvas in like one paint color, and you're like, what is this? And then suddenly they start to like work out the details. You're like, wow, it's amazing. That's how I feel when I watch Potable. I agree.
If we ever had a player who was close analogy to those TikTok art videos, it'd be Potable. That's the closest we can get. We've got our standings coming up as we are in the penultimate game of the tournament. So let's take a look at how everyone's doing. At the bottom, we see a couple of names that we are definitely going to be disappointed to see. For me, Balotelli and Shining Star. Real unfortunate, but just not their day.
Yeah, same can be said for Aaliyah and Loescher coming through there. Of course, there is one more game, so the players that are on this page of the standings could still make their way into the top 32, depending on how the cookie crumbles, as we are looking towards the players that are more in a safe space. But of course, if any of these players takes an 8th place, they'll find themselves in a hard position. And then these are the players that are most likely going to be safe, with Tarteman just running through this competition.
Tarteman's killing it. Blasted Moon as well. It's been a long time since we've had a dominant UK player, but that does seem like what's happening this weekend. But mates,
Stuart in the green room with his little UK flag, just waving and celebrating. How adorable.
I've got my own version of that. I see Raiko still in there. I want to believe. It got cut off because we used green screens, but I had it. I swear it was ready.
There it is.
He's still up there. He's still on the first page, Makes. He can do it.
He can do it, and we're
Italy's
so excited to see him do it. We have one more game to go, and we're so curious who's going to make it into that very important 3rd day of the Golden Spatula Cup. Our casters, I believe, are getting ready to take us there.
Welcome back, everyone. We promise, and we shall deliver the final game of day 2 of the Golden Spatula Cup number 3. Now, of course, we are completely unbiased on this desk. I'm not reaching for anything of it. Let's go. But Panda, as the obviously known as a very unbiased and professional to a fault, We're coming to a final lobby where we're going to lobby 6. So not only are our players below the bubble right now, but they are fairly far below the bubble, where only really a first place gives them any kind of guarantee of seeing tomorrow.
And for most of these players, it's going to be kind of their last chance to continue their career in set 10. They have to make day 3 T points to then make EMEA Finals, to then make Worlds, potentially in the case of players who have those very big dreams when it comes to their TFT careers. And there are some big names in this lobby. Dark Hydra, reigning EMEA champion, is on the chopping block, needs to play for a first, maybe a second in some of these players' cases. Players like a Yem made it to day 3 GSC 1 and want to try and repeat that in this GSC. Sproyson, a past GSC winner, one of the most committed players when it came to playing scrims this week. He was playing 40 scrims in total, just an insane amount every single day, grinding, trying to make sure he was as prepared as possible for this weekend. And now everything on the line on this final game.
I think it's very difficult that we're kind of going to be saying, I guess, goodbye to most of these players in this lobby, especially, well, for this GSC anyway, because as you said, I think players need to get a first, maybe a second might be enough depending on players' tiebreakers. I think that's going to be a big thing. But as you mentioned, so many big names as well. We got Lalana in there, Nettlemidge as well, who I've been covering a few times over in the RO EMEA scene. So many big players in this lobby, and it's going to mean we're in for a spicy final game for today.
Well, while we get set up, of course, we want to make sure that audience are as emotionally invested as possible in the outcome here. So, I mean, Brenda, you mentioned, for Zebroyson, and of course, we go spending as much time as we can with each player individually. But you mentioned Zebroyson has been trying very hard to get this set online and has had that historical performance. Can you tell us any more, to tug at our heartstrings and get the people who maybe are new to the stream to root for him?
I'll tell you a story that I started catching TFT in set 6. Sproyson, it magically coincided with Sproyson's peak as a player and his dominance. So I came into it, I said, well, this guy's a beast. And in my mind, he was a legendary beast since the beginning of time. Not so much the case. In the sets after that, he did not really match that performance. So I'm very happy to see him in this set 10, putting in the extra time, putting in the extra work to try and reach that peak again, because he's been there before. He knows what it feels like to be considered one of the best players in the MEA, to hit a peak of form that he really is feared by many other competitors. He's done well in Ultraliga, in the Polish TRC this set, and I think this is his chance to, again, have a crowning moment, making it to day 3, maybe even, who knows, winning a second GSC, following the steps of Sasa, for example.
And Stuart, from your side of things, I know that Zebroyson maybe has that larger recognition, but I think in particular, I'd love to hear from you about Nettlemidge. As we said, you're a player coming in for the rest of the year, you've got that individual experience with.
Yeah, I mean, Nettlemidge is a player, like I said, that I've been casting, many times over in the RO EMEA scene. Has been around for so long as well, and I think is a player that has a lot of flexibility behind him as well. So I'm really excited to see him. One quick thing as well before we go into as well, I mentioned at the start of the day about someone losing to Krugs. That player that I was talking about losing to Krugs was actually Lalana. Yesterday, Lalana lost to Krugs in his very first game, came into my chat and just said, that's the first time I've lost to Krugs in 4 sets. But then he went on to second place in that lobby. So he was a whole component or 2 components down, and he was able to win that lobby. So, I mean, even if his backs are against the wall in this game, I've still got the belief that he can still come first and make it to day 3.
If you ask any top competitor how they would define Lalana, what are the key words that you'd associate with this player historically, it is being an early game beast, a master of stage 2 and really setting up his game for success. I am not sure losing to Krugs factors into that early game dominance. Maybe he's just trying to break the stereotypes and say, you know what, I can also be weak in stage 2 sometimes.
I mean, if it's good enough for double 61, it's good enough for Lalana, is what I say. But for anyone who is maybe from outside the UK or hasn't had experience with Lalana as well, a really fascinating individual who, for a very long time, was the standout player from the UK, of course, managing to get to championship before, the only player from the UK to do so for a very long time, until our king, Kafuzzles, managed to achieve that feat as well. But I think I'm so happy to see him, in these tournaments. It's a tough lobby for him to be in, because they're still competing at the highest level, even as the UK scene, as we've seen this tournament, is starting to grow around him.
No, it's incredible to see. I mean, we're seeing other faces like Blaster Moon come out as well, you know, getting a second place. So new UK faces coming out as well. I mean, it's very interesting to see that Lalana was, you know, back when this set mechanic was a thing, you know, it was chosen before, now it's headliners. Back when this was a set mechanic, he made it to Worlds. He made it to EMEA Finals. So again, it's just another reason. I'm just building up my blocks now of belief of trying to get Lalana up there. You know, him getting the first place, second place loses to Krugs, him getting everything else. I mean, there's ways in which it can work.
A player we haven't touched on is Raptor. I think a very interesting story. He had his first GSC in GSC 1. I believe he was just barely not able to make day 3. I believe he was on tiebreakers and just barely lost them. It was very close, but overall, he was happy with his performance for his first ever GSC. He's been smurfing it on the EUNE ladder. He's someone that is part of a lot of communities. He's a moderator on many different streamers' Twitch channels, both in EMEA and North America as well, with players and casters like Frodem, for example. And overall, someone that I think is very well regarded in the community for their input outside of just competing. Now he's adding on this extra layer of saying, I can also compete. I can also, you know, be among the best players in the EMEA potentially. Played a lot in the scrims as well this week. Was very invested in giving feedback. Overall, just a very wholesome, I think, part of the community in TFT. And I hope he finds success in this last game. I think it would be great to have him make a day 3 in his first ever set, really competing to this level.
So just for some clarity, we are a little delayed on the last lobby standing, but before, you know, since we got the time to discuss as well, we briefly mentioned Dark Hydra and his achievements, of course, being a reigning, you know, EMEA champion and also getting his berth at Worlds. Stu, can you give us a little bit more about Dark Hydra, you know, and your particular view of him?
No, I think Dark Hydra has really proved last set that he is definitely one of the best. I think Germany as a TRC and as a country in general had a crazy good last set over in set 9. This set, it hasn't really been, you know, the best up there. You know, we saw in GSC number 1 that Germany in general didn't even get into the top 10 of GSC 1. And for a player like Dark Hydra as well, in day number 2, of GSC number 1, he actually missed out on day number 3 on tiebreakers. So we could be seeing a scenario where he could potentially be missing out on day 3 for 2 GSCs in a row due to tiebreakers. And for a player like Dark Hydra, you know, he's not doing too well in terms of the ranked ladder. He might be able to squeeze into regional finals through ranked ladder, but he needs to make it to day number 3 to try and get as many GSC points as possible, or we might not be seeing our reigning EMEA champion at regionals at all.
Well, Panda, talk to me a little bit about this, because Dark Hydra, of course, getting a regional championship, you know, it's something that not many players at all in the history of the Rising Legends scenes will be able to do. But as we come into game, you know, what kind of pressure does that put down on the player? Surely not.
Believe in yourselves as players. Do not stand on wandering trainers. You don't need the high roll to win this. Trust in your own skill and ability. All the prep you've put in throughout this week. Do not stand on that portal.
Execute! No, you've joined the dark side!
Oh no. I mean, everyone's so even, it could go either way. Okay, we're safe, Panda.
We can breathe again.
A nice low variance portal. Let the players' own skill levels decide the outcome of this game 6. And you guys were talking about Dark Hydra for quite a while. I wanted to briefly state that Lalana and Dark Hydra, very good friends. They're part of the OG group of dominant players all the way back in set 1 and 2, alongside players like Hayden, alongside players like Gunmay, for example. When Hayden went to World in set 8, they were all prepping together. When Dark Hydra went to regionals and had a chance to make it to Worlds last set, Lalana was helping out with his early game. So a bittersweet moment to have these players in the same exact lobby, both fighting for the same exact top spots in this lobby. Maybe first and second, they can hold hands into a day 3, but it's a little bit unlikely.
I think that's, you know, we were talking about this a little bit before. I think that's part of the kind of the development of the scenes, particularly in the UK, as we know. Still a very small scene, and I think that's one of the wonderful things about TFT as a community is, you know, people reaching across regions to help other players, even if they don't have, you know, too many comrades of their own to help them become the player they can be.
No, for sure. I mean, I think it's absolutely huge for just the TFT scene in general in EMEA, you know, getting things like, you know, Panda was setting up last week with, this week, sorry, with the Scrim Invitational as well, you know, getting players to communicate with each other, making sure that they can all, you know, come together, help each other, and just help make EMEA a stronger region overall. And, you know, talking about the OGs with like Lalana and Dark Hydra has meant that some of these new players from the likes of Germany and the UK are able to rise because they've got these big players to look up to.
And Yem already has half of every component he needs, and maybe he wants to go for an augment that synergizes with that. He has half of an IE and half of a blue buff. I think his path is very clear when it comes to trying to play first or eighth. He might be going for the Heartsteel line, hoping that the stage 2 carousel has a Yone or a set.
Oh, the augments are coming through, and one that leaps out to me is one just purely because it flies in the face of what we're expecting from Lalana. Goes to the Metabolic Accelerator. We know how powerful that can be. But we've got Ton coming in across the board. It looks like several of our players are looking towards the lost streaking side of things.
When I was watching Lalana a few games yesterday as well, he was one of the only players that actually went for kind of Metabolic Accelerator, or even things like Stars Are Born as well. He's definitely been trying to move more towards reroll compositions. Maybe that's because he hasn't played that much this set. We know that at the start of this set, he started off a little bit delayed compared to everyone else. So I'm curious where he takes this line. Does have a set on the board as well, so maybe he can just look for that Aphelios for Heartsteel. That could be a great way to start this board off.
Well, let's get the elephant out of the room. Players are playing for a first or eighth playstyle. There will be a lot of attempts, failed or otherwise, at having a Heartsteel roll down at 4-2, trying to find Heartsteel units early, trying to have as many resources as possible to play for that risky but very rewarding playstyle of maybe capping out with an incredibly strong board and winning out the lobby outright.
I mean, Lalana's certainly got a good start towards that. Finding the set is going to be one of the hardest parts of getting the Heartsteel online straight away. Doesn't have the headliner, which will get him online immediately. So he's just trying to make sure he doesn't lose so much HP in these early stages before he's really getting paid for it.
Couple of Corkies on the board, stacking up the 8-bit. There's no way we get another 8-bit cash out again, right? We've had 2 8-bit cash outs in one day. Are we going to go for a third this game? I mean, I'm down for it. That'd be kind of fun.
I heard what's another 8-bit cash out on the same round in a different lobby, so maybe it's just a day for it.
This is a beautiful board from Sproyson when it comes to clear mind. You have your entire board, but it's also very effective. Olaf and Corki are units that get things done in stage 2. You might not win every round. You might not, 5 wins. Point of this board and game plan is trying to level up as quickly as possible, trying to get to level 8 while also preserving as much HP as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is a very good way to make sure you don't lose the HP while that's happening.
Oh,
as we check in with Raptor, what an incredible start.
I mean, that's one way to come into your first competitive season for TFT. I mean, as you mentioned before, Panda, with Raptor already doing incredibly well in GSC #1, and now finds 5 country, but has items that don't really look like country. So maybe it's just an early game board to build towards country.
It's going to be hard for anyone else to get the wins off. But Execute is one of our players who's trying to find a slightly more indirect way towards that late game, first or 8th style. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. 2 extra gold for the round losses, and also be getting components every 4 losses. So long-term Execute, it's going to sort of functionally end up having a version of Heartsteel.
Now this carousel is still going to be so important. You really want to try and find those hearts. You really have to find that kind of shortcut into finding a set, into finding a Yone. So I will see as this carousel rolls around who can really benefit. Right now it is Tev1 and Enzosx who are going to be first pick.
3 players on the lose streak as well. Lalana was able to win a round as well.
Oh, never mind. No Heartsteel units.
It was a good thought. It was a good thought.
Everyone's just going to be picking up the components that they want to then. But, we talk about this first or kind of 8th play style. I think it definitely comes into play with some of the first augments that got picked up. We have, 2 players with clear mind. We've got Metabolic Accelerator. We've got also the Patient Study and What Doesn't Kill You. So there's so many augments here that I feel like it's going to be so important to try and see where the limits can lie on some of these players.
Yeah, and I think having real big extension augments like Dark Hydra has, the patient study, I think I like this particularly because it's so flexible. You're still getting paid out in XP, even if you're getting wins, and you can maybe use that XP to push levels and keep the win streak going.
Pretty flexible with the disco start as well. Some people still like to play disco in the early boards. It really depends on kind of what headliner you find early on, but I'm going to be surprised if it doesn't turn into a disco board later on. I don't think we've seen any Twisted Fate on stream. I think I might have seen it once when Wandering Trainer was a thing, but other than that, we haven't really seen disco at all, and players are still not leaning towards it. But for now, this board looks incredibly strong here for Dark Hydra to keep his streak going.
And I'm really liking what we're seeing there. Dark Hydra and Raptor both keeping their streaks going. Execute and Tevi down at the bottom keeping their lost streaks going. So despite the fact that we've got a lot of gold being taken out of the mid-table, our players towards the top and bottom, they're rolling in a decent amount of cash, particularly Execute and Tev.
Yeah, they're going to be getting... I mean, the loss streak is so big for these players, the win streaks as well. We'll have to see if Dark Hydra and Raptor maybe play up against each other, because that will be a pretty big fight overall to see who keeps their win streak and maybe who keeps their loss streak at the bottom as well, as Raptor actually comes up against Brojon here and did pick up that Jax, so maybe this Jax might be good enough, but against 5 country this early on, it's going to be difficult.
It's a bit optimistic, isn't it? I mean, the setup for this Urgod is absolutely ridiculous. The red buff spread across multiple units and the blue buff to make sure that he's got incredible uptime. I really like what we've got going, but you mentioned the potential the loss streak is going up against each other. We've got Dark Hydra and Raptor potentially landing into each other early in the next stage, but they both keep their win streaks and both loss streakers keep their loss streaks heading out of stage 2.
And it was kind of... I think kind of obvious, looking at the boards from early on, Raptor finding 5 country, it's almost an unbeatable board in stage 2. Just the Heck Ribbon coming in does so much in terms of combat strength. And similar for Disco, it has not gone anywhere. Even last patch where the late game was a little bit unplayable when it comes to TF as a carry, the opener was still incredibly strong.
5 pentakill as well here. A lot of boards are coming online early on here. We got 5 country, we got 5 pentakill on some of these boards. Some of these players are definitely going to be getting some incredibly strong boards. But yeah, back to your point earlier, Counterfeit. I think the big thing is just trying to get that win streak or lose streak up until Krugs, and then Krugs can give you that little bit of extra gold to go above 50 gold. Then you're not really worried too much about losing your streak after Krugs, because then you'll still be above 50 gold anyway, and you'll be perfectly fine. But I think it's that build up until Krugs, which is the most important. Some would say the most important in an entire game of TFT, trying to get as much gold as possible, which you can see here, 3 players above 50 gold already.
I mean, it builds the foundation for the rest of your economy, the rest of your game. Dark Hydra definitely making the most out of it. It's still worth noting, though, with Dark Hydra going up to level 6, he's kind of functionally turned the Patient Study into a combat augment because of the raw strength. We'll go up against Nettle Mage with a very familiar-looking item setup from our previous game.
Yeah, I mean, it was really incredibly strong last time for Stygzor in the early game, but we saw how much it fell off over time because the Rage Blade and the Infinity Edge doesn't work too well for the Jinx, and you can't really do too much to be able to get this board going. But it does seem like Nettlmage is going to lose this round, and I think it's kind of the item synergy in general with both Infinity Edge and Rage Blade not working too well together, and there's not really many late game comps that can go into that. We'll have to see.
All right, let's take stock of where we are with the gold augments coming in at second of all. Remember, we have several players with a clear mind. As a Bryce and Tevi trying to build up. We've got Execute, who's trying to build up extra gold and extra components. And we've got Alana, who with the Metabolic, and Dark Hydra with the Patient Study. We've got so many players pushing towards the late game. This second augment seems like it's being overall ways to build out the immediate power of the boards now, rather than doubling down on the growth.
Yeah, it seems like people want the power spike as soon as possible, and especially for players like Raptor and Dark Hydra near their top. They're both still on a streak, even after Krugs as well. They have not played against each other just yet, and it seems like they might even skip each other again, potentially. We'll have to wait and see. But a huge spike with Crash Test Dummies. They dodge each other again. Dark Hydra does go remember your roots as well, so again, play more for the later stages of the game.
Wow, that's absolutely crazy. I mean, of course, remember, they only came in late. These players here in round 6, our final round of day 2, they are fighting to get into day 3, but they are way below the cutoff right now. They really need the first place to get across a normal 27-point cutoff. And that only way to do that is to get a first place. As Raptor's streak comes to an end, Dark Hydra, I believe, keeps his going.
Yeah, Dark Hydra keeps the streak going. Actually, AMV now also has a streak here. It's near the top of the standings, but sitting at the bottom though, 45 HP here for Tev, and it's not looking too good so far. Trying to get that clear mind and trying to get as many levels as possible. Does go to level 7, but at the moment, just not really anything going on the board right now to make you feel like that this board can, you know, maybe turn itself around.
I mean, we've certainly got the AP itemization towards the backside. We've got the Bloodthirst already locked in and the heart still ticking, but I do agree. At least for Tevi's sake, they've managed to keep hold of their loss streak while Execute has been forced onto the win streak. But we have got several players roughly around the same HP, Nettlemage being one of them, that maybe Execute and Tevi might not be able to guarantee their losses against.
7 loss streak at the moment. It looks like it might come to an end here with the Jinx. We'll have to see. I think the Rage Blade is just going to ramp up a bit too much there. It is going to ramp up in the end, and Tevi is going to keep on that loss streak, which is not too bad for the economy, but for the HP total, 38 HP this low, does have Hot Steel Went to get a little bit of a cash out in the end. There is a spatula on there, so we'll have to see who's going to take that. It's going to be Aox taking that spatula.
Oh yeah, no, Execute has been sitting very quietly for most of the game, just saying, hey, I'm going to take very, very good losses and not get too far down while still farming up gold, still farming up items. We can see on the overall display of the lobby, Execute is building towards what looks like a Kale Gnar board, unless those are going to transition across to the higher forms of the Pentakill later on.
Overall, it looks like a lot of players are going for Pentakill here. Tevi probably realizes that he doesn't have a lot of HP to play with, so he can't actually go for the Razor Stakes that we have seen plenty of times today, but is going to be able to go to level 8 next turn, or maybe just do it this turn. He realized that he's behind in tempo, and he finds the what? That's the big turnaround that Tevi needed. Decided to go level 8 here. The clear mind helped with the extra experience, and now his board is online, and this could be the turning point for the whole tournament here for Tevi.
Yeah, Tevi, one of our Polish players, as we said right back at the beginning, some of the biggest Polish players from GSC 1 were not present here in GSC 2, so it would mean so much for Tevi to come through and get a big win up against Execute, who is no longer looking for those losses, will actually still take one anyway. Tevi's streak is over, but so is Execute's before it even really began.
So huge there, and a really, really good play by Tevi overall. You know, realizing the situation, realize he's really low on HP. It was just like, okay, I have 30 gold to roll. I can go to level 8 before anyone else and try and hit the units that I want. Hits the EZ, hits the Ezreal. And this is a player in day number 1, only made it to day number 2 on tiebreakers. And he could try and do the exact same this time around. If he gets a second or even a first, he can just make it through to day number 3. And what a great achievement it will be for him.
I love players like this who can keep their focus on the circumstances like that, where you could easily start to doubt yourself if you only barely made it through to day 2 and say, you know, am I a good enough player to fight against everybody else who's desperate to make it through? But honestly, I'm really liking what we're seeing from our lower HP players. There's a lot of HP left in the rest of the lobby to overcome. So Bryson, just one of those players who are going to have to try and punch through for Execute and Tevi if they want to get that good finish, that top 1 or top 2, which gets them to day 3.
I want you to see the right-hand side as well. At the moment, Counterfeit, no one's on a streak, by the way. Everyone is on 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. I don't think I've ever seen that before, that no one is on a streak this game.
That's wild. I mean, this is definitely going to favor the players who've got the kind of augments, which are functionally giving them a sort of replacement for some of those streaks. You know, you don't never kills you, the clear minds, which are functionally giving you gold, the patient study from Dark Hydra, which is kind of giving you gold you just spend on leveling. I think if you don't have one of those, you're going to really fall behind without any streak gold.
And I think one of the big things is looking at players like Raptor at the moment, potentially, that doesn't have as much gold compared to everyone else. Does have a Zed though, so does have one of the components there for that board. But everyone's probably looking at this lobby at the moment, looking at Tevi and realizing that, hey, 3 Ezreals are now out of the pool. This means that we might struggle a little bit to try and find the Ezreals. Is not going to decide. I mean, Raptor can't really go to level 8 this round because he'll basically be left with no gold. So I have to see if he's going to look for next round. Tevi is still rolling, by the way. He's just trying to get the biggest spike possible now, which I think is a very smart move before anyone else reaches level 8, because he knows that the comps can be contested. But whoa, Dark Hydra.
Okay. I mean, it wasn't what we're expecting from a patient study border, but if you can hit and get the 3-star online before you go past level 7, then you've got something special being put together here. The 3-star center in the mix with some pretty scary looking items. I love what we're seeing from Dark Hydra.
I guess the only downside you can say in a way is that you're not really getting that much value from your second augment. Maybe you can look to try and transition into true damage a little bit later on down the line, which I think can work incredibly well. But for now, I think that board is looking incredibly strong. HP is also looking pretty healthy as well. He's sitting at the top right now with 84 HP. But oh my! If there was ever an augment, if you could handpick an augment that Dark Hydra wanted, it was that one, Counterfeit. That's the one he wanted.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends beyond the battery, you have just witnessed the absolute high roll from our reigning, defending EMEA regional champion. He's on top of the lobby, on top of the world. That could not have gone better. But as we look across the augments and the rest of our lobby, we noted that the first augment was all about growing it to level 7, level 8. The second augment was about stabilizing the board. The third augment is about laying down the pain. So Bryson and Raptor both bringing in the big guns.
There's another Gnar reroll. We've had 2 Gnar rerolls in 2 lobbies today. I did not. If I had a bingo card, that was definitely not going to be on there. I mean, I thought we would see loads of different other variations of like 2 costs. We saw Senna, we saw so many different ones, but this one doesn't have a rune and isn't as much, I guess, one hit as maybe the other one. This Gnar is a lot more about sustain, about survivability. Isn't going to survive this time, unfortunately, but I think this build is a lot better than the previous one that we saw.
I mean, we've got the good setup here with the Superfan 5 in place, so it's about as strong as it can be. We've also got the Pentakill as well, and then what doesn't kill you, extra items. But the only problem is, we saw in that previous round, and you noticed before, the Pentakill is contested multiple ways, so hitting the 3 stars, or even some of the 2 stars of the forecast, is going to be pretty tricky indeed.
Another Nelmage we haven't seen for a long time. Hips Yone 3-star. We just saw that someone was raising the stakes as well. I couldn't quite catch who it actually was. I think it was the AMB who went raise the stakes and then picked up the Ezreal as well. So this lobby had suddenly gone out of control. Yone 3, Senna 3, Gnar 3, 2 players with Ezreal headliners, and it's all coming down to this game for all of these players. It's really first or bust, really, for all these players making it to day 3.
I mean, this is why this particular portal, the Augment Power, is so fun for that reason. We're getting that big injection of cash into lobby when it matters the most, which lets some of our players who've been paying out earlier on really recover their position. So Tevi and Nettlemage are still down at the bottom. Notable that Nettlemage and Tevi, they still haven't got the streaks, they haven't got the HP. I worry that they're going to run out of room in this game before they can recover and punch through the multiple other players on 40 plus HP above them.
I mean, you just look at the overview of the bottom very briefly. Pretty much everyone either has a 3-star online or has a 4-cost 2-star online. And the only player that doesn't is Lalana at the moment. Everyone else has hit their spike this early on, which is just absolutely mind-blowing. And somehow Raise the Stakes is still going to be on the cards here for IMB, potentially taking out the Ezreal, maybe realizing that he might be a little bit too strong. We just got a word that he does still need to lose 2 more rounds before he gets that cash out, which could Counterfeit go up to that 500 that we really want to see.
I do, yeah. It's very, very, walking on the edge of a cliff here for Yambi. You've got to make sure that you lose as little HP as possible while getting as many stacks as possible. But if you win with the Razor Stakes, then it's absolutely a disaster. Raptor is one of the weaker players. You've got a very, very strong front line with that Zac. Relying on eventually the Caitlyn getting enough damage through to force the loss. I think it's going to be just about okay this time.
Seems to be okay. Does kill a few units as well, so not doing too bad. I think one of the reasons why so many of these players are actually going, actually hitting their units as well is because we did get that little bit of extra gold from the augment payout as well, which I think is such a big thing. But now what do? Do you play the Ezreal? Do you not play the Ezreal? This is game defining. This is tournament defining here for AMB. You lose this round, it could win you the entire game. You win this round, and you could be out in bottom 4.
I mean, yeah, it's the makings of a player, this moment that you're going to be looking back on for potentially the rest of your pro TFT career, saying, did I make the right choice? Fortunately for MB, you have found an opponent here who's more than willing to hand out a smackdown. That 3-star Yone should have no trouble tearing through this board and handing that final loss over to AMB for the big cash out.
Really, really big here. Hopefully Ezreal can kill a few more units. That's what AMB is hoping right now. Kasante, maybe one more auto attack, does kill an extra unit. So a few units killed. He is still down on, it seems like 28 HP. Oh, it's actually 21 HP. So still technically 2 lives and a 500 cash out.
Not too shabby.
Double support items.
I mean, this is what AMB's been working this entire game towards. Again, you need the top 1, top 2. But you look at the top of the table, Dark Hydra, Lallana, particularly Dark Hydra on a win streak coming into PvE. That's some tough competition that these support items and this extra gold are going to have to try and get you past.
2 incredible support items as well. The Aegis is going to be so good to give your whole front line and even your back line some more resistance. Then you also have the Banshees that you can put on someone like a Zed that's not going to be hit by any sort of crowd control. But we need to move quickly here. The question is, are we trying to go to level 9 at this point? Or are we maybe trying to roll at 8 to try and hit that Zed 2-star? We do have 76 gold. So if he does want to go level 9, he probably has to wait for a few more turns. So it does look like he might not roll though, so we'll have to see that. But we'll check back at his board a little bit later on.
All right, coming back to Zabroyson, as we mentioned before, a player with a lot of history from way back in set 6. Has gone all in at this point up to level 9. Has got the Ezreal online with some slightly unusual items, but enough to, I think, keep Zabroyson up and ticking up against Execute on the other side. With the Karthus board, you can see that the Ezreal and the Loescher both are able to focus a lot of damage down, but the Gnar is still standing. One more cast, I think, might change the fight, but it's not good enough. Karthus drops, and Gnar is left on his lonesome.
Gnar against the wall. Gnar might win this.
Wait, what?
I think Gnar wins this. I think there's too much healing. Yeah,
I believed the whole time, Stuart. I was always a believer.
The time has come for you to rise. For all the Gnar believers to rise as well in chat. The Gnar 1v2s in the end and keeps him alive, 29 HP. But overall, looking at the right-hand side counterfeit, a few players are sitting low on health, but there's only one man that is sitting right at the top at the moment on a 6-win streak, 84 HP, Dark Hydra at the moment. As we keep saying, our reigning champion. So it'll be incredible to see him win this lobby and make it to day 3.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? You can have that one good day, you can have that one good run of tournaments to get the regional title as Dark Hydra has, but I think he's must be disappointed with how Worlds ultimately went for him, with Wetjungler being the one who ultimately ended up taking the spotlight, getting 2nd place overall. Still though, the fact that Dark Hydra got there at all and is our regional champion means that he is made of sterner stuff. Will take his first kill as Tevi gets knocked out. Nettlemage might be gone as well. No, okay, phew.
Not just yet, but does look like potentially Brojon is going to be knocked out as well. Just unfortunately not ideal items here on the Ezreal. Spirit Shogun, not one of the best. You would really have liked blue buff and red buff are 2 really, really great items. You can cast more often, get that little bit of extra attack speed. We do have quite a few upgrades, but there's just not, unfortunately, that much going for this board. It does find an Alawi in the end that you can maybe put in for something else. Maybe something like there's already an Alawi in. I didn't even see the Alawi that's already in. So Alawi pair, I don't know if it's going to be enough. And also a Lucian pair.
I mean, there's the potential for Bryson to hit a much, much stronger board, but potential can only take you so far. Good shot from the edge roll into the other edge roll, but he heals up immediately. The double charging means he's going to cast very, very quickly again and go for that big shot. But I think the healing may be just too much. The Bryson on the brink of greatness gets knocked down and out. Will leave the game in 6th place with Nettlemage leaving in 7th.
Nettlemage, unfortunately, not making it to day number 3. He's been in so many GSCs, never made it to a day number 3, and unfortunately, he's going to have to wait another set to try and make it to a day number 3, which I'm very sad about because he's a player that I've been following for quite some time in the ROE EMEA scene. But we're left with 5 players counterfeit. We're really getting to the back end of this game now, and a player we haven't actually looked at for a long time is actually Lolano. I don't think we've seen his board for quite some time, and he's still cooking up there. Like, he's still doing a pretty good job sitting on 34 HP.
I think they figured there was probably enough Britishness on the cast for good measure, but well, I mean, we've seen from Powderball and others before, this metabolic accelerator allowing access to the later game, and now Lolana's be able to coast up here, just benefit from winning rounds and getting even stronger as he goes.
He's one more Blitzcrank away from Blitzcrank 3. He even separates. I love how players
7-10 split
do this as well. This is such a thing that a lot of players do. You can hear the pings now as well. But pro players, whenever they're close to trying to hit a 4-star or even a 3-star 3 cost, they always try and split the unit so players other players don't realize that they're even close to it. But I heard the ping, and players are probably realizing this as well. But this is an interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen Blitzcrank 3-star. I don't know if you've seen it counterfeit, but I've never seen Blitzcrank 3-star. So I don't know how strong it can actually be.
It's not that good. So it's not terrible, but it doesn't really solve any of the problems for you. It's just a big block on your front line. What we saw in the previous round was that the Ezreal was able to fire through and just kill your backline. That will not change if it's harder to kill Blitzcrank. He'll just end up being the last one standing. But I'd love to be proven wrong for Lolana. There's no money to even find that 3-star, and as you said, with the ping coming out, somebody's going to have taken it from their shop to make it functionally impossible. But what Lolana does have going for him is he's got the HP, he's got the metabolic accelerator, and if Execute goes out in this round, he'll also have a top 4.
It might not be enough. That's the problem. We need top 4 is not usually enough. Normally players are happy with a top 4, but this time around it's we're looking at top 2 and top 1, and that's why he's kind of looking for that win condition of the 3-star Blitzcrank. One player that has hit the 3-star at the moment is unfortunately getting knocked out as well. The Not Believers unfortunately get the bot 4 this time around. Lolana takes a big hit as well. And it's really this round. Well, you got the Dragon round, and then it's do or die in the next round, really, to see if he can try and hit this Blitzcrank 3-star.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to roll now just in the off chance it's there and he can get the money to buy it next time around, but it just doesn't seem to be happening. The metabolic accelerator has worked extremely hard to get to this point. Notice as well the Crown Guarded. We've got 3 different Crown Guards on this front line. You couldn't have a more beefy front, but it still doesn't stop your backline from being taken out. Even with 2 Hextech Gunblades on the RE, she can still get killed from afar.
I mean, there's so much shielding, there's so much healing as well, also thanks to the augment as well, which is giving Crown Guard that little bit of extra power. And now we're looking just for 1 Blitzcrank and a Dream. Oh, it's there!
No way! You gotta sell something, though.
What do you sell?
It's gotta be the super fans.
Oh, interesting. It sells away the Mordekaiser. Okay.
All right. So the entire front line is one big chunky boy. We're going to be able to redeploy our Crown Guards and get everything online. Viego will be our secondary carry if the RE falls, but this is huge for Lolana. This lobby is so incredibly tightly fought. Watch for the Caitlyn as well in the corner. Should be looking to snipe off the damage dealers.
Now the big thing is that look at that Blitzcrank shield. There's a shield bigger than the HP bar of the Blitzcrank, but the problem is the rest of the board is going down, and I'm not sure if this Blitzcrank is going to be enough. The zaps are coming out from the Blitzcrank. He's trying to go on through. Hey, don't worry about the tentacles. Go for the Caitlyn. Oh! The Caitlyn. Lolana stays alive. The Sentinel Blitzcrank 3-star is still alive, and Lolana lives to fight another day.
I've never been happier to be wrong about how good a 3-star Blitzcrank could be. We did still have the problems, but I suppose thinking back to a regular 2-star Blitzcrank, we sometimes do see them walk around and just finish off rounds by themselves. Lalana, though, you've got an incredible task ahead of you. Dark Hydra goes to level 10. Wow. He is the final boss of this lobby. Lalana's board at level 8 is incredibly good, but is it good enough?
Oh, wow. This is going to be so intense for this fight. Blitzcrank is kind of on the wrong side this time. It's going to be stuck on the tentacles and not going to be able to do that extra little bit of extra burst damage. The Ahri is trying her best at the backline, but again, Lalana's whole board is gone, and it's going to probably be Blitzcrank against the world again. But every single time this Blitzcrank's cast, its shield is bigger than its HP bar, but it's going to be enough. Ahri's still alive on the backline, gets sniped away.
No.
Blitzcrank one-shots the Ezreal, and Lalana lives again.
Raptor is gone one step further forward for the UK King of Kings. It's unbelievable. I mean, I don't think the Metabolic's going to have enough time to tick through to get a second life in place. Every round is it. But we have yet to see the full force of our regional champion unleashed against this board. Dark Hydra has been brewing. He's been waiting for a challenger who can bring him to the brink of annihilation.
Oh, wow. I mean, this could be the fight that we could see next. And this is the big test. This is the one counterfeit to see if the Blitzcrank is going to be enough to take down the raid boss Dark Hydra.
And the positioning has been changed. Lalana moves the Blitzcrank right to the corner immediately. Dark Hydra doesn't have a great way of getting rid of our friend Ahri immediately, which means she should be able to tank through. She heals up for the first shot. Blitzcrank is still standing. Dark Hydra's 2-cost reroll board gets run over, and Lalana could be headed for first. He's just going to do that, I don't know, about 3 or 4 more times.
He has to do it a lot more times, that's for sure. There's a pentakill spat there. That's not bad. He can also get 5 pentakill on his board. So, I mean, Lalana's board, he's cooked up this really interesting board as well, because he has the Ahri on the back line, but then he has Viego as the secondary carry. And some players have been saying that you could put Zed as the secondary carry with Ahri, kind of similar to an Ezreal board, but this is completely different. This is Ahri and Viego as the 2 carries, but the big carry is that Blitzcrank as well. So we've got 5 pentakill, 4 sentinels, and we do have the superfan item going on the Blitzcrank as well. And this Blitzcrank is doing 1000 magic damage per second, and also has the headliner HP bonus as well. So this is one beefy tank to try and get through.
If you're here for Dark Hydra, if you're here for Lalana, if you're here for EMB, let them know in the chat right now. They will be watching this back. I am certain afterwards. From what we understand, top 1 will definitely be making tomorrow. Top 2, it's a question mark. Top 3 is not good enough, as our 2 low HP players, Lalana and EMB, go face to face again. This time round, the Ahri is avoiding taking too much aggro, and Blitzcrank, he's so strong, he's so large, and the board is annihilated. Lalana moves into top 2.
Oh, and what a way to end day number 2. Dark Hydra and Lalana, 2 veterans of the EMEA scene. 2 players as well that practice with each other all the time. Hold on a second. No! Dark Hydra! Where did that come from? Oh my!
Words do not suffice. We have been good this year, Stuart. We are gifted the most ludicrous game of TFT we could imagine. One of these players is safely through to tomorrow. One of these players will have to wait for tiebreakers. But this could not be bigger. 2 4-stars face to face. Which one is stronger?
And I'm not too sure if the Akali is going to break through this Blitzcrank. We'll have to see. The shield is huge for the Blitzcrank. The Ahri is also on the Blitzcrank. What? Blitzcrank takes down Akali. We're going again, counterfeit, and we could be going for a few more rounds as well.
These 2 are prize fighters, and we're now going to have extra items to add in. So let's check to see where we are. Senna itemized, Akali itemized, the front line mostly itemized for Dark Hydra, so there is room to make this board stronger.
This is unbelievable. I mean, I did not think that we would get to a situation where two players that practice with each other pretty much all the time, two veterans of the scene, are going head to head, and both of these players need this day 3 as well. Lalana has no GSC points to make regional finals, so he needs to make it to day 3, and he needs a good showing tomorrow. Dark Hydra is just outside of their rank ladder spot, so he could try and get through from there, but again, a player that doesn't have that many GSC points. So if any of these two players want to make it to regional finals, they need to win this next round. They need to make it to day number 3 and perform well tomorrow as well.
So we've got the Bloodthirster coming in for the Urgod. Shouldn't be a major difference maker. But for Dark Hydra, we've got a chance to put in a Crown Guard, perhaps, or something else to make that front line just a little bit beefier. Could buy a little bit more time. It's Spear of Shojin. Looks like we're going to try and itemize. Oh, it's itemizing the Kiana, and she's on the Blitzcrank.
That's huge. I mean, I thought it was actually going to be the wrong side. I thought he wanted the Akali on there in the end, but it's actually going to be Blitzcrank against the world again, but I don't think the Blitzcrank is going to do enough. And Dark Hydra wins our final lobby of the day and books his ticket to day number 3.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was exactly the right choice for Dark Hydra, and I think I was so painful seeing the RE just being walked up on and deleted. The 3 stars versus the 3 stars. The stars definitely came out for that final game. Holy moly.
What a banger way to end day number 2 here. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. As you mentioned, you know, Lalana kind of has to wait for the tiebreakers now, because we always say that about 27-28 is the cutoff point to try and get to day number 3. Dark Hydra, 28 points. He should be guaranteed. Lalana has to wait now for the tiebreakers, and he's going to be waiting. Has to wait patiently, but he's going to be waiting and waiting to see if he's going to make it.
Yeah, we were all going to be waiting alongside him and all of you folks watching at home. We're going to our final break before our final analyst desk. Well, of course, we'll be announcing the final results of day number 2, and we'll have an interview there as well. We are, of course, far from done with GSC number 2. So stick with us. We'll have our last section, and of course, then afterwards, we'll be back tomorrow.
Okay, so I'm Kevin Parker from Germany. I'm 22 years old. I've been playing TFT since set 1 and started playing competitively in set 6, basically. I went second at the TFT Vegas Open and 7th at regionals in set 8. And yeah, that's me. So I like the changes that ladder players get more spots again, even though this time I actually qualified through the TRC. Usually I qualify through ladder, but this time I was lucky enough to make it through the TRC, so I didn't have to, you know, sweat on New Year's Eve to try and get the GSC snapshot. So yeah, I was pretty happy about that. I mean, I think the best advice I can give for other competitive players is to try and not think about the circumstances of the tournament too much, and just you know, playing your game without, you know, thinking about those other factors, which is an easy thing to say, not that easy to do. But I think that has helped me a lot in Vegas, especially because the stakes were so high, but I stayed calm and collected the entire time, and that's what led to my strong performance, I would say. Well, shout out to my mom. I don't know if she's gonna watch this tournament, but she's been my biggest supporter since day 1. Shout out to my girlfriend, of course, especially for supporting me in my journey as a streamer and player as well. In every way possible, really. And then, you know, shout out to my friends in TFT. They know who they are. Yeah, that's it.
Well, where to start on that one, Makes? That was a hell of a game.
Yeah, I mean, our analyst room, we were always chatting, commentating on things we want to talk about during the game. Personally, I have played Blitzcrank 3 before during this set at the very beginning, and I thought it was the most useless 4-cost 3-star I had ever seen. Now, since then, there have been a few buffs, and I will take back what I said. I will eat my words. That was one chunky, archangel, tanky, blitzy cranky.
We had to look it up. We had conversations with the admins. We had them check the numbers. We were like, is this Blitz going to do anything? And then we saw it assassinate a tank, and we were like, oh, apparently. And then the Akali 3 immediately after getting murdered. And then the Kiana for true damage 6 in order for Hydra to get the win. This was the most intense final game we could have asked for day number 2. Just absolutely incredible, top to bottom.
Really criminal to watch how it all unfolded, specifically for Dark Hydra. Going into the patient study, then remember your roots. Place this Senna with only 2 true damage for the longest time of the mid game, and you're like, it's really not doing anything. What are we doing here? Finds that blinked out on the 3rd augment, and then goes all the way with that Kiana, like you said. We were even thinking about, what does he put in? Does he go for the Ziggs? Does he go for the Sona to maybe add sustain to try and out heal that Blitzcrank? But finding that Kiana is so crucial, and then also giving her that extra Shojin to get the items printed.
Well, and I feel like the original strategy was to echo Lee Sin from Fates, right? Because he kicks you to the edge of the board, kicks you off it. Kiana can do that too. She steals your items first. So maybe that was the strategy of positioning, but it turns out 6 true damage was just enough to kill everything. So worked out really well for Dark Hydra, but I thought he was hosed. I completely for a moment was like, oh my god. Lallana has done it. He has won a game off the back of Blitzcrank, which I didn't think anyone would ever be able to say after the hook got removed, but damn near made it. So I'm looking forward to seeing the standings after that one, because it'll be a crime if somehow Lallana doesn't make it off that.
There's a good chance. So I did have a sneak peek right before this analyst desk started. We have, I believe, a 6-way tie on the 27-point mark where Lallana is. So it's all going to come down to the tiebreakers, which means we're going to have to give our admins just a few more minutes to figure out all of the different tiebreakers, make sure it's all in order and correct. Before we show them to you, I swear we're working on it as soon as we can to get them out there.
Oh my god, just that I'm thinking about the last 1v1 again, and yes, maybe the Kiana could have been positioned better, but getting the blitz away from the back line, because then the RNG, it was beautiful. We've had so many fights that were decided by a hex change. That one where Matt Black moved the Kale by 1 hex and then suddenly won a fight that he'd lost 4 times in a row. Just positioning has been the winner of multiple fights this game, and I feel like I'm glad to see it again.
Yeah, but also augments. I feel like specifically in this very last game, we were talking about it. First out of the gate, a lot of utility augments being picked up. We had the patient study, we had the metabolic, we had the Pandoras, we also had the clear mind. So lots of players kind of changing the lobby tempo. And then suddenly in the second round, you get all of those item augments. We had 2 idealisms, we had the crown guard augment. It's just all kind of colliding in similar fashion for all of these players. It was really cool to see that play out.
Well, I mean, speaking of collisions as well, we have to talk about the headliners that game. 3 of the 8 were Ezreal, which I don't think should technically come as a surprise to anyone. I mean, I feel like we should. I feel like it's a statistically significant number. That is 37.5% of the headliners in that game were everyone's least favorite Heartsteel Twink. I just don't know how it happens that we had all of those people go for it. And I think that ended up being their downfall. It was just too much Ezreal ends up with everyone fighting over him and dying.
We've known Zabroyson specifically for so long, and now watching him 2 games back to back just bomb out on this Ezreal comp. I feel so upset. I know he can do better other than running down this kind of, it's meta, that's what we're doing. We're just following the Ezreal and Heartsteel. Just see those rerolls, get your spot recognition up, go for something else than this Ezreal. You're going to be holding hands. It's that Spider-Man meme all over again where everybody's like, haha, you're running Ezreal and you're running Ezreal. It's not going to be fun.
Ezreal is the Helen of Troy of TFT Remix Rumble. Wars are fought, men have died over Ezreal headliner. And it's just, can we not? I don't think we need to fight over this much, guys. There are other units in the game, I swear. But
actually, my highlight today, if I can direct the conversation to something more pleasant,
always.
Caitlyn really doing so much heavy lifting. All throughout these games, we've been seeing it every single time somebody is able to actually transfer a Caitlyn, Kate 2, get some items on her. She is so good. Definitely a unit that I feel is still a little bit too much undervalued by some of the players because of the nerfs that she had before.
Well, that game I was talking about with Matt Black, he lost those multiple rounds because of the Caitlyn. The Caitlyn was just constantly sniping off his carry, and that's what she can do with a strong front line. Her danger is that if anyone gets past the front line, she's doomed. But she has been putting out, she's been putting on a clinic in a lot of the games she's in, and she's been sharing boards with Ezreal. But she's been doing pretty good on her own.
Other units too. We've been seeing her with the Riven reroll, doing really well. That's a good combination for the Caitlyn that I'm happy to see.
Yeah, she has friends, and I think it's great. We support her. We support a queen. So that was really great. I'm still surprised we got to see. And they were roommates. I'm just so excited we got to see 2 8-bit cash outs, even though one of them resulted in a death. But we got to see them, and apparently one off screen. I didn't know that. So I could not be happier with this day of games. I'm not sure how that applies to our players, though, so we take a look at the standings after day number 2.
And of course, that means we're shouting out one more time all of the players that we have seen throughout this tournament thus far. The players you're looking at right now, unfortunately, going to be the ones that are eliminated. We're seeing where this tiebreaker cut in the 27 points. And I'm just, looking for Lalana, but Lalana making it in there on that tiebreaker to the front pages in 31st spot.
Barely to 31st. So that great game from him, well deserved by far. And then Tarteman at the top and Blasted Moon, a UK player. We've got 2 of them making it into day number 3.
I mean, I'm personally just looking at all of the French flags up there. It's every single Golden Spatula Cup. I'm like, maybe there's a chance after day 1. It's like, it's a little bit mixed. And then day 2, it's just like, there's a wall and you're going to have to deal with it. But Shredden and, like you said, Blasted Moon up there doing really well. However, we do have someone here with us that I'm really excited to talk to, Matt.
Yep, we've got Tarteman, our points leader, coming out of day number 2 here on an interview. Tarteman, you are 6 games deep and you got the win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good right now. Thank you.
Are you feeling exhausted? I see the cat on your lap.
Yeah, a bit. I didn't sleep that much.
Oh, no. Well, I'm glad you were able to perform regardless.
We saw you, of course, in Vegas as well. We had a little chat there, Tarteman. How have you been feeling about this set in general? I know you've been playing a lot of comp. You've been doing fantastic on the ladder. Where would you rate this set in terms of how much you like it?
I think it's my favorite set. And I'm feeling strong on this set, so that's good. Even if I don't really like the meta at the moment, there is way too much free rolls, in my opinion. And I played too much free rolls, but that's the game.
I have to ask, Tarteman, do you think your cat contributed positively or negatively to your scores? Because mine, I had to lock upstairs because she wouldn't stop screaming. So I'm curious.
It was sleeping during the games, so it was cool. But just before, it was really excited.
Oh, there she goes.
When it started, he stopped. So today was cool.
He respected you.
Yeah.
I'm glad. He was like, okay, it's serious time. I'm gonna let him work. And then immediately after he's done those games, when he's on the highest high, I'm gonna bug him.
I mean, it's like a lucky charm.
Yeah, little mascot.
Well, we have been seeing you out there for all of today. Now, of course, at the beginning of day one, we did get to talk to I'm So Fresh, and he said you guys were all prepping together going into tomorrow and maybe also the finals. What would be one player that you think is a huge threat to you when you see them in your lobby?
For tomorrow?
Yeah.
I don't know. There is no player I feel like there is who is stronger than others. So I think today there were Zico a lot in my lobby, my teammate, who played really well. I saw a lot of other people make mistakes, so I'm not afraid.
Not scared.
Yeah.
Very good. Like to hear it.
Yeah, glad to hear that, Tarteman. Now, of course, as we end every interview, is there anyone you want to shout out? Friends, fans, fellow players, anything like that?
Yeah, shout out to my study group, Tom Jedizor, Opal, I'm So Fresh, and Yaroy. We started to play together at the beginning of the set, and I think like we are 3 out of 4 sure to play in finals in EMEA. And I hope Opal will make a good run tomorrow. Qualify too.
All right, awesome. Thanks so much, Tarteman. Congratulations on your win, and excited to see what you bring to the table tomorrow. We're rooting for you.
We are. Take care.
Always good to see our players, and good to know makes, you and I share one thing. We share many things, but one of the things we share is that our cats will not stop screaming when we're working. So I'm glad that, some of the players are in the same category. Sounds like his cat was behaving, but it's very relatable content.
In fairness, for the first minute of the interview, I was a little bit distracted by the cat just going.
Yeah.
But here's our interview winner from our social media contest. In case you missed it, every day of a tournament, we are giving you the chance to take home some little eggs, and this is today's winner. It says, I've clicked the link, now I have new playlists to listen to with as I study. I love the good morning a lot, helps me stay awake, and something to vibe with. Awesome. Congratulations.
We love vibes. I probably need some playlists for studying too, because I've just been studying in silence, and it's not very
I got
exciting.
you. Say less.
Yeah. We're like, oh, good morning. All right, check it out after this one. But Makes, that was a hell of a day of games. Anything you want to bring forward to day 3?
I'm really excited about our region in general. I wanted to hit this topic, top of show as well, but I feel like every single time we go into the Golden Spatula Cup, there is still some new face that I'm so excited about in terms of what they bring to the table. There's new names, there's an ever-growing scene that we have built out with like lots of different regions participating, and it's just so cool to see.
Yeah, I've been really excited seeing, I'm going to be frank, the reroll compositions are fun for me. I know Tarteman doesn't like them, but for me, I'm just like, oh, it's fun. I like to see the execution, but really seeing so many games go down to the wire, game 5 being decided by 24 HP, top to bottom, all 8 players still alive, middle of stage 5. We've had some really close ones, which makes me feel good about the players. And like Tarteman said, doesn't feel like there's a huge standout. Feels like anyone can still win. But we'll find that out tomorrow, Makes. We are going to be back for day number 3. We're starting a little bit earlier because we have an extra round tomorrow. So that'll be tomorrow, the 11th at 3 p.m. CET. Makes, you want to do the social shout-outs? Socials queen herself?
I'll do the socials. Instagram, we changed name. It's Teamfight Tactics now. Then on Facebook and YouTube, you'll find us under Play TFT. And the Twitter is TFT Esports EMEA. That's where you'll find all the Rising Legends-centric information. It's been a long day. I'm so sorry. Then, of course, our tags. You can put ! casters in chat, but it's going to be Niberia and Patches Panda, Makes with an underscore, Counterfeit Cats, and then the last one is a hassle, but I'll do it because I like Stuart. It's it with a Z, and then Stuart with a 4 instead of an A because he's edgy. That's why. Yeah, follow him as well.
Just use the exclamation mark casters thing in the chat. It's just going to be easier. Trust us. And we'll see you guys tomorrow because we have one more day of Golden Spatula Cup number 2 where we will crown the champion and the next person to be at the Rising Legends Finals. We'll see you there.